live at Coletco for tonight's sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Mike, that's fast, man. That's really fast. Sorry, I'm 15 minutes late. I've been talking to Ed, and I actually have to go get my food up front. I'm going to mute my mic probably here in a second for a couple minutes. That was fast. All righty. Okay. All right, everybody. All right. Just so you know, by the time I get everything shared and this table cleaned off, it's probably going to be 6 o'clock before I start showing the first record. But I encourage everybody to chit-chat here in the chat for a few seconds. If you can let me know where you're watching from. So, I hope this isn't something like a... Hope this sign isn't something Seth ordered for his nursery. Might be something for Bo. Or did somebody order it for us specifically? But everybody, please let me know where you're watching from. It's going to be probably a few minutes before I'm able to set up the table. Yeah, if I don't do this, I'm not going to be in a good mood to sell records. All right, make sure everybody is hitting the like button. I'd greatly appreciate that. 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. All new Lura crates and discounts. Everybody, we need to give Paul a happy birthday, please. All right. I got on my Facebook earlier. It just refreshed, so it looks different now. But, man, I got on here earlier, and it was like Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone pre-ordered like 50 records. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Thank you. And a lot of other people. But it's amazing when some people, fantastic people, amazing people, like Jerry Stone. I click on Facebook and they've literally pre-ordered everything. They've pre-ordered everything. That's what we like to see, folks. Shout out to Jerry. All right. Shout out to Ed. He's in the back right now. I can hear myself talking. Ed's also amazing. Fantastic person. Shout out to Lura. She's also here. An amazing, fantastic person. You know who else is here? Everybody's here that's watching the chat right now. Amazing, fantastic people. That's all of you. I feel a lot better after eating that Chick-fil-A. Y'all was going to catch me on a bad day if I hadn't have ate that food. It wouldn't have been any half off. It'd been prices plus 20%. If I hadn't ate that food right then, it would have been prices plus 20%. Let me get these CDs off the table. We had a big CD blitz last night. I stayed here way too late ordering vinyl. I'm just worried it's not going to be here in time for tomorrow's sale because they hadn't shipped it as of 4 o'clock. And I was like, dang, all this time I stayed up. I mean, I was awake till 10. I tried to get up at 4. And I was still awake at 10. I don't think I fell asleep till like 11:30, honestly, this morning. And I was trying to research all these metal artists everybody sent me and try to figure out what was in print. You know, and sometimes when an artist is suggested, it's like, okay, now what album to buy? That's the second problem. It's like, okay, now what album do I buy? So, and now I'm worried none of it's going to be here in time. But we got a bunch of new vinyl tonight. If anything, you'll be here Friday, and we'll have a bunch of new sealed metal Friday, but we'll see what happens. I try to time the deliveries where they show up on Thursday, because I know if we had a bunch of metal show up today, it would already be sold, and then Thursday, I'd be like, well, we had a bunch of metal yesterday, and it's already gone. That happens all the time. I had I had just a fried chicken sandwich. I usually get a club. I usually get a club, a grilled club, but this time I went with the classic fried, some fries, and I got a brownie over here to knock out too. If I don't have a little bit of sugar, I'm usually like dead. I don't know if that's like some kind of diagnosis, but if I don't eat something like sweet before the show, I'm just like out of it. Low sugar, high sugar, something like that. I'm not a medical doctor. I usually leave all that up to Ed for me. Ed gives me all the medical advice. There's the Partridge Family. We might have to tag the flip crates this week live. It might be a little bit annoying, but everybody's pretty covered up and Tanner's out of town. And if we don't tag these flip crates, then they're going to get behind. And I'm going to try to start this week, maybe 5:15 tomorrow in the next couple of days. That way we can tag these flip crates live, right, Ed? Yep. Or I could just have Ed do it. He don't have anything else to do. Ed has nothing to do. He's over here shaking his head. That is very much sarcasm. Everybody here is always covered up. Every day, everybody has a full plate. So if I ever ask anybody to do something extra, then that means something else is not going to get done. So it's like, all right, how much can I do? And when Tanner's out of town, it's like, oh my gosh, oh no. Tanner's gone for a few days. He's gone till the weekend or over the weekend. So I'm like, oh no, well, who's going to tag the flip videos? Who's going to clean up and who's going to help me set up the cameras and the show before the sale starts? Right now, Ed just told me he's actually here staying a little bit later tonight because Steve was sick today. they are shipping Monday the 30th orders. So orders that were paid on Monday last week, not 2 days ago, but last week. Now keep in mind, almost majority of people pay on Monday. So Mondays is always a day it seems like we're working on because most people pay their invoice on Monday. So he's actually working on Monday the 30th orders. I'm going to change the date right now. So yeah, he's working on Monday the 30th orders. Let me change that right now. Date. All right, where's my magic keyboard? But when they blast through Monday, then like last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those fly by because so many people pay on Monday. Actually, almost nobody pays over the weekend. So what happens is like right now they're shipping Monday the 30th from last week. Kind of about 2 people shorthanded right now. But when they get done through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, those fly by, much less orders. And then the weekend, almost nobody pays because they do it by the day they pay. And then they'll start a big backlog of everybody who paid a few days ago. So it's technically 8 days back right now, almost 9. So it's a few back, but by Friday they can chip, and come Monday we'll be back to our normal 7 days out. We're usually about 7 days out right now. So if you pay on Monday, you should have tracking by Monday. Right now they're about 8. We're 8. So almost nobody pays their invoices over the weekend, it seems like. I think everybody's like, well, if I have money, I'm going to go ahead and spend it now on this invoice. Other than that, because Ed showed me the numbers. He's like, there's almost nobody who pays on the weekends. So after we get through Mondays, it kind of flies by. I'm like, that's cool. I can live with that. But I always tell everybody, if you buy on a regular basis, from us, you'll start getting orders every week in some form. Okay. All right. So I've officially got Facebook open. I told everybody it'd be 6 before I start talking and selling records. It's 6. I'm still talking and I'm about to sell records. Let's hit share in the group. I've got that done. But everybody here who works on shipping and logistics, I promise, they're usually doing something in some form every day. And I'll promise you this, you want your records well packed and taken care of and nothing rushed and slung in a box. There is ways we probably could go faster, but there would be more damaged records and more broken records and more seam splits and more bent corners. So I made a decision years ago, spend more money on packaging materials, spend more time on labor, and everybody order will get slower, but it'll get there safer. So much work goes into going out and buying these and bringing them here and cleaning them. You don't want them to show up at your door damaged. And the first person I ever heard say that was Chad Cassom from Analog Productions. They use those like boxes, like custom made for those like UHQRs. He's like, after all this, producing it, getting the tapes, mastering it, shipping it, packing it, for it to get at your door and it be damaged. That's like the worst thing ever. So we don't want that to happen. So, all right. They do a really good job, and hopefully y'all think we do a really good job here too. It's not going to be a instant label slung in a box like maybe if you order a 4-pack of deodorant right now if you go to Amazon right now and order a 4-pack of deodorant, they might just instant label it, throw it in a box, and you'll get it. So you'll get it pretty fast, but this stuff takes a little bit more time. All right. This is delicate stuff, folks. This isn't some willy-nilly stuff. This is vinyl, okay? This isn't some parlor trick we hand out. Laura's already got a crate up here. Speaking of nothing we do willy-nilly, first Lura crate sticker. She's already got a crate up here. Laura's on duty, double duty. She already got vinyl done. She already got auctions done, and tonight, if we have new arrivals, they're going to be all Lura crates. If we have new arrivals tonight, they're going to be all Lura crates. So she's working on as much as she can, and I'm sure she's going to do a great job. Just like Paul and just like Lura. But Paul's off today. It's his birthday. He asked if he could take off. I said, absolutely. And then John always has Wednesdays off, so John's off on Wednesdays. And so it's up to Lura today for new arrivals. Pressure's on, Lura. She'll be able to handle it. We got all kinds of other stuff to show. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. Also going to tag these flip crates live. It's going to be a little annoying to get through the first one, but I think I can do it pretty fast. Tanner usually does this before the sale, but I'm going to go ahead and do this one right now and then start with the new vinyl. And let's get started with auctions. Okay, so tonight I'm officially going to get into the sealed stuff. Oh, I can get into the stuff Seth got ready too. Let me go up front and get that. The most recent, actually, I'll just use one of these over here. Let's see here. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got right here. I've got a copy of Led Zeppelin 4. Nice. It's an OG German press. A 72. Interesting. So it's as a 72 German OG, but this album came out in 71. Maybe the German 72. We have it as a 72 German. It is, never seen a label like that. That's pretty dang cool. Look at that. I thought I've seen everything with Zeppelin records. 72 German OG. I don't know if I've had this particular version. It does have a feelable mark on Stairway. Other than that, right here, it's got a bump right there. Other than that, it's a really clean disc. I got some auctions here that Seth got ready. He works from home some days, you know, in between dad duties. So, really cool copy there. And we're only going to start it for 20 because of that feeler. But he's run the matrix, and it shows up as a 72 German OG. It has this really thick original inner sleeve for the lyrics of Stairway to Heaven and the liner notes. Led Zeppelin, a $20 star. And now let's pull something over here from the stuff that was in the hot picture. We're going to go ahead and put it up right now with Prince. What a good way to start. Led Zeppelin and Prince. Prince is unfortunately a VG minus record, but it is an OG 1986 specialty press. It does have a punch hole, so it's probably a cutout record at one point. And let's put this up for $5. Prince, just a $5 start. Let's go ahead and tag this. George Samberez. He bought a Partridge Family last night, and he asked if I could find this. Luckily, last night when I was making a flip crate, I ran across it. So, first sale of the night, technically, is George Samberez. He gets the Partridge Family. And I agreed to sell this to Travis Wade for $19.99 because I think during a discount vinyl last week, it was my last copy. He offered that. And I was like, let's see what happens if it don't sell next week. It didn't sell. I almost put it in a flip crate, and I was like, well, let's just go ahead and sell it to him since he asked. And Travis said he would take it for $19.99. All right, so Led Zeppelin and Prince has bids. Awesome. And then I got some stuff here to hand to Ed next time I see him. So, Ed, I know who this belongs to. Oh, and we got puzzles. And the only reason we have puzzles is because we bought that collection from a local customer, and he bought a bunch of puzzles from us, and they're all sealed. So I've got Metallica and Megadeth and some Iron Maiden puzzles. So be on the lookout. Those are going to pop up here in a second, okay? Those will pop up here in a second. And here we go. Let's open this up. And 18 LP Bowie box set. Oh my gosh. 18 LP Bowie? I'll have to put that up for pre-order. What's that going to cost? That sounds very expensive. I know this is Troy Robinson's, but
that's an exchange.
Yeah, I thought so. I didn't want to put it in the crate, so okay. And actually, if anybody wants to go on a waiting list for this, it comes out Friday. It's the Backstreet Boys Millennium 2.0, a 25th anniversary edition. It comes out this Friday. I went ahead and just ordered a few more. It's probably a pretty good pre-order that I missed. I didn't know that was coming out this Friday. Shout out to Troy Robinson. This one's his. It's the Backstreet Boys Millennium 2.0. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We'll start a waiting list live because it's going to be a pre-order. And just like Wet Leg that I'm going to be posting tomorrow, if I know I can get more, we'll go ahead and do even more. So if anybody else wants this, let me know. We got one for Kelly Vlodarchek. This one's so to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, so Zeppelin has bids for 20 and 5, both with Scott Dwallow. Those are now final calls. And what we're about to do is tag a flip crate live, a vintage discount crate live from the video this morning. It has 29 comments. Now, this could get a little weird because you're about to start seeing me see. You're about to start showing. I'm about to start showing some stuff. A lot of it's already sold. Okay, so and I'm going to figure out who got what and when and where. Okay, let me go ahead and read out some of the stuff that's sold. Monkeys, Beach Boys, Live Cream, Gentle Giant, White Witch, Elvis, Badfinger, Canned Heat, CCR, Lyle Lovett, Leslie Gore, Elvis Gold, The Ventures, Canned Heat, Alice, Peter G, Stones, Beach Boys, Buffett, Monkeys, CCR, Point Blank, Joni Mitchell, Zappa, Big Pink, Tubular Bells, Jimi Hendrix, Clapton, Live Cream. All right, I know what the first record is. The first record is the Rolling Stones, and it was only $19.99. Make sure this goes in for $19.99. It's sold to Greg Lee. That was an 86 US reissue. That is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Okay, next is Babe Ruth first base. So this is now $14.99. It was VG Plus. It's $14.99. Babe Ruth first base. And actually, that was fairly new, I think, just from last night. It is still available. Babe Ruth first base is still available. So that was VG Plus, just $14.99. I went ahead and did $5 off on that. Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel is $14.99. This was $24.99 original. Peter Gabriel, $24.99. Now, what I'm going to do is after I show a record, I'm going to figure out if anybody got it. Patrick Lear got Peter Gabriel. Thank you, Patrick Lear. That's so do you. So Babe Ruth is still available. And then Creedence Gold, which is a VG Plus record, really cool dot cut cover. Creedence Gold is sold to Mike Bartlett for $14.99. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's so do you. Also here we had Blind Faith, and so far I hadn't seen a Blind Faith comment. $10 off, VG Plus condition. Blind Faith is $14.99. Blind Faith, $14.99. And there was no claims for that, so that's still available. What happened over here with Prince? Keep in mind, Prince is a VG minus copy. It is OG though, and Christina Curtis has that for $12. Over here is Led Zeppelin, and I don't think that got another bid, did it? Led Zeppelin did not get a bid. So did Scott Dwallow. A German OG VG for just $20. Wow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. That's so do you. He's also out on Prince, and so is Chevy Bailey. Christina Curtis has that for $12. Here is the band. I did see somebody get that. The band, and the band is VG Plus $14.99. That was VG Plus $24.99. Now $14.99, and that's so to Jamie Tucker. Thank you, Jamie Tucker. And now we have a slew of $9.99 records. So these are discounted and still available. Babe Ruth and Blind Faith for $14.99 each. Jimi Hendrix is just $9.99. That was VG Plus $24.99. It didn't sell for half off, and now it's only $9.99. This is what I do. I keep discounting records until they sell. Jimi Hendrix, let me look one more time. Unbelievably, it still didn't sell, so it is available for $9.99. Yep, there was a claim for Jimi Hendrix, but not for this one, so that's still available for $9.99. We have Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. It's VG condition. It's only $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. It's sold to Greg Lee. Thank you, Greg Lee. That's so to you. Scott Dwallow on Hendrix. Now, if I make a mistake over here, and I find out later somebody, in fact, did claim it, I'll have to reverse it. But I think I've got most of them under control right now. All right, let's go ahead and put up new auctions. Christina Curtis gets Prince for $12. Thank you, Christina. That's so to you. Over here is our next auction. Let's go ahead and put up a Dwight Yoakam. And Dwight Yoakam is Hillbilly Deluxe, shrink wrap hop sticker, an 87 US Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve in shrink and hop. Sounds like nearly a top copy, just slightly EX though. So Dwight Yoakam is a $15 start. You're going to be very happy with that though. Let's go back over here to my other auctions. And yeah, we got some Zeppelins here. I like to see that. Here we have, this is an early 80s club copy of Led Zeppelin 2. It's a club edition from the Columbia Record Club. It's Presswell VG, $25 start. Jerry, so So Kelly Vladicek went on that waiting list for Millennium. Jerry Stone wants one of the Wet Leg Moisturizer albums. What a name. The name of the band's Wet Leg and the name of the album is Moisturizer. Wow. So Jerry Stone, I got you down for that. I read that earlier. I forgot to say it out loud. Next for $9.99 is Leslie Gore. And I'm 100% positive. I read this out earlier. Leslie Gore is so to Amanda Darby. That's now $9.99. Boy, y'all are missing the boat with Blind Faith and Babe Ruth. I can't believe those are still available. Here's Badfinger. It's only $9.99, and I'm 100% positive this got claimed. Badfinger for $9.99. How much? Just $9.99. That's right. Make sure you're in your private group to claim some of these records. Badfinger is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That's sold to you. Over here, we have George Thorogood. This is Bad to the Bone. George Thorogood is EX condition, and that is $9.99. George Thorogood, but Bad to the Bone. And I think this one unclaimed. It looks like he did. So that is a live available record. It was EX $17.99. Squat Dwallow, the start on Zeppelin's $25, and we only have one bid on Dwight Yoakam, and that's only $15, and that's a final call to Chris Bryant. And Chris Bryant also wants George Thorogood. And, oops, let me take that off the camera. Thank you, Jim B. There we go. Yes. What did I say? Kelly Vladicek on Backstreet Boys. Yeah, Jerry Stone on Wet Leg. I don't know. I might have confused that one. We got it, though. Trust me. I wouldn't forget when those come in. That kind of stuff I don't forget. I wouldn't have accidentally gave you Wet Leg and Jerry Stone Backstreet Boys, but that's probably what I said out loud, and that's probably what they would have wrote down, but my bad. We got it fixed, though. Gary Wellman on Lyle Lovett. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. Thank you on that. These will get faster as the crate empties because I'll be able to find them a lot faster. Humble Pie. Unbelievably, I think this is still available. Just $9.99 for Humble Pie. Let me take a look again. Humble Pie still available. That was $29.99. Big discount on that. It's just we have so many of them. A lot of my discounts depend on how nice it is. If it's nice, I'm like, I'm not willing to discount it. It's a really nice copy. That one's really clean. But if we got a bunch of them, they might see a discount earlier than normal. We have Jimmy Buffett here. This is $9.99. Jimmy Buffett is sold to Dan Moran. Thank you on that. $9.99. And we have Eric Clapton, another ticket. Eric Clapton, another ticket. $9.99. Eric Clapton, another ticket. And this is $9.99. It is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call, on that. And now Zeppelin has bids for $35. Dwight Yoakam, $17.18. Gentle Giant is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That's sold to you. These are still $9.99. Humble Pie still available. Canned Heat is $9.99. This is sold to Joe Sontag, S-O-N-T-A-G. That's sold to Joe. Thank you on that. Also $9.99 is Joni Mitchell, and Joni Mitchell for $9.99 is sold to Greg Beddinger. Thank you, Greg Beddinger. That is sold to you for $9.99. Also $9.99 is the Steve Miller Band Anthology, and that is $9.99. Steve Miller Band Anthology. And this is available for $9.99 on that. $9.99 on that. So no waiting list for Wet Leg. Okay. Did y'all get the indie exclusive? Because this is going to be the indie exclusive. The one I'm talking about is the indie exclusive. But that's okay. No problem there. I never did see that, but that's okay. Scott Dwallow on Steve Miller. That's sold to Scott for $9.99. And I figured there'd be more people asking because I remember when that first Wet Leg album came out, it was like a sensation. I mean, we were getting asked about it all the time, and I had no idea they were even coming out with a new album. I feel like I would have been flooded with people asking about it, and it would have been in my brain, and I would have posted it. But for some reason, no one has said much about it till a few days before it comes out. If you did, I missed it, and I apologize. White Witch is sold to Amanda Darby. That's sold to Amanda Darby. I need like a hotline of pre-orders, like some kind of I don't know, like a direct hotline. Over here, MG Sanchez says he claims Steve Miller. Let me go over here and make sure. MG Sanchez, let me make sure over here. MG Sanchez Zappa and Steve Miller. Yep, so this is sold to MG Sanchez instead. I better stay focused or I'm going to make more mistakes. MG Sanchez got Steve Miller. Yes, that's sold to MG Sanchez. He got it. And then over here is White Witch, and White Witch for sure was sold. That is confirmed, and that was sold to Amanda Darby. Next thing over here is Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream Volume 2 is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have Live Cream Volume 1, also sold to Mike Bartlett. Mike Bartlett got both of those. Also, Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning. Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning is sold to Richard Clayton. Thank you, Richard Clayton. That's sold to you. Also, Zappa. This is sold to MG Sanchez. MG Sanchez, you got Zappa. Thank you. Now I got both of your comments. And the last $9.99 record was Alan Holdsworth, IOU. And this is still available. Alan Holdsworth, IOU. This is still available. $9.99 on that. All right, let's update our auctions right quick. First is Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam is at $21 with Stephen Parton. This is an 87 USOG specialty press in shrink with the original hop sticker, original under sleeve. It's nice. And right now we have that at 21. Susie, what is BSB? Wait list for BSB. I'm not for sure what BSB is. Can you let me know what BSB is? Blackberries? Backstreet Boys. Thank you, Laura. Laura has helped me out. Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys. So put that down. Here is Led Zeppelin, $36. And then we fixed the Steve Miller claim. Charles Siebert wants the track list for Humble Pie. Mike Massey on the wet leg waiting list. And then we need to look out for Mammoth. We need to make a note about the Cranberries. And then we have Humble Pie tracks. Charles has asked again, give me a second. And then Humble Pie Price. Humble Pie tracks again. And then Phantom Canuck. So Phantom Canuck, thank you. That is, gotcha. That's Richard Clayton. Thank you. Phantom Canuck. And then Dwight Yoakam, 23, 25, 28. Okay, Jerry, so we have Stormfront. Stormfront is in. It's still in stock. That's going to be shown here in just a second. It was in the flip video this morning. And then the other ones are ordered. I didn't order I ordered the ones I don't see as often. The other ones I didn't order, but I can get them if you need me to. I didn't order what is it, Street Life Serenade or some of those. I think I just ordered Stormfront, River of Dreams, and there's another one, like a 2LP. It looks like a book on the cover or something. But the common Billy Joels that I think I see almost every night, I didn't order new copies of those, but I will be surprised, and I'm sure everybody will want them. And that always surprises me. The Ventures is $6.99. And that's sold to John Durden. Thank you, John. That's sold to you for $6.99. We got Jay and the Americans. This is also $6.99 for Jay and the Americans. Jay and the Americans. And I think this went unclaimed for $6.99. I think this is like the third time I've reduced this, or for 5 times I've shown it in a discount bin. Elvis is just $6.99. That's sold to Brian G. Owens. Thank you, Brian G. Owens. That's sold to you. Tubular Bells is also sold for just $6.99. And Tubular Bells is sold to Darren Chrisman. Thank you on that. Charles Siebert says he does want Humble Pie. That's sold to him for $9.99. We have Point Blank. Point Blank is $6.99, and that's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. Thank you, Chuck Haley, coming through on Jay and the Americans for $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Anthology of British Blues Volume 2. The Anthology of British Blues Volume 2. Now just $6.99, and it is still available. Babe Ruth is still available. It's OG VG Plus $14.99. And we have the Best of the Beach Boys Volume 3. This is $6.99. $6.99. This is Best of Beach Boys. And this is sold to Dan Moran, $6.99. Thank you, Dan Moran. That is sold to you for $6.99. Thank you on that, Dan Moran. Nope, Amanda Darby was first. Amanda Darby was first. This is sold to Amanda Darby, not Dan Moran. Amanda Darby, okay? Over here, we got Crazy Horse, and I didn't see a claim for this, and I've scrolled through these 20 times now. So Crazy Horse is available for just $6.99. And Frankie Valli, Grease is the word. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but it's $6.99. That is for Frankie Valli's Grease. Also $6.99 is the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets. You don't know me, but I'm your brother. Doobie Brothers, and that went unclaimed. That is available for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Elton John's Rock of the Westies. There it is. Island Girl. Also $6.99 is the Box Tops. This is still available for $6.99. The Box Tops. Also $6.99 is John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. VG Plus. It's only $6.99. It's unclaimed. And the Monkees is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary Wellman, on that. Okay, so where did we get to on Dwight Yoakam? Let's go over here. We had Dwight Yoakam, Jason Fornerat bid 25, and Stephen Parton bid 25. So I don't know if I've officially said that, but Stephen, your bid actually tied Jason, who came in first at 25. And there was no other bids on Zeppelin until Scott Dwallow's 40, and that was almost 6 minutes ago. So that's sold to Scott Dwallow for $40. All right, and then Scott Dwallow also on John Cougar. That is sold for $6.99. So that's all that's left from the Flip Great. Thank you for the last 18 minutes I've been working on knocking these out. Let me show you what's left and let me tell you the prices. So everything in here has already been technically discounted, okay? And let me show you what's left. First thing we have is Ray LaMontagne's Trouble. I actually think I do have that. Yes, I think there's one up front on the racks. I think I've got 2 left. Send them a Facebook message, big titles, pre-orders, okay? We'll take a look at that. And I'll go check on Ray LaMontagne in 1 second if you for sure want it. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. I have become comfortably numb. Pink Floyd is a 1979 USOG. It is an OG. It's a VG++. And that's probably pretty conservative. And this is 1. This is 2. Now, this doesn't come with it originally, but somehow it comes with a poster with the lyrics. I know this isn't original. Maybe it comes with the new pressings and somebody put it in an OG, but it has a lyric poster. Also, we have 2 inner sleeves here, and it's a gatefold jacket. Nice. And this is Pink Floyd, an OG copy of The Wall. That's pretty dang nice. Plus, it has a bonus poster. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Whew, I can breathe clearly now. Okay, so let me make sure everything got claimed from the video. All right, everything got claimed from the video except Canned Heat. Greg Lee, you were second. You were second on Canned Heat. Dan Moran didn't get Beach Boys. He was second. Dan Moran second on the Monkees. Dan Moran second on CCR. And everybody else got what they wanted, okay? So if I'm showing something in here, it is available. First, Ramniak on Blind Faith. So that's sold to Ramniak 10, VG Plus, $14.99. Make sure that goes for $14.99. Dwight Yoakam 29. Tim, your Hot Rocks is on the way. Dwight Yoakam 30. Pink Floyd has 1 bid for 34, now 38. Rod Bryan wants the Box Tops. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. So there was only one $14.99 record left, and that's Babe Ruth, first base. Babe Ruth was in VG Plus condition. That's now $14.99. And the rest of the records, or actually I have one $9.99 record, Alan Holdsworth with IOU Metal Fatigue, Shrink and Hop, no condition notes, that's $9.99. Anthology of British Blues Volume 2, that's $6.99. Somebody asked about Gary Moore. No Gary Moore. It does have John Mayall, Savoy Brown, Eric Clapton, and Jimmy Page. Jeremy Spencer. I can't believe no one's got that for $6.99. That's like very surprising. Crazy Horse is also $6.99. Went on to be Neil Young's backing band. Frankie Valli, Grease is the Word. And then the Doobie Brothers and Elton John. Those are all $6.99. That's all that's left. That's all that's left there. All right, and John Durden does want British Blues. He's the one that asked about it earlier anyway. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. Let me go check on Ray LaMontagne for Jerry. as long as 2 people hadn't come in the store and bought them, Jerry, because they were up here on our store racks. I think, keyword, I think, therefore I am. Let's see here. I could be a major letdown to Jerry Stone right now. Probably wouldn't be the first time. No, I think I was thinking about Sting the Soul Cages. Jerry, I think I was thinking about Sting the Soul Cages. Now, could there be more somewhere else in a crate? Possibly. But yep, I think I was thinking about Sting the Soul Cages. Or I thought I was thinking about that, and I think the record I saw was Sting the Soul Cages. Which I'm surprised, Jerry, you hadn't bought one of those yet. So maybe instead of Ray, you might want a Sting Soul Cages. But I actually, unfortunately, am not seeing that. So one of 2 things. You can tell me you want to go on a waiting list and I'll order you one. Or I'll keep looking. Either way, I'll try to find you one. Or you can say, never mind. Okay, British Blues next and out. Okay, so we have Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam is at $34. Stephen Parton's done. And Pink Floyd's at $50. And he's done, so those are final calls. All right, anybody else? I'm going to put these leftovers right over here. Unless anybody wants them for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Or somebody just go ahead and take the rest of them for $30. $5 a piece, you can buy the leftovers. Just $5 a piece, I should say. Just $5 a piece. Just $5 a piece. All right, now let's go through some new vinyl. All right, let me start showing these puzzles one at a time. I'm going to start showing puzzles because this all originally was bought from us. And the first one is Judas. These are puzzles. This is Painkiller, $24.99. Painkiller is $24.99. That's a 500-piece puzzle, new and sealed. Pink Floyd is an OG 79 Terre Haute. It has a bonus poster that didn't originally come with it. That's something modern. This is an OG record, beautiful cover. The vinyl is VG++ or better. Winter Lura crate starting very soon. And then Dwight Yoakam, we can go ahead and sell that to Jason Fornerat for $34 on that. And then waitlist me for Ray, also the Billy Joe and Bruce Springsteen's on the title pages. Okay, I'll do that. And let's just make a note for me to check messages from Jerry Stone. I have an idea of my shelf over here that I keep next to me. Ed, and for mostly Ed who looks at messages, I'm going to have a box that says waitlist request or pre-order request. And then I'm going to have one for like the live waiting list, like basically a mailbox over here. Can you believe this? I don't have a desk here. That would probably really increase efficiency at Colecco if Chad Williams could actually get a desk, okay? You know, that would be really good. Or some kind of mailbox. I need a mailbox. We have an early 2000 U.S. Rainbow reissue, exact year unknown. So this is an early 2000s pressing of Blue Cheer, Ventus Eruptum. This is in shrink EX edition, a $15 start. We're not done on Pink Floyd. Blue Cheer's a reissue. It's going up. And first thing I have is, I don't know. What is this crate? I know what that crate is. Not what I'm looking for right now. That's a good one, though. That's a very good one. What is this crate? All right, I know what that is. What is this crate? I know what that is. Did I condense it into one? Okay, I guess I condensed it into one. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Oh, yeah, Tim Graham got the bundle for $30. So thank you, Tim Graham. This is so to you. Tim Graham. Let's put sticky notes around those. Thank you, Tim Graham. There's Elton John. Oh, Elton. Thank you. Almost filled up a full crate already tonight. So the next thing, the next order of business is this. We need this video. It only has 9 comments. It was only two half crates, but we might sell a lot live right here, right now. All of a sudden, they're bidding again on Pink Floyd, or not again. We have a new interest. And why won't this go away? There we go. Hold on a second. My keypad is being annoying. Okay. So we got Fish, Now, George Harrison, Greg Allman, Steel Drivers, George Harrison, Now, Minecraft, and Now. All right, so the first person, all right, let's get started right here. So I still got Television, cut from the original Analog Master by Kevin Ray, Rhino High Fidelity, Gayfo, $39.99. Available, it's available right now. Steel Drivers, this is sold to Linda Lamb. It was my last copy, anniversary edition, silver vinyl, $33.99. That is sold to Linda Lamb. Thank you, Linda. That's sold to you. Also, we have Taylor Swift, 1989, Shake It Off, Gatefold 2 LP. That's available. Pink Floyd details. 19 George, every time somebody goes out, somebody comes in. I think you might have it, though. $64. This is a 1979 USOG 2LP Terre Haute. It has the inner sleeves. It has a poster. It is VG++ or better. It's at $64. Nobody bid on Blue Cheer. It's a bot now for $15. It's a 2002 US Rainbow reissue. $15 bot now on that. Minecraft, I sold one to Jerry Stone. There's one left. Minecraft Volume Alpha, $29.99. Green vinyl. Nashville Tiger, if you say pass, I'm going to sell it to him for $64. If you bid, we're going to keep it going. It's a final call to George Sabares for $64. Anytime a copy of The Wall's on the table, it's like, uh-oh, there it is, The Wall. Next auction is David Byrne, songs from the Broadway production of The Catherine Reel. This is an 81 US Los Angeles OG, original inner sleeve VG, and that is a gold stamp promo for a $10 start. I've got Motley Crue. This is the remaster of Too Fast for Love. It is $33.99 on that. And we also have Fish, Billy Breves. I did sell a Fish to Glenn Kesey. There's one left. This is $44.99. It's a 2LP. It is Chris Bellman, and it is $44.99. And that's sold to Glenn Kesey. There's one left. Ivan R. on BC, and BC was for Blue Cheer. Just $15 on that. It's sold. George Sabares, nice pickup there on Pink Floyd. That is sold to you for $64. I was a child. I had a feeling. Nice. My hands felt just like two balloons. We have two copies of Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. These are a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. We have Typo Negative, Life is Killing Me, a 20th Anniversary 3 LP green vinyl, $69.99. Motley Crue's a new sealed remaster of Too Fast for Love there, Too Fast for Love. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And you may say, my goodness, Chad, what else could you possibly have up for auction? And I have The Doors. And The Doors is a 1967 US OG stereo copy, VG condition, a $25 start on The Doors. Strange days have found us. We got 3 now yearbooks, and I think I've sold 5. And here's the order in which they were claimed. Kelly Vlodarchek got one. Rebecca Howitt got one. This is a 3LP green vinyl, $59.99. And Jerry Stone got one. Donna Turner, you'll be first on the waiting list. Donna's claim came in an hour ago. This is a waiting list. I can't believe we didn't sell out the first time I showed them. There's always a waiting list for these. 3LP. This is a green vinyl, $59.99. That is sold. Kelly, Rebecca, Jerry, and Donna Turner first on a waiting list. Donna Turner first on a waiting list. If anybody else wants on that, let me know, okay? Next is Greg Allman, and this last copy did sell, and this did sell to Kevin J. Reitz, and we need a waiting list. Gary Wellman, you'll be first on a waiting list, okay? There will be a waiting list for this right now. Orange vinyl, Uncle Sam's. I've been selling the heck out of these. I knew it would be big. And then Gary Wellman first on a waiting list, please. And Motley Crue is $33.99. $33.99 on Motley Crue, Jason or Brandon. And same price, Dennis, for Taylor Swift. Gatefold 2 LP, $33.99. Let's put Paul Brothers on a waiting list. No bid on David Byrne, the Catherine Wheel. That's now a bot now for just $10, a VG copy. Let me show another puzzle. This is always a popular one. This, I wish they still had these in stocks. $24.99, 500-piece puzzle. The Trooper, $24.99, Iron Maiden. That is available. Final call to get a bid on The Doors. This is a USOG VG of Strange Days. Looking for a $25 start. Over here is our next auction. It is going to be Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. This is a 1980 Euro OG. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, a $35 start. Brandon Jones does want Motley Crue. Taylor Swift's $33.99. Here is that new release from Static X. First time on vinyl in the United States. Gold and green vinyl. It is $44.99. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still left. Also, the new 311 anniversary pressing. 30th anniversary 311, $46.99. Gatefold 2LP. 311, $46.99. That's available, and so is Billy Joe Stormfront, $33.99. We didn't start the fire. Iron Maiden puzzle is sold to Mark Stanley for $24.99. Thank you, Mark. That is sold to you. Mark Stanley on the Iron Maiden puzzle, and the very popular George Harrison here. Essentially a George Harrison's greatest hits. George Harrison's greatest hits. We got one sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry. That's sold to you. And let me start a new crate. And we got one more sold. And this other one here is sold to. Kevin J. Reitz. Kevin J. Reitz got this other one. But I have ran out of space in my first crate, I think. Yeah, let me just go ahead and put this in here. I can shift up this puzzle. There we go. It's better when they're not too packed tight, but they're not falling over either. All right, so those are sold, and I still think I got a couple left. Folks, that's the first time ever anything like recently a George Harrison 2LP has, been in print like that. So that's something that's been out of stock, out of print for quite a long time. It's actually first time on vinyl, but there's never been, since I've been ordering vinyl, like a George Harrison greatest hits in print. First time ever on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, so first thing we have is we sold the Iron Maiden puzzle. Craig Ruth got a Billy Joe Stormfront. We didn't start the fire. George Harrison is $59.99. George Harrison is $59.99. Nobody bid on Bill Withers. It's a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on the Doors. It's a $25 buy it now. Nobody bid on David Byrne, the Catherine Wheel. It's a $10 buy it now. That's all the new vinyl from yesterday. We had 4 crates. That's all that's left. That's all that's left. And everybody on the video got everything they wanted except Gary Wellman on a waiting list for Greg Allman and Donna Turner on a waiting list for Now 97. Those are wait lists. There's 2 George Harrisons left. They're $59.99. Let's give one to Brian D. Leon and Michael Rudolph. Now, there was one other person who asked, and if Kristen Starrett wants one, then Kristen gets one before Brian D. Leon. We're now sold out of George Harrison. Bill Withers is sold to Travis Woods for $35. Thank you, Travis. That's sold to you for $35. And Gabe Calabero also on George Harrison. Who asked the prices? Hold on a second. We got to do this in order. Michael asked the price. Kristen asked the price. Gabe asked if there was any left. Michael said he would take one, but so did Brian. But the first dibs goes to Kristen and Gabe. So, Brian, if it's okay, I'll have to give that one to Gabe and put you... Actually, Kristen, hold on now. Everybody wants one. Holy moly. Let me figure over here. Is that how many is left? Is that where I bought them? Or I guess that's where I bought them originally. Go ahead and order... Let's see. Go ahead and order 5 more right now. Yeah, go ahead and order. Ed just showed me that they're low stock. We ordered 5 more right now unless we sell more live on a waiting list, okay? Because it looks like we're going to have a waiting list. Let me figure out who got these. That was very confusing. We'll have to do it in the order in which they were shown. So one goes to Michael Rudolph. The other one goes to Kristen Starrett. Bill Withers, of course, went to Travis. And then Gabe Calabero, and Brian D. Leon. I'll put y'all down. They'll be here on Friday, okay? Ed's ordering them right now. They'll be here on Friday. Does anybody else want a George Harrison? Does anybody else want a George Harrison? before they're sold out and I can't get them anymore. They might continue to make them, but they're $59. Ed just showed me they're still in stock. So we went ahead and just grabbed 2 more. Anybody else? George Harrison. First time it's been available on vinyl like that. Let's put up new auctions. Whoops, I just smacked the camera. Let's go through some new vinyl. It's time. It's time. 1 crate of new vinyl, then we're going to go through this first Lura crate. Y'all are going to like this stuff. Let's go ahead and put this up right now. Andy Summers and Robert Fripp, Bewitched. This is an 84 USOG original sleeve EX. A $20 start on Andy Summers and Robert Fripp. David Byrne is a buy it now for $10, yes. And then over here, okay. So George and Chad, you're live. Paul Brothers also on that. Ed, we might need to go ahead and order maybe 7. And then David Byrne 10. There's that. I do have more Leonard Skinner. Yes. David Byrne is sold to Stephen Parton. All right, so only no bids doors. Here's our next puzzle, $24.99. Now these I've only got ones of tonight. These are onesies. You can try to go on a waiting list, but these puzzles have been out of stock for months. So these are just one-offs, okay? We bought them in a collection. Somebody bought them, collected them from us, and we just bought back their collection. Pantera, $24.99. He was local. He's got some health problems. Hate to hear it. Kyle, I hope you get better. He's had like brain cancer and brain surgeries for years. And he's got to the point, he said, we need to sell my collection. I said, I hate to hear that, but we'll come help you. So Paul went and bought his collection. So he's got a lot of cool stuff. Some of the stuff Laura marked tonight, some of the stuff Paul marked the other night, it was from his collection. Long-time great customer, but he's been cursed with some major health problems for years. So hate to see that always happen. But people call us sometimes in time of need, and we'll come buy whatever we need to. Coins, knives, records, gold, silver, puzzles, toys, autographs, guitars, goats, random pictures of JFK, whatever it takes. All right, they helped us out. We can help them out. Let's go over here and grab that first crate, okay? Let's go over here and grab this first crate. So these puzzles are just onesies offs. I don't know the proper term for that. They're one of ones. They're still available to order, but they hadn't been in stock in months. So I don't know what's up with them. Okay, there's that. And so Andy Summers, Robert Fripp is at 20 with Bob Goodyear. Thank you. So let me stack up our no bids over here a little bit better. That's bothering me. And let me grab another new auction over here. The next new auction I have is, let's put this up out of nowhere. The Ramones, a 2005 US limited edition red vinyl, a $35 start. Rocket to Russia. Rocket to Russia is a limited edition red vinyl, EX Plus near mint minus, $35 start on that. There is that. We got 2 copies of Nothing, Dance on the Blacktop. Now, Rebecca Howitt requested we order everything by Nothing. And I was like, I can do it. And so what I did is I ordered 1 extra copy. So here's Nothing, Dance on the Blacktop. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt, and I have 1 extra copy. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. That's so to you, and I have 1 extra copy. I also have 2 copies of Cabaret Voltaire, which there is a waiting list for. So I'm going to have 1 extra. This is on white vinyl. It's $39.99. Let's go ahead and pull up the waiting list for these. This is Cabaret Voltaire. It's white vinyl. It's $39.99. This is available, okay? And Rebecca also has the Ramones at $35, and Bob Goodyear is the only bidder right now. He is, in fact, the only bidder on the Robert Fripp Andy Summers, and he's about to get that for $20. Let me figure out how to spell Cabaret. It's Cab and then R-Ret. I can do that. And the wait list was Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell, you got that. Thank you, Fred Carnell. So Fred Carnell on Cabaret Voltaire. And now there's one extra copy. It's on white vinyl. It's new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. The Ramones has a new bid for $45. Next LP in here is a Perfect Circle, Mur de Noms. A Perfect Circle, Gatefold 2 LP. It's actually, yeah, it's a Gatefold 2 LP, Mur de Noms, $46.99. $46.99. Susie, you were actually second or third on Bill Withers. Next auction, coming out of nowhere. It's not Kiss night, but it is right now. We have Kiss. This is an OG 1975. It is VG Plus or better, Dress to Kill. A nice, solid OG VG Plus copy. Not bad on the cover. It does have a little bit of a crease right here, but that is going to go up for a $25 start. Next is a Perfect Circle. That is sold to Stephen Parton. There's one extra copy there. The very popular single soundtrack. 25th anniversary, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, Paul Westerberg. It includes a CD with 18 tracks. That is $38.99. Scott Dwallow also on a Perfect Circle. Those are sold to Stephen and Scott. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Bob Goodyear, you get the Andy Summers, Robert Fripp, just $20 on that. Now we got Kiss, $25, now $35, and the Ramones is at $60. Also over here, we got two copies of Nothing, The Great Dismal. So Nothing is sold to Rebecca Howlett. This is a limited edition yellow, $33.99. $33.99. If anybody else wants it, $33.99. There's another Nothing for Rebecca. There's another one, Nothing left. Matt Marco wants the single soundtrack. So to Matt Marco. Brian DeLeon on a single soundtrack. If anybody else wants a single soundtrack, let me know. It'll be a waiting list. I feel like we're going to have a bunch of waiting lists tonight. Limp Bizkit. Chocolate Starfish. This is 2 LP. It's on silver and brown vinyl. $44.99. My Way or the Highway, Keep Rolling, Rolling, Rolling. Limp is $44.99. This is a new pre-order. I don't know if we have enough, honestly. And it's not like they're shipping more, or I know they're going to ship more. They just didn't ship enough the first time. So we'll see what happens. But this is, wow, the Sundays, the third and final album from the beloved 90s alternative dream pop band featuring Summertime. This has been out of print for a long time. And this is the Sundays. And let's pull up the Sundays. And the waiting list for the Sundays over here was where? Here it is. This is new, comes out Friday, $33.99. And we have waiting pre-orders for Daryl Johnson, Mike Massey, George Buchanan. Daryl Johnson, Mike Massey, George Buchanan. We got Sean Fairweather, Jason Fornerat, and Walt Cruz. And we got one for Fred Cardinale. And so I only have one left. That's it. And I have about 5 more back ordered, but they didn't send them. I've got one extra. Everybody on the pre-order got one. That was Daryl Johnson, Mike Massey, George Buchanan, Sean Fairweather, Jason Fornerat, Walt Cruz, Fred Cardinale. And the Sundays is sold to Chris Bryant. That's sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. What happened on the Ramones? Ramones is at $75. Paul Catrich, you're out. Scott Dwallow on Chocolate Starfish. Sold to Scott Dwallow. There it is. There's one Chocolate Starfish left. Also, we have Ace Frehley, the solo album, remastered, $33.99. Rip It Out. Snowblind. New York Grooves on here. I'm in Need of Love. $33.99. Sunday's Record Store Day title. So yeah, it's been out of print for 8 years. That record's been out of print for 8 years. Limp Bizkit, sold to Nick Galetti. Keep Rolling, Rolling, Rolling. That is sold to Nick Galetti. The Ramones is going once, going twice, going 3 times. It is a 2005 U.S. limited edition red vinyl. Limited edition red vinyl, 2005. Paul Catrich was at 70, Rebecca Howlett 75. This is a OG VG Plus copy of Kiss, Dress to Kill, and Brian DeLeon has that for 55. Over here, we got 2 copies of Rush, Roll of the Dice. That's Rush, live in Wisconsin, 1994, yellow vinyl. Rush is $29.99. Also have the very best of ELO, a 2 LP, 20 track, $34.99. Mr. Blue Sky, Turn to Stone. Don't forget about some of the big ones like Evil Woman and Telephone Line and All Over the World and Showdown and Xanadu and Rockeria and Strange Magic. $34.99. Live, Throwing Copper. Live is a Gatefold 2 LP, 25th anniversary with 3 bonus songs. That is $39.99. And STP, Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You. It's on blue vinyl. Their first ever greatest hits collection on vinyl for the first time. $39.99. Dennis Daly on Rush. That's sold to Dennis Daly. We have I was waiting for Paul Catridge to say out on Ramones. He did. And so this is sold for $75. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And now Kiss. Kiss is sold to Brian DeLeon for $55. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction I have is, oh my gosh, folks, a moment of silence. What you going to do? It's Pablo Cruz, A Place in the Sun, a MoFi pressing. Goodness gracious, good golly, holy moly, mackerel. I don't have any other words. It's a 1980 original MoFi. It does have some cover damage. It is a cutout record. VG Plus, a $25 start. Pablo Cruz. Folks, there it is. It's up for bid. I know some of y'all are probably literally shaking. You're so nervous to bid on this. Just take a deep breath. Relax. It's there. Next thing we have is a 1983 US Hot Pog press. It's about a VG Plus copy. It's an 83 reissue of what? Rush 2112. Let's go ahead and run that for just a $20 start. Pablo Cruz 25. And then over here we have Garage Ink. Garage Ink is $59.99. That is a triple LP. Metallica Garage Ink. That is $59.99. That's available. Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for that. There's actually a good chance that I do. Metallica. 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 The waiting list for Garage is absolutely nobody. So this is available. That's a great collection. $59.99 on that. And here's Live Mental Jewelry. $33.99 for Live Mental Jewelry. Now, first thing we have is what? We have Rush. We have Pablo Cruz 25. We have, is that autographed by the team? Will this one be autographed? Pablo Cruz 27, Rush 20, Pablo Cruz 28. Limp Biscuit is $46.99. Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Where is that at? We are sold out. Mark Stanley, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Pablo Cruz. Okay, here's what I'll do. Now, y'all have got to understand, I've been saving these for something special. I'll let this one slip through tonight. I've been stockpiling Pablo Cruz records for months, almost a year now. I have like 4 crates full of them for a very special autographed purchase, charity, you know, like special event. I've let this one slip through. But I guess this would be a good time to reboot the whole Pablo Cruz ordeal, because we might can start right here with this one. What I'll do is I'll say whoever wins this as the high bidder, the Coletco staff will autograph it. That is very true. We'll say the Coletco staff will autograph it. And I'll keep track with this one right off the bat. But I've been planning and hoarding records for a long time, Pablo Cruz records, to do basically some sort of scholarship or fundraiser as we autograph and sell them. I hadn't got the ins and outs figured out. I didn't know if I just wanted to sign them and put them up for buy nows or auction them. I really don't know what I want to do with them. But I'll tell you this, whoever wins this auction, everybody here at Coletco will autograph it. There's so many new people that have no idea, because I hadn't been showing Pablo Cruz records in months. I saw that in the hot picture and I was like, oh no, here we go. This is going to reboot an entire new saga of Pablo Cruz records. So it's a long story. We don't have a lot of time to explain it all, but I'll say this. Whoever wins this auction, unless you don't want it autographed, everybody here at Coletco will sign that. And I plan on doing something very special in the future with future Pablo Cruz records. I don't know what. I was going to literally start. I think we have enough of them and we can raise enough money. We probably could start a Coletco scholarship. No joke. I think we could. I think we could auction off enough about once a month, once a week, once every other night. I bet we could raise enough money probably for something incredible. So there's that. Okay? Our autographs would sell for more than David Jenkins. Sorry, David Jenkins. I guarantee if we had a signed Pablo Cruz by the band and a signed Pablo Cruz at Coletco. Ours is demanding much more money. Next thing we have right now is another album by Nothing, and this is also sold to Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca Howitt, that's sold to you. There's one extra copy there. And we have Kiss Dynasty. I Was Made for Loving You, $33.99. Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, Dynasty. There it is. Okay. Let's go right over here. David Johnson's been trying to buy the autograph one behind the counter forever. He's been trying to buy the autograph one behind the counter forever. One that's actually signed by Pablo Cruz. Listen. Our autographs, it's much more desirable. Much more desirable. Let's see what I've missed here. Okay, so I left off right now. We have, all right, don't forget about Rush over here. It had a bid for 20. It had a bid for 23. It had a bid for 25. Pablo Cruz got a bid for 40. Pablo Cruz got a bid for 45. Pablo Cruz has a bid for 50 over here. And Pablo Cruz is at 60. David, that Pablo Cruz behind the counter will never be for sale until I die. That was a gift from John Young. Yes, that will never, ever be for sale. Now, if you want me to reach out to him, I'll say $10,000, and I'll tell him that I've sold it for $10,000. He'll probably be like, what in holy? And then I'll split the money with him. But other than that, it's not for sale. It's a gift. I have been gifted a lot of stuff here since I've been doing this. None of it will ever be for sale. Could you imagine if I started auctioning my gifts off people send me here? Okay. Let's go through this crate again. So I've got Nothing. I'm going to keep all these together. There's Nothing. This is Dance on the Blacktop. Cabaret Voltaire. That is on white vinyl. The Covenant, the Sword, the Arm of the Lord. Also, we have Nothing, The Great Dismal. Nothing is on yellow vinyl, $33.99 on Nothing again. Let's keep those together. Cabaret Voltaire, white vinyl. Ace Frehley, this is 180 gram remaster. It is available, $33.99. $33.99. Kiss Ace Frehley, $33.99. Kiss Ace Frehley, 180 gram. Next thing over here is Rush, Roll of the Dice. This is on yellow vinyl. This is a WMMS Live, Madison, Wisconsin, 1984, $29.99. Pablo Cruz is at $80. First thing we have is ELO, The Very Best of Electric Light Orchestra. The Very Best of Electric Light Orchestra, $34.99, okay? $34.99. The Very Best of ELO, $34.99. That's a 2LP. Now, where are we on Rush 2112? Rush 2112, this is with Scully Mack at $27, okay? $27, Rush 2112. That is a high bid right now, okay? That is a high bid right now. Now, what I'm going to do is this is what I was originally going to do when I sold these anyway. So whatever this sells for, okay, whatever this sells for right now, autographed by Coletco, let's say it sells tonight for $390. If it sells for $390, that will be the first addition of funds into the Coletco whatever fund, and we'll match it. We'll double it. So that will go over here in a holding fund. Let's say it brings $900 tonight. Let's say it brings $1,500 tonight. Let's say we sell this for $3,000. I'll take another $3,000. I'll double it. That'll be the first in there. We'll keep a running meter on here on the screen. We'll get a meter going. I'll have Jake put me a little bot down here, and we'll keep track of it over time. We'll say 300, 400, 500, 100, whatever it takes. We'll match it. This one right here tonight, I'm going to match it, okay? I'm going to match it. We have Live Throwing Copper. This is a 25th anniversary. That is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2LP. I have Stone Temple Pilots Blue Vinyl, $39.99. This is available. $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots. Garage Ink is $59.99. Live Mental Jewelry, $33.99. Live Mental Jewelry. Nothing, 10 years guilty of everything, $33.99. And Kiss Dynasty is $33.99. Kiss Dynasty, $33.99. Dennis needs to put back Rush Roll the Bones. Rush Roll the Bones is being put back. Here it is. And that is in there as well. Okay, we need to get into a new crate. This is why it's hard to sell Pablo Cruz records. The entire show almost shuts down every time. I think we were done on Rush, though. Let's go back over here and see what happened on Rush. Eddie Gudd had it for $29. Who was the backup bidder? Scully Mack, did you say out? Eddie Gudd had this for $29. He said out. Final call. This is an 83 US VG Plus copy. It's at $29, 83 US VG Plus copy. Right now, this is at $105 with Guy Shard. $105. $105. That is Pablo Cruz. Brian Call on Dynasty. That is sold. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through this first Lura crate. Final call on that. You didn't block me. No, I don't think so. Let's see here. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims. Okay. There's that. Rush has a new bid for $30. Nope. David, I'm just waiting for you to write that check for $10,000 for the other one. It's only $10,000. You've got that, no problem. You probably keep that much in change in your vehicle. Okay. So right now we got Pablo Cruz, and that's with Guy Shard at 105. Who was the other bidder? Who was the other bidders? Ken Crooker. Ken, it goes back to you. Ken, it goes back to you, okay? 105, technically we're at 210. Because I'm going to match it. I still haven't figured out what I wanted to do exactly, how to set that up so we can track it, but we'll figure it out. Okay? All right. We got our Lura crate sticker. We got Snoopy chilling in front of Victrola. Baby Snoopy dozing off to a lullaby there on that really cool Victrola. Very nice, very nice. There's that. Pablo Fun 4, I don't know yet. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. And I've seen a lot of other... I have a lot of other Pablo Cruz that, like I said, I've been stashing for a long time. All right. Here we go. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, Guy Shard, thank you. $105. We need to set the, I guess, G, you'll be watching sell. Set this aside, and let's start getting everybody to autograph it. Thank you, Guy Shard. And we'll make this the first record in that new series. Whatever I'm going to do, we'll figure it out. We'll try to do one a week, one a month, one every other night. We'll figure it out. And then we'll keep track of the funds, and we'll do something very cool with it, okay? Here in a second, when things chill down, I'll give the full explanation of why we're doing this, okay? That's sold to Guy Shard for $105. And G, we'll go ahead and start getting everybody signing that. I guess we need... Trying to catch everybody here at the... trying to catch everybody here to sign them. Yeah, it's going to be autographed in silver paint pen. Trying to get everybody here to sign it before it's time to ship it is the problem. Some people's only here like once a week, like Seth. All right, and then Rush, you don't want Seth's signature, though. It would degrade it. We have Brian Call got Rush for $30. Thank you on that. All right, let's get started with the Lura crate. I'm going to show 3 records. The first one to claim something gets this. We can get it JSA certified. We could. He could set us up in the database. Next time they're here, I'm like, hey, can we get JSA cards with these? Almost like a novelty. They probably would do it for the fee. They'll just, what they do is they set up an example. I'll be like, here's an example of what our signatures look like. They put it in their system on that. All right, so what do we have first here? Deftones. Lura loves the Deftones. A 4-heart rating, $22.99. $22.99, that's available. Also, we have the Cult Love, sealed on red vinyl for $34.99. And Outcast, a T-Lens, $37.99 in shrink, Outcast. This is going to be a great crate. I mean, a great crate. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Next is the Cure. The Cure is from Lura's Holds. Uh-oh. Lura, from Lura's Holds, 79 UK. She had this one stashed away in the back at some point. Lura said this is now up for auction. It's a 1979 UK. The jacket appears to be water damaged. The disc is super clean. Yeah, it looks like it got wet. Looks like it was in a flood at one point. And the water, it got wet right here. The disc, though, was protected. And it's beautiful. And it's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. The next thing we have is Rebecca Howitt was first on the Deftones. That's so to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. And the Lura crate. This isn't some parlor trick we just hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. And now it's part of the deal with Rebecca Howitt. Brian Thurman was next. Tony McDaniel third. I will definitely sign it. Yeah, the whole Coletco staff will, if that's okay. Scott Arnold first on the Cult. Brian Call next on the Deftones. Mark Morris next on the Cult. Matt Marco next on Deftones. So was Scott Dwallow and Brian. And Scott next on Cult. And then the Cure has a bid for $55. And that so far just leaves Outcast. And Outcast is $37.99 in shrink. We also have PM Dawn, the Bliss album. PM Dawn is sealed, a 2023 Record Store Day exclusive. And Gorgira from Mars to Sirius, sealed. Black vinyl Gorgira, $39.99. Our next auction is going to go... Man, we got some cool stuff tonight. Let's see what we have here. Beatles, Doors, Zeppelin, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Beatles, New Order, Jesus and Mary Chain, Scott Walker, Echo, King Crimson, Beatles, Hawkwind, Rainbow, Van Halen, Queen, Springsteen, Duran Duran, Blues Brothers, Howlin' Wolf, David Bowie. Here it is. David Bowie is a 2016 Euro OG with the book. A 2016 Euro OG with the book. David Bowie's an $85 start. Nick Bargeron on PM Dawn. That's so to Nick. Courtney Duncan was second. Scott Dwallow on Gorgira. Bowie already has a bid for $100. The Cure just has one bid for $55. Over here, we've got Lamb of God Wrath. That is unopened, a music on vinyl pressing for $29.99. And we have Evanescence Fallen. Evanescence is sealed, $22.99. And Stone Temple Pilots, thank you. Their first ever vinyl collection on blue vinyl, sealed for $39.99. We got a request for King Crimson. We got a request for Van Halen. We got a request for Queen. We got a request for Blues Brothers. Right now, those are final calls, going a once, a going a twice. Next auction is the Police, Wrapped Around Your Finger. This is an 83 UKOG. This is a 12-inch, 45 RPM single, a 4-track. Wrapped Around Your Finger, I Burn For You, Message in a Bottle. The Police is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Lamb of God was $29.99. That was Wrath. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, welcome everybody to Wednesday night at Coletco, dawn of Thursday night metal night. We have an amazing selection all of a sudden tonight of auctions. I mean, tonight's loaded. Plus, I got all these surprises over here. A little bit later tonight, we'll get into CDs, and we got a full-length show ahead. And we're right in the beef of it right now. I left off by saying what was Lamb of God, Wrath, unopened music on vinyl pressing for $29, Bowie 120, Bowie 115, and now Prince 15. Can you get another copy of PM Dawn? I've never ordered PM Dawn. Of course, this is a record store day release. I don't know if this is in print, mass production. I can check. I've never looked into those. If you want me to, I will, and we'll make a note. James Davidson does want Lamb of God. James Davidson, Lamb of God. Lura says if it's in print. Yeah, that's the same. Like, I don't know unless I think it's in print. Or I don't know unless we check, and if it is in print, that's what I'm trying to spit out. So we'll write that down for Courtney. Wow, just one bid on the Cure. So did Jason Fornerat for $55. He's probably like, thank you. And then over here, Bowie's a final call for $150. And Donna, you're out on the Police. It already has a bid for $15 bid came in first with Calvin Ward. Okay, I've got Korn. This is untitled, and Korn is sealed for $34.99. Also, we have Kurt Hammett, his solo album Portals. That's a record store day release, $24.99. Kurt Hammett of Metallica. And Violent Aliens, 10 years. 10 years Violent Aliens. That's sealed on clear vinyl for $19.99. All right, let's jump back over here to our auctions. The other thing that was requested is the Blues Brothers. Never seen anything like this, a Blues Brothers bootleg. How cool is this? The Blues Brothers, live at Winterland, San Francisco, New Year's Eve, 1978. And that is a bootleg unofficial from 2022, limited to 500. It does have a little bit of a seam split right there. Other than that, the vinyl's near mint, and that's going to go up for just a $25 start on the Blues Brothers. Donna Mitchell, you're out on the Police. I'm about to sell it. Bowie's definitely a final call. Next is Kelly Vlodarchek on Korn. Melissa Bailey, you're next on K. Now, was your K for Korn or for Kurt Hammett? If it's for Korn, it's already sold. If it's for Kurt, you got it. If not, Kurt goes to Jeremy Bryant. And then we have Godsmack Faceless. This is sealed, $34.99. It is a 2LP, 45 RPM, $34.99 on that. Laura's very disappointed that her Cure record that she was holding, maybe thinking about buying it, only sold for minimum bid. Now y'all have made Laura angry, and she's back there firing up the everything. She's firing up the swords, the rifles, the guns, the chainsaws, the nunchucks. We got Blues Brothers at 25, 30, 35, 25, 36. And we have Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin's limited edition 1500 unopened for $39.99. Let's go ahead and sell David Bowie. And that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $150. That is sold. And over here, the Police. The Police is sold one bid, $15, and that is sold $15 to Calvin Ward. Thank you on that. Over here is the Blues Brothers, live at Winterland. Very, very nice. Cover damage. This right here, it's just a little bit of a seam split right there. Jeff says no seam splits for him. Blues Brothers is at $40 on that. Next thing over here is Eric Clapton Unplugged. That is $27.99. That's the first time ever I've ever put up a Cure album and it got one bid for $55, like ever. That's never happened here before. Usually they go into extended bidding wars, like they go into very... it could have been up for an hour and I wouldn't have been surprised. She said that was for Kurt Hammett, but the next person can have it. So Kurt Hammett then is officially sold. And this is sold over here to Jeremy Rourke. That sold Kurt Hammett from Metallica. His solo album is what you heard, Brandon. And then over here, we got Matt Marco on Janis Joplin. That's sold to Matt Marco. Natasha Pickett, Natasha Pickett on 10 years. Blues Brothers 4550, 42. And Kelly, I've already got you down for Korn. No, I meant the Cure. Oh, the Cure. I thought you were talking about the Blues Brothers. Okay, I was like, wow. I was like, Jeff really likes his covers mint. And then Eric Clapton is sold to Brian D. Leon, and Kristen Start next on Eric Clapton. All righty. So fantastic. Let's put up another auction then. Next auction is going to go up right now. You may say, Chad, what possibly could you have else for auction? It's already been pretty insane tonight. Here is Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Reading Festival, plus Manchester 88 UK. This is sealed. This is the 83 Reading Festival in Reading, UK, August 27th, 1983. It's a sealed Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $35 start. Next in here is John Mayer, Room for Squares. John Mayer is sealed, $24.99. And over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan live. There's a live album in the bin. Music on vinyl, that is $29.99. So we got Blues Brothers, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan, and now time for an unadvertised auction. And the next unadvertised auction, you may say, my goodness, what possibly could you be putting them for auction? And I'm like, I've got Pink Floyd up for auction. How about you? Here is Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. It's a 1987 USOG Carrollton Club. No, OG, Carrollton Press. Inner sleeve, VG++ EX. Learning to Fly into the Distance. A Rhythm of Black. That's now a $30 start. That is now up for bid. We got Blues Brothers at 60. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 35. Kristen Starrett. I've got the Stevie Ray Vaughan here for you. That is sold. Next thing we have is the Pink Panther. And it's on pink vinyl, $24.99. Also, John Legend, Get Lifted, Rising. John Legend is sealed, $14.99. Unreleased songs. And we have Old Man Gloom, No. The band is Old Man Gloom. The name of the album's No. It's a post-metal for $29.99. Great stuff in here. I knew this would be the case. Lura Marketing, excellent stuff. I got a random puzzle. This is a puzzle, a puzzle, a puzzle. This is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $24.99. A 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99 on Metallica. I've only got one. There's only one. Pink Floyd has a bid for $35. Blues Brothers is at $67. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. And if anybody else wants to bid, you got to go through George Samberez. Next in the crate is Corrosion of Conformity. Nice. We could have showed this tomorrow night as well. How about an early metal surprise? $29.99 for COC. That's available on white vinyl. And Rob Zombie, also sealed, $29.99. That has Dragula on it. $29.99 for Dragula. $29.99. All right, Pink Floyd does have a bid. A great album here, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's when Pink Floyd went down to essentially a trio. And we have Blues Brothers at 75. Amanda Darby on COC, Quickly Claimed. Brandon, I knew you was going to get that Metallica, and stand by because I've got more I'm going to be randomly showing. Metallica puzzle sold, $24.99. That is done to Brandon Jones. Now the Blues Brothers, 75. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan, 41. Now Pink Floyd, 40. Stephen Parton put Texas. I'm not for sure what that was. Scott Dwallow, second on COC. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 45. Corrosion Conformity was Technocracy. Stephen Parton put Texas. I think he meant RZ for Rob Zombie. He did. That sold. And then Chad Thompson next. Mark Stanley next. And then Craig Ruth next on both CLC and RZ. One more record, and that is... this is Young Heart, Old Soul. Sealed, $14.99. Oh, I know who this is. This guy's kind of local. His last name is pronounced... I don't know. What a name. But I know him. I'm pretty sure I've met him before. He's like local from Nashville. $14.99. His last name is, golly, I'm not even going to try. It's better not to say anything other than to try at this point. Next thing we have here is Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. That is unopened for $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. I can barely say my own name, much less other people's that have Z's and E's in it. If it does start having Z's and W's like the Vlodder checks, I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. I can barely say Chad. Next thing we have is Led Zeppelin. This is their 4th album, Sealed. This is on clear vinyl for $34.99. And you even get a cool sticker that says Chad loves Led Zeppelin. $34.99. And where did we get to over here? We have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $46. Another bid for $46. Another bid for $50. Jason Fortnight's out on Pink Floyd. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $54. And over here we have Craig Ruth on Extreme. Craig Ruth got Extreme. Now what else was over here? Blues Brothers is a final call to Brent for $85. The next highest bidder, I'm not for sure who you are or where you're at, but Brent has it for $85. Paul Catridge next on Extreme. It's pronounced Shalateka. 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 Vladarcheks know how to say those kind of names. Schloteka. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Schloteka. I think his name's Matthew, Bob, Rob, Matthew. What is his name? Matthew, yeah. Matthew. Okay. Next is Third Eye Blind. This is sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Auction details. Oh boy, there's a bunch. We're going to go down the row. Final calls. Pink Floyd, a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG. A 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG. The last bid that came in on this was Stephen Parton at $40. That's a final call. We have our first out on the Blues Brothers. We're chipping away. Blues Brothers is a live bootleg unofficial. It is a live concert New Year's Eve 1978. It's the Blues Brothers live at Winterland. That's at $85 with Brent Robley. And he has it, and we're waiting for a couple people to say out. That's a final call. Stevie Ray Vaughan, another live unofficial. Reading Festival, 1983. Stevie Ray Vaughan just got a new bid for $70. Next claim in here, we sold Extreme. We sold how to back up. Craig Ruth on Third Eye Blind. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Thank you on that. One more, and I got to swap out crates. Let me bring you Songs from the Woods. Songs from the Wood. Jethro Tull is sealed, $29.99. Have filled up another crate. That's amazing. Let's get another one on the road then. I have become comfortably numb. Great stuff here. Fantastic. A lot of pre-owned new stuff at great prices. Very, very cool. One random puzzle. I've only got one. It's Rust in Peace. This is a puzzle. Megadeth is $24.99. What a cool puzzle that is. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. These are all brand new and sealed. $24.99. All right, Brent, you do get the Blues Brothers for $85. Thank you. And Edwin just bid $86. Wow. Edwin, that is already sold. I was putting in the crate and your bid popped up for $86. Pink Floyd's at $45 and Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $76. Next is Stained. It's been a while and this is sealed for $29.99. Rebecca Howlett wants the Megadeth puzzle. That's sold to Rebecca for $24.99. Next over here is Bill Withers Adjustments. Bill Withers is a music on vinyl pressing for $24.99. Kelly Vladarchek on Stained. That's sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Next thing I have over here is Johnny Cash, and that is sealed for $34.99. Volume 5, 100 Highways, $34.99. Guy Shard, you're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. What about Pink Floyd over here? Did somebody else bid though, didn't they? Pink Floyd, no, they didn't. I guess this is done. This is sold, and this is sold to Stephen Parton for $40. Okay, new auctions going over here. Believe me, if I can take a bid, I will. If I can get an extra buck, I'm going to. No, it came in late, believe me. Brent's probably like, thank goodness. Next auction is Van Halen 2. This is a 1979 U.S. Club. The vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. Van Halen. It's going to go up for a $35 start in Moose's top 5 favorite Van Halen albums. That is up for bid. I bid $45. Okay, there was a bid. There was. I knew I called out something. George Jones, $45. Okay, there was. I see it again now, $45. I'm glad y'all were honest about that. Now it's at $46. Now Van Halen's up for bid. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. Matt Marco on Johnny Cash, that's sold. My goodness. We have Days of the New. Oh, nice. This is not in print. Well, it's not in stock anymore. I've had them back ordered forever. $44.99 Touch, Peel, and Stand. And we have Mudvayne Lost and Found. Mudvayne is $39.99. Mudvayne, wow, System of a Down's $22.99 sealed. And Pearl Jam Versus sealed $29.99. What a crazy crate. Holy moly. Man, I'm out of breath. I'm going to need some more Diet Coke. I'm going to need another Chick-fil-A brownie. I mean, what is going on over here? So, sorry about the Pink Floyd. It's back up for auction. That was a true mistake there. Van Halen's a $35 start. We have a putback on COC. Uh-oh. Who was next on COC? COC. That goes to the next person then. COC goes to the next person. Let me see if I can find that. It goes to Scott Dwallow. Change the Corrosion of Conformity Technocracy album from Amanda Darby to Scott Dwallow. Scott, you in fact are getting the COC album. There's where Amanda claimed it. Amanda's putting it back. Scott Dwallow, you were second, okay? So that is sold. Now, let's go back to the top. And the first thing I had was Stevie Ray Vaughan 84, Van Halen 35, Stevie Ray Vaughan 90, Pink Floyd 48, Rebecca Howard on Mudvayne, that's so to Rebecca Howard. Jeremy Rourke second on Mudvayne, Kelly Vladicek first on System of a Down, Brian Thurman on Days of the New, Patrick Lear second, Anthony Clark third, Nick Galletti, you were second on System of a Down, Stephen Parton first on Pearl Jam. And then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $94. John has Van Halen at $35. Over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $100. Wrong date on YouTube. Really? You sure, Mother? Are you sure, Mother? Does it say, do I have the wrong date on YouTube? I feel like somebody would have said something by now. Okay. Next thing we have over here is this Tuesday. It is the wrong date. Mothers know best, don't they? Why hasn't anybody said anything? Mom always the right? All right, here's a quick puzzle. Let me change that right quick. This puzzle is right here. It's Megadeth, $24.99. Megadeth, $24.99. Megadeth is $24.99. That's a puzzle. Don't ever argue with Mom. I tell you that for sure. Goodness gracious, you won't win that battle. You will be out of luck on that one. Let me just refresh over here and see if that did it. Let me just refresh this. Nope, it didn't update any of it. Okay, so let me change it again. Let me change this to the 9th. And put this over here as Wednesday. Hey, Mom did bring me brownies today. Mom did bring me brownies today. I think. I guess I've been a good son. I guess I've been a good son. Okay. Let's go back up the top. And, okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 100. Van Halen still has one bid for $35. And the last bid on Pink Floyd was $48. Stephen Parton went out. Guy Shard has Stevie Ray Vaughan for 100. Okay. And then Mudvayne was colored vinyl. Mudvayne was colored vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan 106. This is just a puzzle. No vinyl or anything in these. Just a puzzle. Megadeth is $24.99. Darren, if you don't want it, Tony Kepler does. And then Brownies has bids for 20, and then 10, and then 10, and then 20. Okay. Let's read through this crate one more time. The puzzles I'm showing are just a puzzle. It's a 500 piece. We've been selling these for years. Like this one here, look. When Kyle bought this from us, 2021. 2021 on that one. So I've been selling these for years here in our live streams. They've been hard to get as of lately. Okay. Wait list. Those should be in tomorrow for Metal Night. Okay, so Megadeth is sold then to Tony Kepler, 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. Now, I had to update the title on YouTube, and sometimes it reboots it. So hopefully y'all are good to go, and I hadn't missed any bids. Before I do this crate, I'm going to do one more rundown, okay? Because I had to reboot the feed there for 1 second. It might have glitched bids. Let's just be on the safe side. Auction number 1 is Stevie Ray Vaughan Live. 2021 Reading Festival, 1983. The last bid on this that came in was George Sambaraz at $106. $106. Final call. John Darden, the only bidder on Van Halen, OG and Nice, Near Mint Club, 79 Club, OG, Near Mint, one bid, $35. Pink Floyd, George Jones, $48. OG, 87 Carrollton. Final call on that. John Darden wants the Pantera puzzle. Sold. Okay? We've sold them all. I've shown except Judas Priest. That one's $24. And a 67 OG stereo mono door. Or excuse me, I just did stereo and mono. Stereo OG doors. VG is what I meant to say. $20 on that. Okay, what's the Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stevie Ray Vaughan is a sealed 2LP Reading Festival, 2LP unofficial, $106 with George Sambaraz. I've been mentioning the sacred words a lot tonight. You got to be careful around these parts saying Stevie Ray Vaughan. You could incite a riot, okay? It's just like saying junkyard or badlands. You could start a riot over that man right there. He is highly regarded in these parts, okay? We have Outcast, Attilians, Atlanteans. Outcast is $37.99. It's a gatefold 2, or it's a 2 LP. We have Evanescence Fallen, sealed for $22.99. Bring Me to Life on here, sealed $22.99. George, since I've done a final call on Stevie Ray Vaughan, 3 people have asked what it is, and now somebody's bid. Brandon Lack has it for $107. We have Stone Temple Pilots, a greatest hits. It's called Thank You, $39.99. Pink Floyd is sold for $48. That is sold for $48 to George Jones. John Darden gets Van Halen, sold to John Darden for $35. Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting bids. It's now at $107. We got Scott Arnold says he wants the Doors OG stereo for $20. Next thing was Godsmack Faceless, sealed for $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is live in Reading, 2 LP, 1983. It's at $110. We're not done yet. More people still getting on, still see it. It's a sacred word. Be careful mentioning it in some parts. It's Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm telling you. Next is Queen. This is very cool. Check this out. Queen, Leiden, Leiden, 1980. It is a live, unofficial, from the Netherlands, 1980. It appears unopened. It has a book, a poster, a replica backstage pass. It's one of these really done, modern, 2 LP bootlegs of an unreleased Queen show officially. $55 start. That's up for bid. Evanescence is sold to Bill Reese. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $110. Brandon Lack, you're out. Next over here is John Mayer, Room for Squares. John Mayer is sealed, $24.99. Queen has a bid for $75. Over here, Brandon Lack, you're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Queen has a bid for $80. The Pink Panthers on Pink Vinyl, a 50th anniversary, $24.99. John Legend is sealed for $14.99. Get Lifted, Rising. Over here, this is Old Man Gloom. No, post-metal album, 2 LP, $29.99. Now Queen's at $95. Led Zeppelin, sealed on clear vinyl, $34. We have Shalateka, sealed for $14.99. We also have Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood, sealed for $29.99. And Bill Withers, Justments. Bill Withers is an unopened music on vinyl, $24.99. Brandon Lack, are you out there? Is there anybody out there? Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $110. I've got to sell it really, really soon. I got to make sure Brandon Lack's done. He came in and asked, he bid, got to make sure he's done. Next auction is Rush. This is a 1977 USOG Pittman. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $20 start. We're talking Farewell to Kings. We're talking Xanadu. This is sealed, or excuse me, it's OG 77, not sealed. It's a VG copy. Rush is a $20 start. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is sold. And this is sold to George Sambaraz for $110. That's sold to George Sambaraz. Brian DeLeon on Led Zeppelin. We got Alan Smith on Bill Withers. No problem. Just want to make sure I didn't lose you there, or there wasn't a hidden bid. Queen is out with glitter. That means Rebecca has it for $100. Rush is at $20. And our next auction is King Crimson. Here we go. This is in the wake of Poseidon. It's a 77 UK. It is a reissue from 77, but it's beautiful. No condition notes, a textured cover. I've always loved that artwork. King Crimson, Rush, and Queen. Wow. That's some good listening right there. Queen, Rush, and King Crimson, $35 start on those. All right, Susie, you did not get Bill Withers earlier. You, in fact, did not get Bill Withers earlier. Folks, we got more new vinyl to go through. We've got Lura crates, new vinyl crates, and discount crates tonight. The first thing on priority is new vinyl crates and discount crates. Let's keep this show on the road. I got, I forgot about these, and I forgot about those, and I forgot about these. So let's do it. I've got 4 crates total of new vinyl to go through. We got this one. We might do back-to-back crates here. Always popular stuff. Very cool stuff. Very nice stuff. Oh. And here we go. What should we have in here? Let's do a puzzle. I've only got one. They're $24.99, and that's And Justice for All. There it is. What a cool puzzle to have. $24.99 for Injustice. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Frayed ends of sanity. Okay. Here we go. Queen. Bill Withers. Ron Burns put pink. What was pink for? And here we go. So Queen is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $100. Rebecca Howitt also got the Metallica puzzle. Rush is an OG VG. Final call for a $20 start, and King Crimson's a 77 press, looking for a $35 start on that. First is Rush Permanent Waves. This is the 40th anniversary Super Deluxe box. $139.99. Rush Permanent Waves, 40th anniversary Super Deluxe box, 40-page hardback book, 2 CDs, 3 LPs. $139.99. Great deal on that. That is basically below MSRP. That's one of those like run out distributor on sale deals. Y'all have probably seen me have that before. Ron Burns wants the Pink Panther. You got it. So do Ron Burns, Pink Panther. Thank you, Ron Burns. That's so do you. Next, I have not had this before. Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural, a Blue Note Tone Poet. This is $34.99. Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural. That is a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. King Crimson does have a bid, and we are about to sell it. King Crimson does have a bid, and we are about to sell it. First is Rush. I buy it now for $20. VGOG, just $20 on Rush. Let's move this over. Next is a great Beastie Boys compilation. It's called Music. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. That is the career spanning greatest hits of the Beastie Boys. It's all on there. Ron Burns on Stanley Turrentine sold. Also, we got Black Sabbath 13, $34.99. The last one to feature Ozzy. And then over here, we have King Crimson. That is sold for $35, and that's sold to David Johnson. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Pearl Jam Vitology. And this is a 1994 USOG. This is OG Pearl Jam. Does have a little bit of a split right there at the top. Other than that, it's nice. EX++ near mint minus. It does come with the original inner sleeve and the book. It is going to go up for a $75 start. So there's that. There's the book. There's the inner sleeve. OG Pearl Jam. I don't say those words too often. $75 start on that. Susie Breedlove wants a Black Sabbath 13. That is sold. And we have a request for Springsteen. Sure thing. First is our next Metallica puzzle. This is Master of Puppets, $24.99. I've only got one. Master of Puppets puzzle, $24.99. It's available. Next thing over here is Suicidal Tendencies. Join the Army of Music on Vinyl Press. Suicidal Tendencies is $38.99. Pearl Jam has a bid. Pearl Jam does have a bid for $90, $80. And Black Flag Damaged. Black Flag is only $29.99. Let's pull an auction first, though, over here. Somebody asked about John Mayer. Dennis Daly, John Mayer is sealed for $24.99. Room for squares. John Mayer is available. Next thing I have over here, give me 1 second. I've got a crate of just really good titles over here that are tagged, that Seth worked on, that were not advertised, and there's great stuff over here. REM is a 2009 US reissue, 180 gram remaster, inner sleeve, VG++. REM is a $20 start. Pearl Jam has one bid for $80. Rebecca Howitt got the Metallica puzzle. That's so to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you on that. Bob Dylan Highway 61 Mono. Are you asking if we have one, or are we going to put it up for auction? If you're asking if we have one, I honestly don't know. If you're asking if we have one for auction, I also don't think so. Both Suicidal Tendencies are sold. Paul Catrich and Matt Marco. Looks like Matt's going to get the Pearl Jam uncontested for $80. Let me go ahead and show a few more LPs. Ultimate Disney Hits, Volumes 1 and 2. That's on green and blue vinyl. That is $29.99. And we have this. which is Nothing. Is this another LP by Nothing? I think it is. Yeah, here's another LP by Nothing, $33.99. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt, and I've got one extra. I ordered pretty much the entire Nothing discography for Rebecca, and I ordered one each of all of them. Okay, Pearl Jam is now at $85. We got Matthew Cabot on a Stanley Turrentine. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome, and welcome everybody. Thanks for choosing to spend your Wednesday afternoon here shopping online with Coletco for vinyl and other cool stuff. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I greatly appreciate everybody every night, truly. If I were to go live and there was nobody here watching, it would be pretty sad. But I know every night when I get on here, there's going to be 200, 300, sometimes 400 at any given time of my favorite friends. And guess what? Over the course of the night, there's several thousand of y'all off and on all night. I mean, on all platforms now, different unique viewers for more than a half hour. Sometimes several thousand of y'all. So it's amazing. If y'all didn't show up, I'd be quite sad. It wouldn't be as fun. Thanks for tuning in. We got Bruce Springsteen, A Long Walk Home. Bruce Springsteen is a limited edition. It's a full radio broadcast from Howard Stern. This is the Howard Stern Show, October 23rd, 2024. Dang, this is pretty recent. Almost just a year old. It was made this year. It appears unopened. It's numbered. It's on clear vinyl. Bruce on Howard Stern, a $45 start. Let's go back up to the top. So Pearl Jam did get a new bid for $85. Pearl Jam got a bid for $85. REM 2021 $25. We sold Stanley Turrentine to Matthew. Pearl Jam $95. Dennis Daly wants the John Mayer from the last crate. Now the question is, what have I done with it? Here it is, and this is sold to Dennis Daly. Thank you, Dennis Daly. This is sold to you. Appreciate that. That's done. And Bruce has a bid for $45. And Jim Davis is out on Pearl Jam. Psycho Circus, Kiss. Now, the other night, this sat over here in our end cap forever. And finally, after about 7 people had asked about it, I was like, okay, let me explain this. If you scan this, it shows up as the OG year. They've never changed the barcode or really any of the packaging since this originally came out. The true OG is a lenticular cover, but this still shows up as the original release year if you were to scan it new. There's never been any other reissues or anything. Technically, this is a repress of the OG by definition. It shows up on Discogs as the original release year. It's brand new, 2014, a remaster, $33.99. We had the lenticular the other night. It sold for what, a few $100s? And then we had the other version from Europe the other night. It sold for a couple $100s. So if you want a copy of Psycho Circus and you don't want to break the bank, that still shows up as a 2014 when you scan it in. It was probably manufactured this year. $33.99 on that. I've also got a Perfect Circle Eat the Elephant. More from Perfect Circle, $39.99. There's Maynard. And this is really cool. I didn't think I could get these because I heard they were selling out. I forgot I had 5 back-ordered or pre-ordered. There was no pre-order posted. The Doors, Rhino High Fidelity, LA Woman. And this is a Kevin Gray. It is new. It's $39.99. I've only got 5. Can I get more? I hope so. I've also got a full crate over here. But first, let me go ahead and sell Pearl Jam. Thank you on that, Matt Marco, $95. That's about what those always bring. Thank you on that. OG Pearl Jam. I always love saying those words. And that's going away. And then REM, the last bit on this is a final call. It's been a while. Pat Frat has it for $25, but there was a couple people that hadn't said out. Pat Frat has that for $25. Bruce is at $48 and now $50 and now another $50. And before I do anything else, let's bring over a new crate. Wow, we've already filled up 3 full crates tonight. A lot of that has to do with puzzles. These puzzles really fill up some crates fast. Shout out to everybody here at Coletco on staff. We're just selling so much now, these CDs, and our vinyl quantity continues to slowly rise and orders get bigger, and everybody's doing a great job keeping up because y'all continue to tune in and support us, and they've got their handful every day here. just getting everything done. I'm very fortunate. I just show up and sell the stuff. I don't even have to worry about buying it anymore. The only thing I order and buy is basically new vinyl and toys and other stuff I order from our distributors. So everybody here is doing a great job. First thing we have is another Metallica puzzle. Ride the Lightning for $24.99. Boy, I wish I could still order these. Ride the Lightning, $24.99. That's available. All right, so let's go back up to the top. And Anthony Clark on a perfect circle. That's sold to Anthony Clark. Bruce Springsteen's at 50. The Doors is sold to George Jones, Nashville Tiger, Brian DeLeon, Eddie Pasir. All right, so there's some sold. The Doors, we got one sold to George Jones, Nashville Tiger, Brian DeLeon, Eddie Pasir. There's one left for $39.99. Bruce is at 60. Bruce is at 60. Bruce is at 65, Bruce is at 75, and Brandon Jones did get that Metallica puzzle, yes. All right, Pat Fratt, you got REM for $25. Thank you on that. They are currently shipping last Monday's orders. So, yes, Ed told me by tomorrow they will be done with Monday's orders. I said this earlier when the show started. Not everybody may have not heard me. They're shipping last Monday's orders. Most people pay on Monday. So if you can imagine, there's like this many people who pay on Monday, this many people pay on Tuesday, and then it goes down from there. By the weekend, there's just a few orders, a handful, couple dozen orders paid. So they are shipping out last Mondays. They should be done by the end of tomorrow. And then the rest of the week will fly by, and hopefully by the weekend, they'll be at 7 days come next Monday for next Monday's orders. So that's about how it works. We're about 7 days out. We're essentially waiting for 2 people to get back from vacations. It's that weird time of the year. You know, everybody doesn't want to work 7 days a week like me. They do want to have time off. So we got a couple people out on trips. We got some people... we have a couple people out on trips, and just with scheduling, we try to get everybody here at the same time to ship. Everything starts clicking and we'll be caught up. All right, and then here's our next auction, Rainbow Rising. It's a 76 US Terre Haute VG Plus. Rainbow is going to go up for a $25 start. We got Matthew Cabot getting that last Doors. There is that. Okay, so I bought a record late last week and I'm buying shipping for things I bought tonight. No, that is going to be a separate order and a separate shipping charge. If you buy 1 week, 1 record, it's $8. If you buy 1 week, the next week, it's $8. If you buy 1 and then 100, they have to be paid separately and they're shipped separately. That's the only way it would be. Otherwise, there'd be people wanting to combine invoices and it would be very chaotic. So it's basically $8 a week per week. Okay, next thing over here, Bruce is at 100. The Howard Stern bootleg, never seen anything like that. And now Rainbow's at 25. We got Glenn Kesey for a pack of inner sleeves. And there was one other person that wanted a pack of inner sleeves earlier tonight. I forgot who that was. But first, you might want to consider this Rush box set. $139.99 for permanent waves, a super deluxe. I mean, come on. It's at a great price, $139.99. Think about it. But think long and you'll think wrong. Our next auction is Gene Simmons. This is a 1978 USOG. It is a gold disc pressing OG inner sleeve. It has a puzzle poster and the Kiss Army insert. So let's see what all that looks like. See what we have, what we're looking at here. So that's an OG disc. And what's all included? So it has merch. Ooh, it's complete. All right, so we got the puzzle. We got the poster. We got the poster here. This is a nice, complete Gene Simmons. So there's the poster. There's the merchant for him. And then there's the inner sleeve. And it was Greg Lee. Yes, Greg Lee. That is a pack of inner sleeves, and so is Nashville Tiger. All right. I think we're done. Did Jerry Stone go out on Bruce? Jerry Stone was bidding too. Jerry, are you done on Bruce? If you are, let me know. I think because Guy's out, I think it's down to Carol at 100. Rainbow's at 25. Glenn Kesey on inner sleeves. Nashville Tiger on inner sleeves. Greg Lee on inner sleeves. OG complete Gene Simmons. VG Plus cover, VG Plus vinyl. Just a $25 start. One Stanley Turrentine left, a Blue Note Tone Poet. Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI. These are super nice for $34.99. The Beastie Boys, $34.99. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, Paul Revere, Sabotage is on here. By the way, Lura just delivered another new crate. Lura crate on deck. We have Beastie Boys, Black Sabbath 13, one left. Ozzy, Black Flag, Damaged, Classic Punk, $29.99. Disney, Volume 1 and 2, green and blue vinyl, $29.99. Nothing, $33.99. Kiss, Cycle Circus, $33.99. And A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, $39.99. We sold one. We got one left. Gene has a bid for $25. Jerry's not done on Bruce. He's at $105. We're still bidding on that. It was basically been between 3 people. We're down to 2 now. It's at $105. Gene Simmons is at $25. And Black Flag is $29.99. Carol says he's done on Bruce. Black Sabbath's at $34. Jerry, you might be getting the Bruce. It's at $105. Black Sabbath was at $34. I have one left. Kill 'Em All. Last one of the night. $24.99. $24.99. Kill 'Em All. Last one of the night. All right. And Black Sabbath was $34 with hop sticker, new. That final studio album they did with Ozzy. Another great crate of new vinyl. Oh boy. Out of college, pay no rent, all the money's gone, nowhere to go. Let's do one more crate of new here, and we're going to bring this Lura crate up, okay? We got another crate here to do of new. Let's do it. And I think you're going to like this. This has got a lot of variety, and this is straight from distribution. And I think we finally got our restocks of the Metallica stuff showed up again. That's always good. Okay, so I think we're done on Bruce. I know we're done on Rainbow. Unbelievable. These Dio Rainbow albums. Just $25 on that. Tracy, you're out on Gene Simmons. And let's go ahead and put up something else over here. How about we run this Jesus and Mary Chain. Psycho Candy. It's from Laura's Holds. She's decided to go ahead and let this go. Jesus and Mary Chain. Psycho Candy. From Laura's personal stash in the back. 1985. Now, y'all disappointed her last time. She let this one go. She let that Cure album go. It only got one bid. Surely this will perform better. Another very desirable 85 USOG specialty. There is some tape on the inner sleeves. The jacket's also VG+. That is a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Bruce Springsteen is at $105. Bruce Springsteen is at $105 and sold to Jerry Stone. That's sold to Jerry Stone for $105. Thank you very much. It's up to Tracy Yother on Gene Simmons. It's up to Tracy Yother on Gene Simmons. And there's the Jesus and Mary Chain. Next is Metallica and Justice for All. 2 LP, $44.99. Metallica and Justice for All. 2 LP, $44.99. We have Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, $33.99. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. That's a gatefold 180 gram. Next thing we have is Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit, Break Stuff, Nookie, $39.99. $39.99. So, this, unfortunately, is not available right now through the Rhino series. I hope it comes soon. So I went ahead and ordered the standard remaster, which is actually a great sounding record. $33.99 on that. Brandon Jones wants Injustice for All. That is that. And there's Limp Bizkit. It's just one of those days. $39.99. We also have Ride the Lightning, folks. Wow. There it is. Creeping Death. $29.99 on that. $29. Yeah, I got those a little bit cheaper. Sometimes I'm able to grab stuff for like a few dollars cheaper than sometimes. $29.99 on that one tonight. $29.99. And then Gene Simmons. I don't think I had her back from Tracy. I didn't. I lost somebody. I lost Tracy Yother. It's been 5 minutes. Eli Thomason on Gene Simmons. Sold for $30 on that. Jesus and Mary Chain is at $40. What do you think of SACD? Well, I like the resale value. They've always held great resale value. Me buying and selling them. I've never had a sophisticated enough system to actually check them. I don't know if I've actually had a really high-end player and actually experienced the full sound quality. I know a lot of audiophiles speak very highly of them. Can I get on wait list for Masters Rhino? There is no waiting list for Masters Rhino. That one has not been released yet. Not saying there never will be, but there is no waiting list. Ride the Lightning is sold to Brandon Jones. This is why I ordered this one. It's a great sounding one, and it will be cheaper, of course. I almost ordered more Paranoids because the Rhino Paranoids are sold out too. I need to get somebody bought in on Limp Bizkit. Are you kidding me? Here it is. We can start the streak early tonight. This is Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and the Infinite Sadness. We sell at least one every week, $114.99. Here is your chance. Our next auction is Queen, another Queen bootleg. Holy moly, Queen redacted for Tokyo. What's it actually called? Oh, Tits. Tits out for Tokyo. Okay, Queen. Queen is live. I was like, what word did we censor there? There's Eddie Money flashing everybody. I mean, Eddie Mercury. Eddie Money. Pfft. Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury, not Eddie Money. Big difference. Queen, Tits out for Tokyo. Live, 1985, 2LP numbered. Queen is live in Tokyo, Japan, May 8th, 1985. $55 star. Wow. There it is. That's it, everybody. That is it. Okay. Next thing we have is Jesus and Mary Chain 4550. JetBlue on Metallica Ride the Lightning. That is sold to JetBlue. No problem, Nashville Tiger. JetBlue got Metallica Ride and Justice. Wow. Once again, selling out of the Metallica catalog. I love it. Jesus and Mary Chain 55. And we have another Queen bootleg. And we got Jesus and Mary Chain, and Rebecca's the high bidder on both. Who wants Smashing Pumpkins? Folks, it's only one of the most important and iconic albums of the 90s. There it is. Come on. Pull the trigger. You only live once. James Bond only lives twice. That's a great movie. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is actually a half-speed master of Paul Simon's greatest hits. Hearts and Bones. We have Still Crazy after all these years. Step Out the Road, Jack. Need a New Plan, Stan. I seen Pantera, a guy like Phil Anselmo, when he was warming up his vocals singing 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover by Paul Simon. I was like, wow, that just goes to show you his influential reach. Paul Simon's greatest hits. EX Plus, a half-speed master, $30 on that. Next is Ghost, if you have Ghost. And Ghost is $33.99. And we have whoa, this is live in Sao Paulo, 1994. I didn't know if I could get more of these or not. Thank you for the water. I don't think I drank last night's. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to drink this one. No, I want them cold. Thank you. And then do you want like a Monster or anything? I'm good right now. Yeah, I'm good right now. I'm still working on my Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. Okay, so Kiss live in Sao Paulo. This is available. And what I was about to say, this is a bootleg, unofficial, for just $29.99, which, in my opinion, based on recent auction results, is a steal. A steal. Based on what we've been selling other Kiss bootlegs for. A steal. And Brian Owens finally steals it. I was like, man, is anybody going to rob me? I am begging to get robbed right now. And that is so to Brian G. Owens. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? I saw that. There was one in stock. I ordered 10 immediately. When will more be in? I don't know. I don't know. Let's go back up at the top and figure out where we left off, okay? We got Jesus and Mary Chain, Queen, and Paul Simon. Queen got an opening bid for $60. The last high bid on Jesus and Mary Chain, also $60, both with Rebecca Howitt. Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. $114.99. Queen, and these are $60. Brandon, you got to Ride the Lightning. Chad, you're going to get in the 45s. We sold about 300 last night. We sold a bunch last night. You already went to bed. You snoozed and you lost. We have Jesus Mary Chain out. Jesus Mary Chain out. Brian got Kiss. Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. John Dodd first on the waiting list for Kiss. Susie Breedlove second on the wait list for Kiss. Mike Moore third on the wait list for Kiss. Brian DeLeon fourth on the wait list for Kiss. Jamie McCord, 5th on the wait list for Kiss. Susie, 6th on the wait list. No, she was already on there. We have over here, Black Sabbath is the 2012 remaster of Master of Reality. This has All Right Now, Won't You Listen. When I first met you, you didn't realize I Can't Forget You or Your Surprise. That is what? Sweet Leaf, $33.99. Final call then. Final call. 60. No bid on Paul Simon. Looking for a $30 start, a half-speed master. Nobody got this last Metallica puzzle. That's the last one left. Kill 'Em All's $24.99. Greg Gallier on Kiss. What's the Kiss, you may ask? It's live in Sao Paulo. How do you say that? Sao Paulo, 1994. That's available. If anybody wants it, that is available. Okay? It's a waiting list availability. A waiting list availability. Metallica, there's a waiting list for this. Hardwired to Self-Destruct. We sold the puzzle earlier. Here's the vinyl. It's a 2 LP, Moth into Flame, which was Moose's, it was number 5 on Moose's top 5 Metallica songs. I don't see that usually ranked that high, but Moth into Flame came in at number 5 for him. The waiting list for Hardwired was Josh Brown and Buddy Cordova. We got a Lura crate on deck. Don't go too far. Josh Brown and Buddy Cordova got Metallica. There's 2 people left if anybody else wants one. Brent says that's called Pablo. Pablo. This is live in Pablo. Exactly. PA blow, please. I think. Maybe. And then over here we got Ghost prequel on tangerine colored vinyl, $33.99. So Queen got new bids. Now it's a 75. John Dodd, you're out. She does get Jesus and Mary Chain. Rebecca does get that for 60. Rebecca does get that for 60. Paul Simon's a no bid, $30. Paul Simon's a no bid, $30. Queen is still getting bids. What happened to my water? I just knocked it off the table. There we have it. Okay, requesting Pablo. Oh, I thought you were trying to tell me how to pronounce this right here. I thought you were trying to tell me how to pronounce Sao Paulo. Wow, we's on a way different. Brent, I've got bad news. Pablo Cruz already sold for charity auction, autographed by the Coletco staff. It's already gone. But in the future, I don't know about MoFi pressings, but in the future, we are going to be doing more autograph. We already sold that autograph for charity to Guy Shard for $105. I'm going to be matching those funds. So whatever we just raised $210 for, we just raised $210 for something. We're going to figure it out, okay? All right. Now, what we're going to do is this. We have a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. Some people don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's left. I don't know what's available. I don't know what the bids are at. So let's just start from scratch, okay? First, Pablo crows. Pablo has crowed and it's gone. It's closed. It's sold. Queen's at $75. The next question is Metallica Hardwired, how much? $29.99. We had 2 people on a waiting list. There's 2 left. Next question is John Dodd is out on Queen. Final call to Rebecca Howitt for $75. Black Sabbath is not Rhino. No. This is the standard 2012 reissue. I mean, they are Rhino. They are Rhino. Rhino puts out all this stuff. This is not the Rhino hi-fi, because I've been selling a lot of Black Sabbath hi-fi. Not this one. It's just a regular 2012 remaster. We've sold one and there's one left. The next question is, what is Smashing Pumpkins you keep talking about? It is right here. We have a streak going. We sell at least one of these every week, I think almost all year. It is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. We got to get one person bought in. You have all week to do it. I would love to get it done early tonight. $114.99 for Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Now, we have a claim for Black Sabbath, Matt Marco. Sold. If anybody else wants any, there'll be a waiting list this week. Y'all let me know. Susie put LB. I see Limp Bizkit. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. JetBlue said sold. And that was on Metallica. And Metallica is sold to Janet Gray, $29.99. New auction. I think I got everything figured out. That we hit one of those like crazy streaks of amazing records, and everybody's mind was being blown, including mine. Here's our next thing. This is AC/DC Rockin' the Rockers. Stiff Upper Lip Tour, Denver, Colorado. Master Soundboard recording. Yellow vinyl, limited edition. Pepsi Center in Denver, Colorado. AC/DC live, April 11th, 2001. A live AC/DC bootleg, $55 start. Queen, Tits Out in Tokyo. This is officially sold. This is done. It's sold to Rebecca Howitt for $75. Okay? Let's move this over here. Let's go jump that. Do you ever get Jump in the Fire? Yes. If we have that, it will be sold on Thursday night. That's a highly collectible, desirable record. I've had a bunch of them. If we have one, it will be sold on a Thursday night here live, and it will be All Out War. But yes, I've had that before many times. The only no bids tonight. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, Half-Speed Master, nice, $30. Rush, OG Farewell to Kings, VG, $20. And then there's two puzzles unclaimed. Kill 'Em All and Judas Priest Painkiller. I'm going to restack those so they're on the bottom. Those are $24.99. David, those Metallica singles and EPs like that, they are at an all-time high in demand right now. They are probably they've probably been more desirable right now than any other time since they were manufactured. All right, another auction. We got a lower crate on deck. Well, folks, we're not done with this crate. Holy moly. Metal Night tomorrow is looking strong. I think Laura would agree. She said yes. Metal Night is looking strong. It's going to be slobber knocker after slobber knocker. Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain. Echo and the Bunnymen from Laura's personal stash. She's decided to let this go. It's an 84 U.S. Winchester OG, original on her sleeve, EX condition. Echo and the Bunnymen, a $30 start. Jason Thomas says, I'll take Paul Simon. Great decision. Thank you, Jason Thomas. Sold to you for $30. Rush is sold to Mike Freiberger for $20. Sold. Jeff Hansen second. We got Rush right here. Or excuse me, the Queen. The Kiss everybody's talking about is this right here. Live. Red vinyl. I hope I can get more. It's a bootleg for just $29.99. Are you kidding me? $29.99. OG Tool. Extremely rare. There's really only two OG Tool records. You can get an Anima, which is like $1,000, or you can get an Undertow, and that's really hard to figure out even if you have an OG. There's really much not difference in between about 5 different pressings. 10,000 Days has never been pressed on vinyl. Lateralis has never been pressed on vinyl. You can get Lateralis as a picture disc. There is no OG Lateralis. There is no OG 10,000 Days. Anima's about 10 grand. And then Undertow is a really tricky one. They're very confusing, very difficult to research and understand. Modest Mouse. This is a long drive with nothing to think about. $33.99. Modest Mouse is $33.99. A 2 LP. You can also get Opiate, but that's also another weird one. They use the same barcode and SKUs for Opiate for like 20 years. So the value of the OGs aren't really that much because there's not much difference in them. Limp Bizkit, Sign Other from One Before Please. Significant Other, right here. He wants a Significant Other. Limp Biscuits are sold out. Kiss. Jeff Hansen once on the list. Buddy Cordova once on the list. And Gerald Whitworth once on the list. Gerald, have you bought from us before? More Perfect Circle Motive. Emotive. Perfect Circles $46.99. The last bid on AC/DC was George Samberez at 56. Echo and the Bunnymen was 30 and 35. Tool's a very tough band to collect. Amazing, one of my favorites, but I don't really have anything of theirs much on vinyl except all the new pressings because it's such a complicated and expensive and highly tricky thing to do. Next auction. Let's do one over here from this other batch. And I have a this right here. And sometimes we have, whoop, not that one. Let me move some stuff around. Give me 1 second. Crate shifting, crate shifting. Here we go. I got Pink Floyd. And Pink Floyd is a 1975 US OG, Santa Maria press, OG with the inner sleeve, strong VG, a $25 star. Ed Hickey also wants on the Kiss. All right, so we have Pink Floyd, VG or less cover, got quite a bit of wear and discoloration. The vinyl is a strong VG, almost VG plus. It is OG, no postcard, just the inner sleeve, $25 start. Okay? Anthony Clark wants a Perfect Circle. Gerald, if you're a first-time buyer on YouTube, just make sure you fill out the form. First-time buyer on YouTube, there's a video, a link to our website in this description of this live video. Please fill that out if you can immediately. What Kiss are y'all talking about? What Kiss list? Echo 36. Any word on Keith Richards' guitar? They will be here before Friday. We actually might have some up front right now. Echo 37. Brad Waite's also on Kiss. New Order. Ed Hickey wants to make sure he got on Kiss. He did. AC/DC 57. AC/DC 64. Echo pressing information. Echo and the Bunnymen is an 84 US Winchester OG. A nice EX copy. Next, we have Ghost Meliora. A limited edition indie record store exclusive Coke bottle clear vinyl. $33.99. Ghost Meliora. Coke bottle clear. Metallica Master of Puppets. There was some waiting list for some of these. Metallica Master of Puppets waiting list is Brandon Jones. Brandon, you was on a waiting list, so you're going to get one right now. This is sold to Brandon Jones on Metallica Master of Puppets. I've got 2 copies of Ministry, Psalm 69. That is $29.99. Susie Breedlove wants Ghost. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. And I have another Nothing, Tired of Tomorrow, hot pink, sold to Rebecca Howlett. Rebecca, another Nothing came in for you. I've got Ghost again, and this time, Ceremony and Devotion. Ceremony and Devotion is a 2 LP lemon yellow vinyl. That's $39.99. And Metallica Kill 'Em All is $29.99. All right, so let's go over here and see what's happening, okay? I've got 3 auctions up. Let's go down the wire and see if we can figure out what happened here. Von Stom has fell asleep on his keyboard. He has fell asleep on his keyboard. Okay, so the last bid, I'm making sure Kevin Voitosh is done. We got to make sure Kevin Voitosh is done on AC/DC. Vaughn, your cat's on your keyboard. Vaughn, your cat's on your keyboard. Vaughn, your cat's on your keyboard. We have AC/DC. This is Stiff Upper Lip Tour, Denver, Colorado, USA. Soundboard recording, 2001, yellow vinyl. AC/DC is a final call for $64. Chad, can you get the new pressings of Sabotage, Gutter Ballet, and Edge of Thorns? If so, put me down for one of each. Put down Stuck 73 for Gutter Ballet and Edge of Thorns. I will try my best. Okay? I knew it. Vaughn's cat's on his keyboard. So that's a final call to George Samberez. I got to make sure somebody was out. It's a final call. Okay, Pink Floyd did not get a bid yet. It is an OG VG and a VG or less cover, $25 start on that. Kevin's still bidding on AC/DC and Echo and the Money Men. Echo and the Bunny Men, not Money Men. Echo and the Bunny Men is with Stephen Parton at 40. The bidder before that was Melinda Gearhart. Melinda, you've been outbid on this, just saying. Okay, now other claims over here. Other claims. JetBlue got Metallica Kill 'Em All, and we're good to go. And Chad, I'm also on the wait list for Gutter Ballet. You are. Let me search Savatage right now, and I'll tell y'all what there's waiting list for. Savatage, Gutter Ballet, Bobby Cantrell, and Cindy Yarborough. And I'm going to go ahead and write down Stuck 73, but make sure we make a note. Handful of Rain, Brian Thurman. And I think those are in, though. Okay? So, Pink Floyd, 25. Echo and the Bunnymen, 41. 42, now 44. And what were the Metallica in the crate? I'll show you what's still left, and then I'm also going to show y'all what we sold out of and what we're going to have a waiting list for, okay? First, I'm going to show you what's available right now. Okay? Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Now, if you were to scan some of these, buddy, like if you scan Black Sabbath, it will show up as 2012. So it depends on if you're asking if it's a 2006 version or when it was made. About everything in here was probably made in 2025. These are all brand new and sealed like they just were delivered today. And I've got Ghost. If you have Ghost, that's available, $33.99. Metallica, last copy. We sold one. 2 people were on a waiting list. There's one left. Hardwired, a 2 LP, $29.99. So AC/DC got a new bid for $70 with George Samberez. Kevin Voitosh, you're back out again. Gerald filled out the form. Pink Floyd is getting new bids. Echo and the Bunnymen's getting new bids. Brian Thurman wants on the Edge of Thorns waiting list. I've got 2 copies of Ghost Prequel, Tangerine Orange Vinyl Indie Exclusive, $33.99. Okay? Nick Bargeron on Metallica. Gerald, I'll put you on a waiting list. I think you're also on a waiting list for another purchase. I seem to never can get enough of these. They'll be in. This is only Wednesday. I can get these in. I can have these by Friday. So it's like you're buying one right now. It's like you're getting one right now. When they come in, you'll get billed then. You'll get the invoice on Monday. So Nick got that one first. Gerald was second. David Saunders, we officially have a waiting list. Now, we have yet to convince somebody on the Melancholy box set. Just $114.99. It's a 4 LP box with 2 books. 4 LP box with 2 books. $114.99. Smashing Pumpkins. My selling point on this, if you get one of the true OG, original serial numbered limited editions, nice, high grade, you could probably check me. If you got one for $800 right now, you'd probably be getting a good deal. Most of them are over $1,000. That's why I always try to convince everybody. Some people hold out for the OG. I'm an OG guy, Chad. I'm like, okay, just letting you know, you are going to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on that. $114.99 on that. Next is Modest Mouse. This is a long drive with someone with nothing to think about. $33.99, Modest Mouse. It's a beautiful set too. Modest Mouse seems like it's at a great price for a 2 LP. Here's a Perfect Circle Emotive. Now, I will scan this and see which version it pulls up. It does say 2005 on the back. It's brand new and sealed. Buddy Cordova, $46.99. They're good with the Metallica waiting list. So if you scan this, it comes up as 05, 05, 05, 05, 2013, 05, and 07. So this is probably the 2013. This is probably, if like when you put this into your Discogs, it is the 2023, excuse me. They used that same barcode 20 years ago. And there's probably not much difference Far as jacket and vinyl, probably not much difference. The barcode, though, shows up as 3 different years. This is probably the 2023. Next is Ghost. This is $33.99. That is Lura. Is Ghost, if you have Ghost on colored vinyl? I don't think so. I'll check this one right quick too. I don't think so though. We'll check it right quick. This shows up as a bunch of different versions, so I have no idea. You scan that one and it comes back 7 different versions. I can't say for sure. It's not labeled. Master of Puppets, $29.99. Ministries, $29.99. That's very true. They could change the dead wax. You'd have to open this probably to determine if you had this sealed. You'd have to open it probably. If I didn't know it was brand new, you'd have to open it to determine which one. And then we have Nothing for $33. Ghost again, Ceremony and Devotion for $39. And Metallica Kill 'Em All, $29. All right, let's sell some auctions. We got AC/DC. We got new fresh stuff going up right now and a Lura crate. George Samaras gets this for $70. Brandon, you already bought a Master of Puppets. You was on a waiting list. What year? I don't know what they call these. Discogs makes my life very hard. Discogs can make my life very hard. They got, this is going to be 2017, 2020, probably 2022. Probably 2022. Okay, and then the last bit on Pink Floyd, Christopher Dean got it for $30. And then Echo and the Bunnymen, Melinda wants to know what the high bid is, and Stephen Parton has it for $55. Stephen Parton has it for $55. So there's a couple people who make my life pretty hard and also collecting pretty hard. And that's the people who assign these SKU numbers to records without putting a lot of information on the hype sticker. Because if you scan this record, it shows up, Master that is, not Kill 'Em All. It shows up, and usually what I say is if I have it new in stock, it's probably the most recent version. It's probably that version. But also, if you go to Master of Puppets and you just want to see all the versions of Master of Puppets, there is on vinyl 138 different versions of Master of Puppets. 138. That's all countries, all variants, all pressings. Some of these are pretty dang rare. That one right there, I used to have one. Holy moly. That's a white label promo. Gold stamp promo. Only one for sale, $435. And it's in fair condition. That means it's destroyed. So they can make things really difficult if they're not too specific on that. All right. And Echo and the Bunnymen, she's out. Final call to Stephen Parton. Let's go through that new Lura crate. Let's put this right over here. Let's keep this show on the road. No claims for Smashing Pumpkins. Maybe another day. We have several days left before the streak is broken. I've sold one every week for a long time. It's a great selling point. Nobody wants to see a streak broken. They're like, we got to keep that streak alive for Chad. Come on, everybody. All righty, here we go. Ooh, nice Lura crate sticker. Let's see what we have here. All righty. Echo and the Bunnymen is sold to Stephen Parton, 55. All fresh auctions coming up right now. Let's go ahead and show the Lura crate sticker. Man, I like that one. Look at that. That's awesome. Stoopy magically summoning the dark side of the moon. Wow. Whoa. Folks, this isn't some parlor trick we just hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. You can't just pull up to McDonald's and say, yeah, give me a number 2 and a Lura sticker. They're not going to know. First of all, they're going to say, are you kidding me? We don't sell Lura crate stickers here at McDonald's. That's what they're going to say. We're going to say, yeah, I need a number 2. You pull up the Chick-fil-A and be like, yeah, I need a chicken sandwich and a Lura crate sticker. They're going to be like, sir, you're crazy. We don't hand out Lura crate stickers here, okay? you got to go to Coletco and you got to get really lucky. You got to get really lucky. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Next time you're at Sonic and the car hop comes out there, the waitress, the waiter, next time you're at Sonic and they give you your order, okay? They give you your milkshake, your cheeseburger, and they say, can I get anything else for you? Say, yeah, I want a Lura crate sticker. You tell me what their reaction was, okay? They're going to look at you and they're going to say, sorry, but we don't give those out here, okay? That's very disrespectful to be at a Sonic asking for a Lura crate sticker. They're probably going to get mad and not serve you for the rest of the night. So, this stuff is highly regarded. Our next auction is New Order, Power, Corruption, and Lies. New Order, another one. Laura says, unfortunately, from Laura's holds, with a tear in her eye. A 1985 U.S. Special Issue. Laura's decided to let this go from her personal stash. So y'all better bid like your hands are on fire. An original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. It has an original inner sleeve. This is a tough one. $30 start. It's now up for bid. There's the Lura crate sticker. I'm going to show 3 records as fast as I can, hopefully without stumbling and fumbling. The first person who claims this gets that sticker. I hope you're ready. I have no idea what this is. I tried to peek behind it earlier and I couldn't identify it. Corrosion of Conformity, Deliverance, sealed, orange vinyl, $49.99. Wow. Steely Dan, The Rural Scam, $39.99. Nice, beautiful copy. Laura loves Steely Dan, 4-heart rating. And Porcupine Tree on the Sunday of Life, sealed, $34.99, a 2LP remaster. Wow. We also have a whole nother crate of new vinyl to go through tonight, just FYI. Far as new and sealed stuff, it's over here. Yep, I've got a whole nother crate of new vinyl to run through tonight. Very busy day here at Coletco. New releases, new everything. Let me go ahead. Let me figure out what they've done with these guitars. And I got a couple other toys over here too. Sorry, I walked away at a critical time right during the Lura crate sticker reveal. But I knew I have 2 toys over here I've never shown. And I need to go ahead and show these because I just ordered more. And then I meant to ask Ed if they knew where they placed those guitars I've been talking about for 5 days. I think I found them. I left my mom. I asked her nicely to help me clean the store up this morning because I had to leave. And there's no telling where she put everything. I have found them though. All right. Yeah, I had a few guitars here and toys that never got shown. So, all right. Let's see what I got here. I got Harrison, Stevie Ray Vaughan, McCartney. Nice. All right. We'll do the classic Stevie first. And there's more on the way, and I got to sit down and do a big mass order and pick out a time and let everybody know when we're doing them. Okay. So, here's where I left off. Sorry I had to walk away for a second. New Order opened with Craig at $35. The next comment is New Order at $30. George Sambera is first on COC, so he also gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Lura Crate Hop sticker. Thank you, George Sambera. He was first on that. Then Scott Arnold. Scott Arnold was second. New Order was at 35. New Order 26. Daniel next on CLC. Matt Marco next on CLC. Stacy put Ed, but she was trying to put SD for Steely Dan. That's so to Stacy Metternich. Mark Stanley next on CLC. And then New Order 35. Steely Dan. Brian DeLeon was next. Craig next on CLC. Christopher Dean on Porcupine Tree. Steely Dan's already sold. Okay? New Order's at 50 and now another 50. All right, next thing in here. So this COC is pricey because it's the orange vinyl. This was in print. I remember having these at one point. But yeah, that's those are long gone, unfortunately. I wish those were still in print. She says, all you have to do is ask and I will tell you where everything is. You're welcome. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Mastodon. Blood Mountain. Yellow and green mixed vinyl. Mastodon, $29.99. Here's my first question, Mom. Where's the brownies at? New Order's at $50. New Order's at $50. New Order's at $60. Next auction is the Beatles. Nice. Yellow Submarine. A 69 OG Scranton, and it's nice, including the jacket. The vinyl's VG++ EX. Looks nice to me. Here is the Beatles. It does have a punch hole. Nice. Yellow Submarine. All you need is love. That's now up for bid. Ryan Mustaine on Mastodon. Great Lura crate here. Fantastic. Enough's Enough. Sealed on green vinyl for $29.99. New Orders at $65. We also have Warrant. She's My Cherry Pie. Silver and black vinyl, unopened, $29.99. Lamb of God, live in Richmond. Sealed, just $19.99. The Beatles is now up for bid. What is next? Honestly, I don't know, but we're about to find out. It's the Eurythmics, and it's a sealed 85 OG. Sealed 85 OG with hop sticker, a $25 start. $25 start. Next, Craig was at 65 on New Order. He's holding in there. Vicky Yoshikawa on Enough's Enough. Vicky on Enough's Enough. Eddie Gutt put BE. Eddie, what was BE for? It was for Beatles. He's probably about to bid. It's a $30 start. Nick next on Enough. Chad Thompson first on Warrant. Then Mark Morris. Then Anthony Clark. Then Jeff Hansen on Enough. And Brandon Delaware on Lamb of God. We also have Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. Sealed for $24.99. Hammers up on New Order. I'm about to sell it to Craig for $65. It's up to Samuel. Samuel just bid. Right now, nobody's bid on Beatles. Make sure, Eddie, if you're bidding, you put Beatles 3-0. This is a very clean copy, a 69 OG Scranton of Yellow Submarine. It's at $30 with Eddie Gutt. He has placed a bid. Eurythmics is at $25. George Sambaraz is in on New Order at $70. He says he's bidding for Craig, not for him. Disturbed is sold to Craig Ruth. And we have already filled up another crate. Let me swap these out right now. Let me swap out crates. Nice. Good golly, Miss Molly. Thanks, everybody, for choosing to spend your Wednesday night with us here at Coletco. Wednesday night at Coletco. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. And let me see who was on this guitar waiting list. And we have, actually, I have two people. Brad Faust. All right, I got Brad Faust. And I'm stalling because I don't know what I've done with them. And Cynthia Herdron. Or Brad was on the Union Jack. Yeah, Brad was on Union Jack. Brad, you didn't want a Stevie Ray Vaughan, right? Cousin Brad. Cousin Brad, are you out there? You didn't want a Stevie Ray Vaughan, right? Because I would have had an extra. I think that's one of my spreadsheet errors where everything shifted. So I know Cynthia Herdron wanted one. This is the Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is custom number 1, as they call it. And I have one extra, $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is a Axe Haven mini guitar. Axe Haven mini guitar. Quick break on this just while I open this up. And this is $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Cynthia Herdron was on a waiting list. I'm going to have to rip open this like I'm opening up a Christmas present on Christmas morning. Almost said Sunday morning. So I have one extra. These come with a stand. That's a Stevie Ray Vaughan. I mean, just like what he played, an exact miniature replica. I have sold one. We have sold dozens of this exact model. That one is sold to Cynthia Herdron, and I've got one left if anybody else wants it, okay? I'm going to go ahead and tag Stevie Ray Vaughan to Cynthia for $39.99. Thank you, Cynthia. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to put that right there. There's one left. Okay? Okay, let's get back to this crate because this is hot. I mean, there's nothing left so far. Amazing. Beatles 32, Beatles 35, Beatles 36, Beatles 40. Eurythmics is sealed. Don't forget about this one, a sealed OG for 25. New order 71, new order 76. New order is OG. Let's take a look at it. It's a final call, or it's still getting bids. It's an 85 U.S. specialty, reissue. 85 U.S. specialty reissue, original under sleeve, VG Plus. 85 specialty reissue. It is from 85 though. All right, great crate here, amazing. Outcast, Southern Playlistic Cadillac Music. Outcast is $27.99. This is a numbered edition. A 27 at $27.99, number 2423. That is available. So is this. And this is Bell Witch presents Something Shadow. Something Shadow. It is, here we go, thank you, Laura. Future Shadow. It's funeral doom metal. Wow, funeral, that's funeral doom, okay? That's for doomy funerals. $29.99. The Beatles is still getting bids. We also have Ghost, Impera. Ghost is on orchid color vinyl, sealed for $24.99. And I got to make sure that Chris Barnett is done on new order. And now there's another $25 bid on the Eurythmics. Yeah, James Fast. No, that's the same person. Yes, James, you do have the Eurythmics. I'm about to sell it to you. It's a sealed OG. The Beatles is an OG Scranton press of Yellow Submarine. OG Scranton press. And if anybody wanted Stevie Ray Vaughan, just let me know. We've got a bunch of these coming in the near future. There's the current 3 auctions there. And we have Donna Mitchell on Ghost. Thank you, Donna Mitchell. Ghost is sold to you. This looks like Static X. It is. Wisconsin Death Trip. Unopened Static X. That's $34.99. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. An unopened remaster. Pink Floyd, $24.99. And Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. Zach Sabbath is on purple vinyl, $34.99. Also, we have the 1975, A Brief Inquiry into Online Relationships, sealed for $29.99. All right, new order is sold then, and this is sold to George Samberes for $76. I never did hear back from the other bidders. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. George, this is sold to you for $76. Thank you on that. I think we're done on the Beatles. Wes Wild has it for $45. Eddie Gutt, it's up to you. Nice Scranton OG pressing there. I like, there's a deep cut on here that's really good. It's All Too Much. Of course, it's George Harrison. No wonder I'd like it. It's All Too Much. Hey Bulldog, Only a Northern Song. Yellow Submarine, All You Need Is Love. And Eurythmics, sealed, OG. Wow. Just one bid. So to James Fairfax. Sold. Over here, we have Matt Marco on Static X. So to Matt Marco. Jeff Halsworth gets a great buy on Pink Floyd. Glenn Kesey second. Craig Ruth second on Static X. Brian DeLeon third on Pink Floyd. Scully Mack fourth. And then Disturbed was not on colored vinyl. It's already sold though. And then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan is the guitar. Custom number 1. Brent, I think you already got that one. Okay. And then we have Beatles 46, now 47. And then George Sambares says he would like to pay for the New Order record, and he would like to send it to Craig for all of his due diligence, his hard work, and his volunteership here at Coletco. For those that don't know, if you see Craig popping up and he's sharing track listings, he's just a casual volunteer, but a longtime viewer of Coletco. He's working for free out there in California sharing track listings. He loves doing it, and if we can, we send him a record. I was going to pay for it myself. George Sambares, let's split the difference on that, okay? Because if Craig would have won it, I would have paid for it. George won the auction. He says he's going to give it to Craig. Let's split the difference on it, okay? Craig, if you win the next auction, I'll give you another record. I'll split the difference with George Sambares on that one. So only charge him half that. I'll pay for the other half personally, okay? Not even a Coletco deal. Personally for Craig Sweden. Thank you on that. I guess it's my business. It's the same thing, but there is business money and then there's Chad Williams money. So there's that. So we'll do that. And Craig, if you happen to win another auction this week, if I knew what Craig wanted, I'd just go ahead and send him something. But at this point, I don't know what he needs in his collection. So we'll split the difference there with George Sambares. And thank you, Craig. And thank you, George, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We have, this is Howlin' Wolf's new album. Why do I get charged double? Because you're Jim B, that's why. This is Howlin' Wolf's new album. This is, he doesn't like it. He didn't like his electric guitar at first either. This is a 1969 US Indianapolis OG EX, the Howlin' Wolf album. This is a very desirable blues album. I've always loved this cover. This is Howlin' Wolf's new album. He doesn't like it. He didn't like his electric guitar first at either. And folks, this is a 69 US Indianapolis OG EX, a $50 start. That's up for bid, okay? Now over here, we have our next auction. We got the Beatles was at $48. Wes is done. It's up to Eddie Gutt. Nashville Tiger has it for $48. And then over here, we got Buddy Cordova picking up the Zach Sabbath. Not much left in this crate. Another absolute winner here from Lura. We have Smokey and the Bandit, East, Bound and Down, sealed. Wow, just $19.99 on that. And Johnny Cash, and that is from 2014, just $32.99. American 5, 100 Highways, $32.99. I think everybody's always in a dilemma when they see a Craig bidding. They're like, man, I really want this record, but I don't want to bid against Craig. It's a tough to get new order. What should I do? I'm in a dilemma. I think people experience that every time when they see Craig bidding. But Craig a bid, he'll say out. Sometimes George stands up and bids. Sometimes I've seen other people bid because they want to make sure Craig gets a record. But I've had some people like, what's going on? Do I bid against Craig? I'm in a personal dilemma. Susie Breedlove on Smokey and the Bandit. That's sold to Susie. And we have John Mayer, Heavier Things. John Mayer is sealed, just $19.99. And, Exodus, Pleasures of the Flesh. Wow. Sealed for $29.99. That is out of print currently. The Howlin' Wolf is a final call. Wow, no bid yet. Looking for a $50 start. The Beatles has hit 50. Looking for a $50 start on Howlin' Wolf. And what else do we have over here to auction? I can tell you this, we're going to have a bunch of killer stuff for tomorrow. I mean, holy moly. Look at this here, though. Is this sealed? Wow. This is a 1990 U.S. limited edition living color. This is on yellow translucent vinyl, sealed. It's a 1990. This living color album is called Time's Up, and this is OG sealed from 1990. OG sealed from 1990, a $55 start. $55 start. Howlin' Wolf 50, Howlin' Wolf 50. It's EX, which is unusual. You know, usually those are really beat up. It is EX, okay? Justin Deckelman, click quick on Exodus. That's so to Justin Deckelman. Howlin' Wolf got 3 $50 bids. Brent, Ryan, Brian, now 55. Paul Catrich next on Exodus. Allison Chains Dirt. Wow, the music on vinyl pressing for just $34.99. We believe it's been unopened just by looking at the glue here or the adhesive. So buy it as if it's near mint minus. Wow, $34.99 on that. Howlin' Wolf all of a sudden taking off. I was waiting for that. It was delayed, but it's happened. Shakedown gets John Mayer. Steve Riley on Allison Chains. Eli was second. Then George Jones, then Matt Marco. Let's go ahead and sell Eddie Gutt, the Beatles. And that's this really cool 69 Scranton press. Sold to Eddie Gutt for $50. And let's move over here. Them Bones. Here comes the rooster. Oh, yeah. All right, so Howlin' Wolf. Let's take a look at it. It's a 69 US Indianapolis OG. EX. EX. And, I mean, it's just looks like sleeve scuffing and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not bad whatsoever. It is OG, and I would grade the cover VG+. I mean, it's a white cover, so it's going to show everything. But, I mean, it's not that bad. Just some wear, shelf wear, cover wear. No rips, no tears, nothing like that. No writing. VG+. All right, then over here, a pretty tough record to get. A 1990 sealed original yellow vinyl. And this is with a new handle on Twitch, Strayborg. I'm not for sure who you are, but you have this at $55, okay? And right now we're on a really busy Lura crate. Almost everything is sold. Next record is Pearl by Janis Joplin, and RTI pressing, unopened, sealed for $24.99, and Mudvayne LD50. Mudvayne, also an unopened record, black vinyl, $29.99. Gregory R. Roberts. And then we have our next auction. Whoa, another Queen bootleg going up. Queen, Alfredo Caballabo Productions S.A. How about Queen live in Argentina? This is live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, 1981. It looks like the front cover had a run-in with a box cutter. Uh-oh. So it looks like maybe when somebody was opening it, the box cutter kind of cut into the cover. It's broke the baggie, and it's got kind of a scratch on the cover. Just the cover, though. Everything else is fine. So to simplify this, it's a live Queen, high-quality bootleg from Argentina, Prime Queen, 1981, a $40 start. A $40 start, okay? Howlin' Wolf is at $100. Gregory has the sealed living color for $55. Jeremy Ward first on Mudvayne, then Eli. And yes, this was music on vinyl, but it's now sold. Some of these Mudvaynes I still can get. I mean, that's a great price at $30. If I can order these now, they're like $55, $49, $59. They're not cheap because they're music on vinyl and they're double LP. And it's a band like Mudvayne. If anybody's interested, we can look into them. Another Queen bootleg up for bid. John Dodd has it right now at $40. Next is Iowa Slipknot. This is on the Coke bottle green vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. And nice, Extreme 6. Extreme. And that's on the limited edition red and black marbled. It is sealed for just $34.99. Living Color has a new bid for $60. Howlin' Wolf has a new bid for $125. Queen still is at $40 with John Dodd. That's where we're at right now on those. Let me bring out another guitar right quick. Just a quick break over here. Quick break right over here for the crate. You know, I try to drag out these Lura crates as long as possible. We have new vinyl on deck. But also, there's a lot of people that have interest in these right here. And I have one extra. There's 2 people on a waiting list. And I've got one extra. One of my favorite people of all time. He goes by the name Sir Paul McCartney. And this is a British Union Jack Paul McCartney Hofner violin bass. We got 2 people on a waiting list. We got 2 people on a waiting list. I've got 1 extra. It's a Hofner Paul McCartney Union Jack bass, and that is $39.99. I have 2 of them. I have 1 of them. I've sold 2 already. So let's put that away right here. If you want one, it's available. And these 2 are sold to Brad Faust and Cynthia Herdren. Brad Faust and Cynthia Herdren. Let me show y'all something really cool that I got a text for. I mean, when I seen something like this, I got goosebumps. I was like, oh man, uh-oh, could it be happening? So I subscribed to Paul McCartney text messages. It's pretty cool. It looks like he's actually in your phone. I wish I could call. Hey, Chad, what's going on, man? That would be awesome, right? I'd be like, hey, Paul, you want to come down to Coletco and do a concert? But he texted today a picture. Uh-oh. Paul got back. He's about to go on tour again. He's about to go on tour again. He's dropping hints. Uh-oh. Wow. Pretty cool. You can subscribe, and it's like you're getting text messages from Paul McCartney. But that's pretty dang cool. That's a little hint there. Paul McCartney got back. I also have 219 unread text messages. Oh my gosh. 219 from 147 different people. I got a lot of work to do. I better stop the sale right now. Okay, let me go over here and put these Paul McCartney basses up. I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. Come on, Paul. Come to Nashville. Nashville, 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 Nashville. Come on. All right, let's see where we're at over here. We had Queen at $40, Howlin' Wolf at $125, Living Color at $70, Curtis Marachi got Extreme, Buddy Cordova on Slipknot. Ryan, I can still get these for about that price if you want one. If you want on a waiting list, okay? Information on NCAP Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel is the debut album, The Rain on the Car, Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill, silver vinyl, silver, new and sealed, colored vinyl, $34.99. All right. Peter Mazzolino wants a Paul McCartney bass. So to Peter Mazzolino. And then info on the that. And then, can you get Eddie Van Halen? No, they're sold out of stock, out of print, out of production. Okay. And then Howlin' Wolf. So let's go down the line here. Howlin' Wolf is a final call. This has been quite the battle. Brian DeLeon has it for $125. Brent says he's done. That was the last bidder. EX Condition, OG, $125. In the middle is Living Color. And this is OG 1990 yellow vinyl. It is sealed. It's never been open. It's sealed and never been open. And this was with a Gregory at $70. Gregory has this at $70. Okay, Ryan Mustaine, it's up to you. And I don't think anybody else been on Queen, right? John Dodd, maybe somebody tied you originally. Nope, you still got it for $40. We've got to sell it very soon. Queen live in Argentina, white vinyl 2LP, $40 on that. Okay. Now, we got White Line Pride, sealed on turquoise vinyl, just $29.99. LA Guns, Hollywood Forever, sealed on silver vinyl, $24.99. Cancer Culture, Decapitated. Wow, we got some metal stuff tonight. Decapitated, Cancer Culture, $22.99. And Opeth is sealed, Damnation, $22.99. Brian DeLeon gets Howlin' Wolf for $1.25. Sold for $1.25. Living Color still getting bids. And John Dodd, you get Queen. Wow, I figured that one would bring well over $100. That's sold to John Dodd for $40. Thank you on that one. And next is Amanda Darby on LA Guns, sold. Justin Deckelman on Decapitated, sold. Robbie next on LA Guns. Justin Deckelman first on Opeth. Ron Duffield next on LA Guns. Living Colors at $80. Darren next on Decapitated. Jeff Hansen on White Line. That is sold. One more record. We have Black Label Society, The Blessed Hell Ride, white vinyl, just $22.99. Next auction's going to go up right now. It is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. This is a 1983 OG mastered by Bob Robert Ludwig, RL and Dead Wax. It's a great sounding record. It is near mint minus. There's no condition notes. A nice jacket too. It does have a little bit of a seam split up there, but Aussie is just a $55 start. Black Label Society sold to JetBlue 004. Next over here is Gorgira Fortitude, a 2021 pressing sealed, $29.99. And Soundgarden, and this is Super Unknown, sealed for $37.99. Black Label Society, Glenn Kesey was second, and Notorious has Aussie at 55. We're not done here. They're still bidding on Living Color. It is up at this point to Brian Mustaine again. Gregory's back in again at 80. Aussie's already at 75. Our next auction is this. It is Hawkwind. Hawkwind is a 71 US OG. No Lemmy on this one. Just self-titled Hawkwind. VG Plus, a $25 start. First thing we have, Aussie 75. Aussie 85. Soundgarden price. Sealed for $37.99. Justin Deckelman wants to know the Gojira price. Gojira is sealed for $29. If you don't want Soundgarden, Ryan does. Deckelman, if you don't want Gojira, Brandon does. And we have Living Color still getting bids. New bid on Living Color for 85. New bid on Hawkwind for 25. Steven does want Soundgarden. Justin Deckelman does get Gojira. And then a Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, just $34.99. That's sealed. And Robert Plant and Allison Krauss, Raise the Roof, $27.99. Wow, what a heck of a batch of stuff there. Whoa, holy moly. Oh, holy moly. Whoa. Wow, Chad's a little dizzy. Chad might have to get a Monster. Chad might have to get a brownie. Chad may have to eat some ramen noodles. Tonight, the menu is as follows. Ramen noodles, burritos, brownies, pizza, cheese sticks, and then more brownies to wrap it up with some milk. Ramen, brownies, pizza. Nice. A Perfect Circle. I have no idea who Notorious is. Who is Notorious? Perfect Circle. Let me know who you are. You got it, though. Aussie's at 88. We got Living Color at 90. We have Aussie at 90. We have Eli Tomlinson. That's Notorious Sneeze. Notorious Sneeze. Eli Tomlinson. All right. Oh, man. What a beautiful menu tonight. Holy moly. Brownies, ramen, pizza, burritos. My mom is probably watching going, what is wrong with this child? Okay, Living Color. What is the last bid? Gregory at 90. Aussie's at 90. And then Hawkwind still has one bid for $25, okay? Ron Mustaine, $25. I don't see any of the Aussie bids. Probably because you're looking on Facebook and not the Restream chat. Make sure you have maybe a device with a big screen, maybe a big iPad or a tablet. If you're on your desktop version, maybe make it full screen. Otherwise, if you're just looking on Facebook, you're not going to be able to see the other bids. Right here is the master feed, okay? David, you have it at 95. The comment about being healthier, that's true. That is true. Dang. Huh. When you have to get your blood work done for the physical, hopefully after I eat all that food. Okay? I'm going to crumble up some Doritos. Y'all ever crumbled up Doritos and put them in your ramen? I heard that's what they do in jail. Okay, next thing we have is Outkast, Southern Playlistic Cadillac Music. It's numbered for $27.99. We have Bell Witch, Future Shadow, Funeral Doom Metal. Wow, Funeral Doom Metal, $29.99. The 1975, sealed for $29.99. I have not heard back from Ryan Mustaine. He's out on Living Color. Sold to Gregory Roberts. Sold to Gregory Roberts for $90. Nice. We have Bell Witch sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. There is no Lemmy on Hawkwind. Final call. Aussie's at 100. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. Is this OG? It probably is. It's 2000. It came out in 2021. Let me see what the barcode produces, George. No Lemmy on this Hawkwind. I bet this is OG, George. Well, if you scan it, it either comes up as 2021 or 2022. $27.99. So I'm not 100% sure. $27.99. There's no date on it. That's what the barcode produces. Johnny Cash is 2014, $32.99. And Janis Joplin Pearl sealed RTI pressing, $24.99. Aussie's at $100 of Nashville Tiger. Final call. David Saunders, it's up to you. Hawkwind is sold for $25 then. No Lemmy. Everybody gets very disappointed. Sold for $25 to Ryan Mustaine. Still great music. All right, let's go through some new stuff. All right, let's put these right over here. So I think everything I've been through in a Lura crate is just like a handful of records. If you decide you want something else in there, just let me know, okay? Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Up on the housetop, click, click, click. Down through the chimney, old Saint Nick. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. Christmas is this time of year. I was sitting by the fireside, taking a walk through the snow. I'm assuming we're done on Aussie. $100. A beautiful copy. Next is going to go up right now. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Nice. Great songs on this. A 2009 USOG. Should be on clear vinyl. Sealed with CD. A $95 star. Boy, I love saying these words. You ready for these words? Here's the words. You don't like these words? I like these words. OG, Alice in Chains. Boy, that just rolls off the tongue. Go ahead, say it with me. OG, Alice in Chains. OG, Alice in Chains. That's such a great, wow, just an amazing feeling to say. That is sealed. Add that word in there and you get really crazy. Sealed, OG, Alice in Chains. Oh. I've got new and sealed. A Perfect Circle, 13th Step, a 2LP, $39.99. A Perfect Circle. I've got two of them. I've also got two Clan of Zymox Exodus. Clan of Zymox, we sold out and there was already a waiting list. And I already know who it is, but I just got to close him off. And that is Fred Cardinal. Fred Cardinal on Clan of Zymox. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. And while I see this on my spreadsheet, let me go ahead and tag this. This is Baby Huey. First of all, this is sold to Fred. Jamie McCord, you is on a waiting list for Baby Huey for $38.99. Still on the waiting list is Eddie Gutt and Brent Ribley. They're still on the waiting list, Eddie Gutt and Brent Ribley. So there's two more people. If anybody else wants one, that's the all analog. OG's very tough to come by. Ozzy sold a Nashville Tiger for $100. There was two people I never did hear back from. That's why I was waiting so long on that. That's now sold for $100. And now Alice in Chains is at $100 with Notorious over on Twitch. That's at $100. Nobody else has bid. Next thing I have is going up right now, and it is a Beatles bootleg. I think Beatles Behind Closed Doors. Nice. The Beatles, a 1980 unofficial, and this is from outtakes from the Let It Be sessions. The Beatles Behind Closed Doors from the Let It Be sessions. It's from Dale. Is this from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, Laura? I bet it is, because we still got quite a bit of Beatles bootlegs from his collection. $50 start on that. Clan of Zymox, Steven is $36.99. I have $36.99. We have Kiss, The Ritz on Fire. Another Kiss bootleg. And I only have one for just $29.99. The last one, we got like 20 people on a waiting list. $29.99. $29.99. Yeah, we had an OG Baby Huey one night. We sold for a grand. We sold it for more than $1,000. That's why I was thinking everybody might want to go ahead and buy those. There it is, if you want on a wait list. And here's Kiss. I've only got one, and if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is Kiss, the Ritz on Fire, live, 1988. I've only got one, and we'll start another waiting list like we did the other one. This is Paul, Gene, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Carr. This is the Ritz on Fire. Great price on these, especially if you've seen what we've been selling other Kiss bootlegs for at auction that I found. I was like, man, I know my distributor has some sort of Kiss bootlegs, and actually I got lucky. I saw one in stock. There's never a bunch of them, though. It's never like they have 100 and I can buy a bunch and post a pre-order. It's always like they have one available, two available, three. It's because they're constantly selling out probably. $29.99. This one sold to Susie, and guess what? Alice in Chains got a new bid for $101. Now $102. Gerald Whitworth on the Kiss wait list. Buddy Cordova on the Kiss wait list. Alice in Chains $102. Stacy Metternich on the Kiss wait list. Steve Riley wants Zymox. Alice in Chains $103. Alice in Chains $105. Ghost. As you can see, I've ordered a bunch of Ghost tonight. This is Infesticism. Ghost is $33.99. Infesticism. Ooh, I've never had this one before. I forgot about this. Nirvana, Love One Another, Tokyo, Japan, 1992. Dear Boss, limited edition of 300, $29.99 for Nirvana. And speaking of new vinyl, let me see if they shipped. Let me see if all that metal that I ordered is actually going to be here by tomorrow. Right here, this app I'm opening right now is going to tell me. Whew. We got lucky. Tomorrow, July 10th. There it is. I'm going to have it. That's about how many boxes? It's going to be 4 boxes of metal that I ordered. That's probably going to be about 4 or 5 crates. That's good. That means we're going to have some new sealed metal. I didn't go through that entire list of all the comments, but I ordered as much as I could, and that took me hours to figure out what to order there. So I was worried. It's amazing how fast they can get that stuff from. It's amazing how fast we can get that stuff from Kentucky, though. So incredible. Okay, sorry about that. I was just very curious. So Alice in Chains 103, 105, 106. Kelly Vlodarchek on Nirvana. Stacy Metternich on Nirvana. Matt Marco on Nirvana. And Alice in Chains is at 110. Okay. Now, auction number 1 is Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. It's a 2009 USOG with CD, sealed on clear vinyl. It is nice. It is clean. It's an OG sealed Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. The Beatles is a 1980 unofficial from Let It Be. The high bid on this is $0. We're looking for a $30 start. $30 start. The Beatles, Behind Closed Doors. Okay? The Beatles, Behind Closed Doors. Next, we have Black Sabbath Volume 4. Black Sabbath is $33.99. Okay? Volume 4, 2012 remaster. Van Morrison Moondance. That is $34.99. Van Morrison Moondance, that is $34.99. And we have 3 copies of Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. A 2 LP Ozzy Greatest Hits, $34.99. All right, JetBlue on Black Sabbath. Same thing, it's a 2012 remaster. As we await possibly Rhino to do the new all analog like they're doing the other albums. But right now, this is all we have. It's a great sounding record. It's just $33.99. That's sold to JetBlue. The Beatles is a final call for $30. Van Morrison, one of my favorites there. And an Ozzy Greatest Hits, Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99 on that. We got Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. And this is the 2019, before the other version has come back into print. This is the Jimmy Page and Black Crowes Live at the Greek. It is a 3 LP. Yep, it's a 3 LP, near mint minus, 2019. $95 start. Edwin Blom gets the Beatles for $30. Melanie's out on Alice in Chains. That is sold to Notorious over on Twitch for $110. And the Beatles is sold in Ozzy's 38. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list on Ozzy. I think it might have been Andy Wade. Andy, are you watching? There, we had one in a bin post, like our racks, one of those rack posts I did. And I think we had like 3, we had 2 and 3 people claimed one. And I think Andy Wade on this. And that's Eli Tomlinson on Notorious, yes. There's no way with all these new Twitch handles I'm going to be able to keep up with it. They have, I saw their sticky notes in the back the other night. So what they do is, if you're a regular, they've been writing down your handle, and they've been trying to match them and figure that out. So what I'm doing is just calling their handle, because I've been trying to tell the actual name, and it has been tough for me to do. So I've also got Rush Signals for $36.99, and Sabotage. This was a waiting list, handful of rain, and Sabotage is Handful of Rain was Brian Thurman. So Brian, I only got one in, and this is sold to you. So thank you on that, Brian Thurman. This is sold, and let's put up another auction. And Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, is a greatest hits of Ozzy. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, Over the Mountain, Bark at the Moon, Ultimate Sin, Miracle Man, No More Tears, Mama, I'm Coming Home, Road to Nowhere, Perry Mason, I Just Want You, Gets Me Through, Changes with Kelly Osbourne, I Don't Want to Stop, Let Me Hear You Scream, and a live cut of Paranoid. So essentially an Ozzy greatest hits, $38.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is right here, another Beatles bootleg. It was 20 years ago today. 20 years ago today. The first previously unreleased track, 19 unreleased tracks, mostly alternate takes and demos. This is always really cool. So this is alternate takes and demos, $35 start. $35 start. Day in the Life, Get Back with John Lennon on vocals. Hard Day's Night, the alternate single. That Means a Lot. Stereo unreleased. That's a cool track. I've heard that before. I'll Be on My Way, 63 studio version. Aquarium track, That'll Be the Day. Stereo, different studio version of Please Mr. Postman. That's going to be fun to listen to. 19 alternate tracks of the Beatles, $35 start. Dennis Daly says he does take an Ozzy. And I know where that sticky note is. I think it's up front with Andy Wade. Let's go ahead and tag him with an Ozzy, okay? Let's go ahead and tag him with that. And RJ66 also wants one. No surprise, we just sold out of Ozzy greatest hits. Let me go up front, see if there's a stack of sticky notes up there. Maybe make sure that's who that was supposed to go to. And I'm going to grab a Monster out of the fridge while I'm up here as well. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Wednesday night. We're obviously having a lot of fun here. I want to thank everybody. And it's time for a midnight. It's time for a mid-break. And it's time for what? It's time for a something. It's time for a Monster and maybe a piece of brownie. That's what I'm looking at right here. A Monster and a piece of brownie. And Laura, if you want one, before I decimate these tonight, they're up here in front of the coffee maker. So Laura, I don't know if anybody's officially offered you one. We just got Laura left here tonight. But if you want one before I decimate these tonight, they're up front in front of the coffee maker. Probably the more everybody else eats, the more better off I'll be. Monsters and brownies. That's what keeps this place going. This has advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduced fatigue, increased concentration, vitamins B3, B5, B6, B12, coconut water, and I love these biocotonicals. Biocotonicals, Actually, 0 sugar in this. 0 sugar in this. Wow. Just in the brownies, which are loaded. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, so we sold out of Aussie Greatest Hits. Mark Stanley put Old. What was Old, Mark Stanley? We're sold out of the Nirvana bootleg, if anybody else wants one. Nirvana, Love One Another. It's a waiting list if anybody wants one. And then Black Crows. This is a final call. Jimmy Page and the Black Crows live at the Greek. The 2019 3LP, $95 start. Over here, we have, it was 20 years ago today, 19 alternate tracks from the Beatles. No bid yet, looking for a $30 start. Ryan Eaton wants on the Aussie wait list, and here's what's left in here. A Perfect Circle 13th Step, $39.99. 2 copies left. That's Maynard James Keenan from Tool. And he's in basically 3 bands, Pussifer, A Perfect Circle, and of course, his main staple, Tool. $39.99 for that. That's probably their most commercially regarded album there. $39.99 on that. Also, we have Ghost, and this is Infesticism. Still got 2 of those for $33.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is $33.99. 2012 remaster. Fuzzy Delay over on YouTube wants on the wait list for Nirvana. And Gregory, I think Laura's working on some stuff right now. Yes. Okay. I've also got Van Morrison Moondance for $34.99. Rush Signals for $36.99. Subdivisions. Man, Van Morrison's one of my favorites here. And it's Stone Me. Moondance is on here. Crazy Love Caravan. And Into the Mystic. Come Running, These Dreams of You. If you don't have a copy of that, you need it. And of course, Rush is a Stone Cold classic. Subdivisions, In the Highway Halls, In the High School Halls. I just butchered that, my bad. Sorry, I will not try to sing like Geddy Lee. That's over. And then Van Morrison is So Does Susie Breed Love. And Fuzzy Delay, have you bought from us before? I don't recognize your handle too much. Jimmy, both auctions have bids. I'm about to sell them. Let's go ahead and introduce something else. I've got an album here called Scott Walker Alone. And Scott Walker is a 1967 USOG pop vocal Scott Walker. Fantastic album. EX Condition, $30 start on that. Travis also bid on the Black Crows. Brent was already in at $95. Brent was, in fact, already in at $95. Let me show a couple of these toys right quick so I can take them up front officially. If anybody wants this Casino Funko, Ginger McKenna, a.k.a. Sharon Stone, I have this. I also have Nicky Santoro, Robert De Niro, Nicky Santoro, Joe Pesci, and Sam Rothstein, which is Robert De Niro. I have all 3 of them if everybody wants them. And I've got Blondie, Debbie Harry action figure from Super 7. That's $24. So I can get you a set of Casinos. I have them. And I have Blondie. And those have been over here on my shelf forever. I'm about to take those up front to the store. Those need to go out in the store for sale. And let me do a little crate condensing here with new vinyl. All of a sudden, all the auctions have new bids except the Beatles. It's a final call for $30. Let me do a little tidying up back here. Let's do a transition. I'm going to be tidying up right quick, putting some stuff away and showing some random miscellaneous stuff. So don't think too long on the Funkos. I mean, come on. Here's this. Let me move my other auction records around over here. I've got great surprises for Metal Night. So Laura's going to be posting or sending me the pictures so I can post a hot picture. But man, I am telling you, these crates I've been pulling out of other surprise auctions tonight, Y'all just wait. You're going to be like, where did all this stuff come from, Chad? Seth grabs stuff and tags it. Laura, if that's why you think there's maybe some stuff missing, that's where it's at. I'll let you pull whatever, and then we'll have a bunch of great surprises tomorrow too. But there's great metal stuff over here. So with Seth pulling all this stuff out and us still having this much more to price and put out, that means we're going to have a killer Thursday night metal night tomorrow. It could be pretty crazy. All right, let me see if I can get all this in one crate right here. So let me go ahead and take the Beatles off the table for Michael Rudolph for 30. Thank you on that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? I would greatly appreciate that. And Black Crows is at 100. Jimmy Page is now at 110. Same thing. And Scott Walker is at 35. Pam Murray wants a Blondie figure. Make sure that goes into Pam Murray for $24.99. Thank you, Pam. That's sold to you for $24.99. And let me swap out these crates. And because we had so much great stuff tonight, let's do one more quick run through here of this stuff. And I'm about to get into some discount crates, maybe until Laura's delivery gets here. It's a quick run through here. Rush Super Deluxe Box, Permanent Waves, $139.99. Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural, $134.99. Beastie Boys Music, 2 LP, $34.99. Black Flag Damage, $29.99. Disney Volume 1 and 2 Ultimate Hits, green and blue vinyl, $29.99. Nothing is $33.99. Kiss Cycle Circus is $33. A Perfect Circle Eat the Elephants, $39. Black Sabbath 13's $34. Ghost, if you have Ghost, $33. Ghost Prequel, Tangerine Vinyl, $33. Smashing Pumpkins, $114. Modest Mouse is $33. Scott Walker is nice, actually. EX, it's a 67 USOG with the original Smash Company inner sleeve. Brent gets Jimmy Page for $110. Thank you, Brent. That's so to you. That version is now out of print. Michael Reed on Black Flag Damage. That's so to Michael Reed. Thank you. There's one left if anybody else wants it. Michael Rudolph on the Disney compilation. That's so to Michael Rudolph. We also have a Perfect Circle Emotive 46. Richie Ladner on Kiss Cycle Circus. There's one of those left. Only one left. Also, we had Ministry, Psalm 69 for $29.99. Ghost Meliora, Coke bottle for $33. And then the Stanley Turrentine is a Blue Note Tone Poet. Mr. Natural, RTI, Kevin Gray, $34.99. Lee Morgan plays on there. McCoy Tyner. We've sold 2. There's one left. Our next auction is the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, a 67 OG Scranton Stereo Press, VG, with the Sgt. Pepper's insert and a capital inner sleeve. I don't know if this is actually the original inner sleeve. I think all the original inner sleeve should be that wavy red and white deal. But that is a correct era capital 67 sleeve. But I don't know if it's the original. And then here's a Sgt. Pepper's insert. Boy, this feels weird too. This feels like a UK edition. Might be some Frankenstein stuff here. I'm not for sure though. But that one's awfully flimsy. They usually are pretty thick. That feels more like UK. Never mind. It does say printed in USA, so who knows. But either way, this is really cool. It is a 67. We're talking a day in the life. As in, I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. And you know what I'm talking about. That's now a forbid. Next is Gerald Whitworth on Ghost Meliora. Gerald Whitworth on Ghost Meliora. That is sold. Thank you, Gerald. That is sold to you. Fred Carnell on ST. And that was for Stanley Turrentine. And Patrick says he's passing. So that does, in fact, go to Fred Carnell. Scott Walker, 37, now 40. For the benefit of Mr. Kite, there will be a show tonight on Trampoline. The Hendersons will be all there. Late of Pablo Fanquest Fair. What a scene. Wow. Whoa. Next is Scott Walker 37, Scott Walker 40. Whiskey says, don't blame the UK for flimsy stuff. That's true. However, I will say y'all's cover sometimes can get a little flimsy. Just saying. James Hicks on SP. James Hicks, what was SP? Smashing Pumpkins. Have you bought the Smashing Pumpkins box? What else is in here? Another Nothing, Tired of Tomorrow, Ghost, Devotion and Ceremony, that's $39.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $29, and Master of Puppets is $29. All right, Sgt. Pepper's is a $25 start. VG, $25 start. That's up for bid. I wanted to run through those for that reason. We just took a big chunk out of there, and we have filled up another crate, so that's fantastic. And that was just a quick recap as I'm condensing stuff, so that worked out A-okay. That worked out fantastically. Let's go grab a new empty crate. Let's take Debbie Harry in here into the operation room. That sounded kind of weird. Let's put this right in here. And let's grab this red crate that we're about to fill up. I'm doing red and green crates tonight. That's why I'm in the Christmas mood. All the crates I'm filling up tonight are green and red. All right, the next thing we have is, oh, he's bidding on Sgt. Pepper's, okay. Scott Walker, 50. Gerald, I got you down for Devotion. So Gerald also got a Devotion here by Ghost. Scott Walker, 50. And then we have Sgt. Pepper 25, Darren Johnson on Black Sabbath 13. And we have Beatles at 25, laminated. I will say that I actually like the UK covers because they're different. I like collecting Beatles and Zeppelin and Pink Floyd UK stuff. But sometimes they're just like, I don't know. I got to apologize to my UK viewers. The UK viewers are like, hey, be careful, man. We'll come back and try to take back over. Next thing we have is this right here, Duran Duran Arena. This is going up for auction. It's an 84 US Winchester OG RL and dead wax, near mint with the book and the inner sleeve, $25 start. We have Stephen King Black House, Stephen King The Bazaar of Bad Dreams, Stephen King Under the Dome, Stephen King Sale, and Stephen King The Dark Half, all $14.99. All right, and we're done with that crate. Excellent. And let me put it right there, and let me flash these right quick. And the whole reason I did that is so I could put these back in here. And let me move these up right here. All righty. I got empty crates galore. I actually got to tag another flip crate live, but we'll do it later because there's so much other stuff we could show. I got a Paul crate over here to go through. We went through it the other night. Here we go. Nothing. Dance on the Blacktop, $33.99. Nothing. The Great Dismal, $33.99. Maybe I shouldn't have ordered extra copies of those. Cabaret Voltaire, that's on white vinyl for $39.99. We have Kiss Ace Frehley for $33.99. That is the 2014 remaster. You get the poster, everything, just like the original, $33.99. Those are available. We have Rush, Roll the Dice. That's on yellow vinyl. That is $29.99. We have two of those and the very best of Electric Light Orchestra. All over the world. A 2 LP 20 track, $34.99. And live, Throwing Copper, 25th anniversary edition with 3 bonus songs. Live is $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You, 2 LP blue vinyl, $39.99. And kind of surprised we didn't sell out of these. This is Garage Inc. Metallica, 3 LP, $59.99. All right, so Scott Walker, the Beatles, and Duran Duran all walked into a bar together, and they're up for auction. And we had Scott Walker at 50. We had Beatles at 25. Beatles at 25. Scott Walker at 51. Scott Walker at 53. Duran Duran, 25. What is the Beatles? Beatles is at 26. What is the Beatles? And then we have Duran Duran at 25. Fred, you already got one. You was on a waiting list. This was Cabaret Voltaire, The Covenant of the Sword, and the Arm of the God, Arm of the Lord. You've already got one. Okay? We've already got one. We've already got one. You've already got one. Let's go over Scott Walker. The last bid is a 67 USOG with company or sleeve, EX condition. Charlie DeFrank has it for $55. In the end cap is Duran Duran, an 84 USOG, Bob Lugwood mastering, That's at $28. And the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, is a 67 U.S. Jacksonville OG with a Capital Company inner sleeve and the Sgt. Pepper's insert. It's an OG stereo, VG condition. It's at $28. It's at $28. $28. What would you think if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? So, let's see. Let me see if I can find it. This set was dismantled and stolen, and all kinds of pieces have been scattered throughout the years. But I think it's the head of, if I can find it, I'll show it. I'll tell you this. It's that one. Who is that? It's an actor. That one right there. That one surfaced about 10 years ago at auction. That cutout. It sold for about $100,000, I think, at Heritage. That little cutout right there. I forgot who that is though. But that head surfaced at auction about, I think, 10 years ago at Heritage. So Brent said he would walk out on me if I sang out of tune. I do it every night. Angie Ray on Metallica Garage Days. Thank you, Angie. That is so to you. We got Duran Duran and the Beatles both at 29. Sgt. Pepper's 30, 30, 37. And Scott Walker's at 57. But that goes to show you. Brando, no, Brando's right over here. Brando he's in black and white somewhere. Somebody said Tony Curtis. Is that who it is? There's Brando from the Wild One. There's Brando. But yeah, that just shows you if somebody could verify you had some of these cutouts. There's W.C. Fields, Edgar, Bob Dylan. Some of these are, they're priceless. Any of this stuff, if it ever surfaced, I don't know where that is or their clothes, but everything on this jacket is, just priceless. It does have a price, but man, everybody says it's Tony Curtis. We have agreed it's Tony Curtis. Yeah, I think I think that's the one that sold at Heritage, Tony Curtis. I think it brought maybe $100,000. That might be a lot or high. It might have brought 50, but it's brought something. It brought a lot. Okay. We have live mental jewelry. Somebody was just asking about this in a group post. $33.99. I Have Nothing, Guilty of Everything for $33. Kiss Dynasty's $33. We have A Perfect Circle, $39.99. Ghost and Festicism, that's $33.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is $33. Van Morrison Moondance is $34. And Rush Signals is $36.99. Great new vinyl. Y'all have seen all the new vinyl twice tonight. We started with 4 crates. There is a crate and a half left. We started with 2 crates. There's a crate and a half left. They're still bidding on Duran Duran. They're still bidding on the Beatles. And they're still bidding on Scott Walker. They're still bidding on all 3. We're going to figure out who it is right now. It is Tony Curtis. Here we go. And let me log in here and we'll figure out what it's sold for. I might have been shooting high. We're about to find out. All right. Here it is. Let me get logged in here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 57. There we go. That's it. The Beatles, original Tony Curtis cutout from the cover of Sgt. Pepper's. It says the Beatles, me for Sgt. Pepper's. He autographed it. There it is. It is Tony Curtis. And it sold in 2017 for $57,500. I bet it would bring $100,000 if it sold next week. If it sold for $57,000 that long ago, it would bring $100,000 right now. That's a pretty cool piece. Having something from the cover of Sgt. Pepper's, are you kidding me? Anthony Clark on Mental Jewelry. That is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you. I have one left if anybody else wants one. Charlie is out on Scott, so that's a final call to Lucas for $65. It's a 67 USOG with company inner sleeve. It's an EX, and this is a final call for $65. Duran Duran is also, hold on, let me update the Beatles first. OG 67 stereo. OG 67 stereo. The last bid on this The last bid on this was Jeff Brent RTO at 30. Jeff Brent RTO for 30. And then over here is Duran Duran, and Duran Duran's at 30 with Travis Woods. The other bidder before him, I'm not for sure, but he's had it for a while at $30. Okay? And then Angie, I've got Master of Puppets for 29, and I've got Kill 'Em All for 29. That's what I've got in stock from Metallica. Master of Puppets and Kill 'Em All. You already got a Garage Inc. And then back here, I've got the Black Album for 34. I've got Saint Anger for 44. I've got Load for 44, the newest remaster. So Saint Anger, Black Album, and Load. And that's it on Metallica's. The Duran Duran Details. This is an 84 U.S. Winchester OG RL and Dead Wax near mint with the original under sleeve and book. All right, let's go through another crate. Had to do some cleanup, which means condensing, and which means I needed to go through all that again. There's all the new vinyl from the last couple days. That's sweet. Got it all condensed just right there. And let's go through this crate. And I think you're all going to like this one. I am going to show these one more time before I post them in the group. And we're going to take offers on these, okay? We're going to take offers on these. Most of this stuff is really new and sealed. I would prefer if you go ahead and buy them, because I actually was going to post this at noon and I forgot to video it before I left. This was some stuff that Paul marked the other night. It's all from the same kind of collection, and everything in here is really nice. Just saying. Those are new. Yes, Angie, those are new. 29, 29, Master, and we've sold out of all the other Metallica stuff again tonight. All right, so Lucas, you do get Scott Walker, and that's sold to Lucas for $65. Laura's working on another crate right now. The Beatles is done, and the Beatles is sold to... I hope whoever I have right now is the winner. I've got Nashville Tiger at $31 6 minutes ago. Now, I just said a minute ago, Jeff Brent RTO had it. Okay, so let me confirm this again, because no one said anything and I have missaid the bid. I'm glad I'm going to fix it right now instead of saying sold and then us have to re-auction it. Jeff Brent RTO, you're in fact outbid on this. Nashville Tiger has it at $31, even though he didn't say anything right then. I was about to sell it to somebody else. Nashville Tiger has it for $31. That's the high bid right now. Duran Duran is sold to Travis Woods for $33. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. New auctions coming up right now. We have Jason Isbell Southeastern sealed for $24.99. The Beatles has bids for $31, $32, $38. Just so everybody's on the same page, the high bid as of 9:38 right now, 9:38 Central Time, James Hicks has it for $38. Nashville Tiger, you're out. Jeff Brent, you're out. Y'all can still bid. Now's the time to do stuff. Now's the time to do that. Bob Marley and the Wailers. This is opened. It's a remaster, $24.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Fun crate. A lot of new stuff in here at great prices. Howlin' Wolf, his greatest hits. Howlin' Wolf is on red or orange vinyl. Red or orange. We don't know till we open it. It's mystery colored. $29.99. Daft Punk, Homework, a sealed copy, $36.99. And Three Amigos is sealed $24.99. Back here, the Black Album is sold to Travis Wade. Thank you, Travis Wade. That's sold to you. Susie Breedlove got Saint Anger. We're sold out of Saint Anger. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. So we sold the Black Album and we sold Saint Anger. If anybody else wants a Black Album, let me know. If anybody else wants Saint Anger, let me know. I also have the Steelwoods, All of Your Stones. The Steelwoods is sealed for $29.99. I've got McCartney 3, Blue Spine, sealed. It is $24.99. Howlin' Wolf, Fred Carnell said he would do 20. This record was marked 29. Fred, I'll split it with you, and we'll do $25. Nashville Tiger has not set out on the Beatles. Jeff Brent, RTO, has not set out on the Beatles. It's been another 2 minutes. Now James Hicks is about to get it for $38. I haven't heard back from those two. They've went silent on me again. Final call on those two. Maybe they're thinking. Maybe they're calculating. Maybe they didn't even know they were outbid. We have, not that, I almost put up another Beatles auction. Let's do this. The Doors. This is The Doors, the Soft Parade, a 1969 U.S. Terre Haute. It is OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. We have Howlin' Wolf sold to Fred Cardinal for $25. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. DJ Not So Good, you're second. Right, almost had it. I guess that means you're not wanting to bid again, right? That means you're done bidding. You do not want to bid again. That means you're done. He has it for 38. Jeff Brent says, it's okay, bud, out. I guess that means he didn't want to bid again either. This is buy it now, best offer. We have Macho Man Randy Savage, Be a Man. Orange vinyl, sealed, $29.99. McCartney is on black vinyl. The variant is a blue spine. The variant on this is a blue spine. Sealed, $24.99. We have Elton John Diamonds, a 2LP compilation, EX $27.99, and then Johnny Cash. This is VG Plus, American Recordings, $21.99. That is Volume 1, $21.99. Etta James, Deep in the Night, VG Plus, $19.99. And just yes, FYI, those Etta James albums I ordered are on the way. Patrick and Sandra, everybody else, I got Jackpot. I got the Jackpot pressings. They're on the way. All right. I think we're done on the Beatles. Nashville has set out. Jeff Brent. That was absolute war on that one. Wow. That is sold for $38. That is sold for $38. We got the Doors here. Soft Parade, a 69 Terre Haute OG. VG Plus looking for a $25 start. Yes, Jim Morrison's on that one. All right, so Donna Turner on Etta James. Sell that to Donna for $14. We have Ninja Pony on Macho Man Randy Savage. Sold to Ninja Pony. Sean Hibbler, $15 on cash. Right behind him is somebody at full price. So, Sean, if you want cash, it is $21.99. If not, Alan Smith says he'll take it. Paul McCartney is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $20. Okay? And then what's the story with Sgt. Pepper's? I've just sold it. It went into extended bidding multiple times, but it's gone. It was an OG stereo VG copy. Next auction is a 1979 U.S. specialty OG Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. It is in VG condition. The outer bag does have a little bit of damage on it, a little bit of a tear here, has some rotting, but this is OG Led Zeppelin cover variant B. A lot of people don't know this, but the covers, there are what, 7 different covers? This does have the original brown bag, and the inner sleeve has never been dampened. If you were to apply water to this, it changes colors. This one has never been applied water. There's nowhere on this package that says that if you put water on this and it got wet. If it got wet, it changes. Nowhere they advertise that. And I always ask people from this era, I said, well, how did y'all find out? And John that works here always told me, he said, I remember people talking about it, like just by word of mouth. Hey, did you know if you put water on that inner sleeve, it changes colors? Somewhere somebody spilt water on it and then was like, oh my gosh, this thing changed colors. That's a $20 start. Mary, you were second on Etta James. Next is Sean Hibbler, gets cash at full price. Next over here is Etta James, Sticking to My Gun, sealed, a 1990 US, $29.99, sealed. Also, Olay ELO, Electro Light Orchestra, EX condition, $17.99. Willie Dixon, Hidden Charms, EX, $17.99. We have the Deftones, White Pony, sealed for $39.99. The Deftones, sealed for $39.99. Big Brother the Holding Company, Janis Joplin, Cheap Thrills, a Music on Vinyl remaster, $34.99. $34.99. Led Zeppelin 20. Led Zeppelin 20. Donna, I'll split the difference with you on Etta James. It is a 1990 sealed, $25 if you want it. The Doors is a no bid, $25 buy it now on the Soft Parade. OG Doors, VG Plus. Led Zeppelin has 2 $20 bids, and now a $22 bid, and now a $25 bid. And we have the Beatles broadcast. This is a compilation of Beatles BBC broadcast, VG condition, a $20 start on the Beatles. ELO is sold for $15. to Robbie Woods. I'll do that. A few dollars off. That's sold. Donna said she'll take Etta James for $25. That's sold to Donna. This is the Glorious Sons, A War on Everything. Now, somebody asked me to order these for tomorrow night. They did not have anything in stock, and I was thinking, well, we had one the other night in the pre-owned bin. This one does have a scene split, but their catalog was out of stock. It's Hard Rock, a Canadian import, 2019, $34.99. Also, Nacho Libre, music from the motion picture. Red vinyl, Nacho Libre soundtrack, $29.99. Greta Van Fleet, From the Fires, $29.99. Excuse me. Led Zeppelin's at $27. Our next auction is going up right now. Living Color, The Cult of Personality. Living Color, Vivid. It is an OG with the original under sleeve and shrink, and the vinyl's nice. EX or better. Living Color, Vivid, a $35 start. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Man, I feel better. All right, so here's where we're at. Led Zeppelin 27. We got Willie Dixon at 14 with Boontar. Sold for $14 to Boontar. We got offers on Greta for $24 and $25. Jeremy, you're first. I just need a $1 bump, and it's yours if you want it for $25. If not, it goes to Steven. John McPatriot said he will do the doors for $20. Sold to John McPatriot for $20. Living Color has a bid for $35. And then price on Glorious. Glorious was $34.99. Okay, no bid on the Beatles. It's a vintage bootleg. BBC broadcast, just $20. VG condition. Jeremy says he will take Greta for $25. Living Color has a bid for $35. It's OG and shrink. And the last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in was $27 and now $28. Also, Boston self-titled, new and sealed, More Than a Feeling, $29.99. Brian Call got the Beatles boot for $20. That's so to Brian. And we have Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus. That is a sealed. That's the Tough Gong Jamaican pressing, $39.99. We recently went through this bin. Just wanted to go through it one more time because I knew there was great stuff in here that would sell if I took a few offers. It's some stuff Paul marked, I think, earlier this week. Mad Season, the music on vinyl pressing, $44.99. Bush, 16 Stone, sealed reissue. You've Come Down is on here. Machine Head, Everything's In, $34.99. Gregory Roberts on M, is that for Marley or Mad Season? And then Johnny Cash. This is sealed, $29.99 on Yellow Sunrise, limited to 300. Johnny Cash is $29.99. So Led Zeppelin got a bid for $28, now $29. And his claim is for Mad Season. If not, then there were several other claims. So Mad Season sold to Gregory Roberts. Oso gets Glorious for $30. You got it. Sell that to Oso for $30. George second on Mad Season. Matt Marco third on Mad Season. Stereo did get Mad Season. Led Zeppelin 30. Scott Dwallow on Bush. DJ, you were second. And Snoop Dogg Doggy Style 2LP remaster, $34.99. Jeremy Merck on Boston for $25. It's yours. Thank you, $25. Godsmack, first time ever on vinyl, sealed remaster, $34.99. Ron Eaton Cash 22 sold. Also, we have Howlin' Wolf Moan in the Moonlight, sealed, $24.99 on Howlin' Wolf. Living Color just with that one bid then, right? Yep, Jim Davis. Thank you for $35. Almost forgot about it there. Let's see what else I can put up for auction. Led Zeppelin is at 30, and that means it goes back to Scott Dwallow and everybody else. Next over here is U2, the Joshua Tree. With or without you. An 87 USOG. It does have the 4-page insert booklet. It's nice. EX or better. VG Plus cover. An OG Joshua Tree. A career-defining album from U2. Nice. $30 start on that. In God's Country. Oh my gosh. Red Hill Mining Town. Bullet the Blue Sky. There it is. $30 start on Joshua Tree. That is OG. We got Howlin' Wolf at 19, 20, and 20. So, Patrick, I just need a $1 bump if you want it for 20. Okay? It's yours if you do want it for 20. U2 already has a bid for 30. Big Bill Brunsey, the Midnight Special. Violet Vinyl, $19.99. Big Bill Brunsey. Howlin' Wolf, the Rockin' Chair album. Nice. Unopened. Music on vinyl. That's a classic blues album there. $34.99. Patrick Lear on Howlin' Wolf for 20. And we have Steelwood, Straw in the Wind. $34.99. JetBlue on this Howlin' Wolf. That's sold to JetBlue. And we have Jethro Tull Rock Flute. That is sealed $34.99. $34.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, sealed for $29.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, $29.99. What about over here with Led Zeppelin? The last thing I said was Nashville Tiger 30. That was 3 minutes ago. I'm going to scroll. I don't see any bids. We're about to sell it. And now U2's at 32. And I got Bootsy, as in Bootsy Collins. No condition notes. $24.99 on that. Fred Carnell on Jethro Tull. That is sold to Fred Carnell for $29. Let's put up another auction. This one, oh man, I forgot about these over here. I forgot about our box sets, Laura. Oh my gosh. Okay, I better sell this Zeppelin so we can put up these box sets. I forgot about these. They're not over here in the normal auction bin. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain. That is on numbered red vinyl for $34.99. And 3 Days Grace is a 2016. That is sealed for $29.99. Scott had a bid for 31 on Led Zeppelin. That is not over here on my screen. Let me look one more time because I've got back-to-back other Zeppelin box sets to auction. So let's try to wrap this one up. Nashville Tiger 30. I don't see any other bids. Now there's 32. Scott's bid did not show up. Now we're at 33, so we're still bidding. And no, that's U2. So U2, wait a second. No, I still don't see any bids on Led Zeppelin. The last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in, LZ, Led Zeppelin. I'm still, Scott, are you bidding on Led Zeppelin still? I've got Nashville Tiger at $30. Nashville Tiger at $30. Nashville Tiger at 30. Okay? And is anybody else in? I'll give it another 30 seconds to bid again if you did bid and it was invisible to me. Right now, he's had it and I've done several final calls. I'll just make sure everybody's done. There's nothing on my monitor. Now U2's at 33. Craig Ruth wants 3 Days Grace. Steelwoods, the most recent one over here. The most recent one is Straw in the Wind. This is sealed for $34.99. $34.99. Also, another Steelwoods, On Your Time, sealed for $34.99. And Deftones Around the Fur, sealed for $29.99. Scott said yes. So I'm assuming he's in on Led Zeppelin at 31. He's in on Led Zeppelin at 31. U2's at 33. His bid did not come through on Restream. So now we're at 31 on Led Zeppelin. Now he's back in on U2 at 34. We're going back and forth on those. And the last thing was BM Survival for 19. BM Survival for 19. That was... is that this one? This one here? Yes, sell this for $19 to Mark Stanley. Deftones is sold to Stephen Parton for $26. Okay? So, Nashville Tiger, you're out on Led Zeppelin. Nashville Tiger, you're out on Led Zeppelin. Scott, if you want to put LZ31, you might want to submit that again so it's officially over here on Restream. because he's on YouTube, so he didn't see it on Restream. I didn't see it on Restream, but everybody on Facebook could see it. And now we have U2. Scott also has that at 34. Our next auction was going to be a Led Zeppelin. I've got a bootleg box set. Amazing. And what is this thing here in this baggie here, Laura? Is this something different? What is this? I don't know. Oh, Matador. There's somebody. I didn't know what this was either. Here it is. So it's up to Nashville Tiger. He keeps getting bumped by invisible bids, but they are real. I don't know what this is, but it looks pretty cool. How do bootlegs work? How do you get them made? Well, you got to go to a dark alley over in Holland. You got to go over to a dark alley in Holland. You pull up, a guy in a black suit, with a black baseball cap walks out. He takes you down to his basement where he's got a pressing plant, and he's like, what do you want made? I can make you anything you want. That's how it works. This is Matador singles. What is this exactly? It is Alone Singles Going Home, Matador. A 2012 USOG limited edition box set in a custom tote bag. 7-inch 45s on various colored vinyl. Features great artists like L.A. Gunn, Stephen Malkmus of Pavement, Kurt Vile, and more. Wow. So we have Stephen Malkmus and the Jicks. Primitive Romance, Kurt Vile. We got Jesu, WLWLRS, The Men, OBN. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. That is now up for bid. It is called the Matador Singles box set that comes in this tote bag. $35 start on that. All right, let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. I never did hear back from Nashville Tiger. He has not bid again. He has not said out. So I'm assuming he did not want to bid more than $31. Is that true, Nashville Tiger? Are you still with me? It's been another 3 minutes. Scott Dwallow has Led Zeppelin for $31. He never did bid again. He never did say out. Scott and Travis are still bidding on U2. Travis has it for $35. Now Scott has it for $36. James Davidson wants Steelwood, Straw in the Wind. These singles have a bid for $35. Okay? There it is. That was a great crate. Quick read through one more time. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Be my guest. Jason Isbell, Southeastern, $24.99. Daft Punk is sealed for $36.99. The Three Amigos soundtrack sealed for $24.99. The Steelwoods, all of your Stones, sealed for $29.99. Elton John Diamonds, 2LP EX, $27.99. Deftones White Pony, sealed for $39.99. Big Brother and the Holden Company, Cheap Thrills, unopened music on vinyl, $34.99. Nacho Libre, sealed, $29.99. Bob Marley is sealed, $39.99. Snoop Dogg, $34.99. Godsmack is $34.99. Big Bill Brunsey was $19.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, $29.99. Bootsy is $24.99. Cold is $34.99. And another Steelwoods, the second of 3, the other one sold, On Your Time, $34.99. Man, after all that, I lost Nashville Tiger somewhere. This is sold to Scott Dwallow for $31. I don't know what happened on that auction, but that was weird. That is sold for $31. That is very bizarre. That is sold for $31. U2 is now at $37. This is OG, not a club. There's a lot of club copies of this. This was sold in stores in 1987. It's really nice. EX, and it has the lyric insert. The singles tote bag set only has one bid for $35. Next is Deftones at $30. Can we split the difference at $35, Stephen? $35. Melanie, Big Brother, $20. Melanie, I will do $30 on this. Can't do $20 on that. Bill Samus wants Elton and Muddy. Muddy Sows to Bill Samus, thank you. He also gets Elton John, thank you. Details on Bootsy. I don't have a year. I don't have a grade, which means it's EX or better. It is on that label. It probably is OG with that label, and the original release year is 78, so that matches up. $34.99. Or excuse me, $24.99. Does have the, is this embossed? No. Yeah. Sort of. Yeah, those letters are kind of embossed. $24.99. How many singles is in this set? I've got 6 singles here. 6 singles. 34. I'll do 34. Thank you. Godsmack, 28. Godsmack for 30. These new are 40. They're $39.99 new. I'll do it for 30. Jake Perganson. Okay? And who is the other bidder on U2? Scott Dwallow. You're out on U2, Scott. You're out. I will go ahead and do 18 on Bootsy to Patrick Lear. Matador has a new bid for 36. Kelly Vlodarchek, you're out. Jake says he'll do Godsmack for 30. Thank you. Okay, now, I did all that to show you this. This looks amazing. This was in the original ad I posted when I bought this Kiss collection. Some of these bootlegs I've had recently are all from the Kiss collection. Okay? This is Led Zeppelin, the Coda tapes. It is limited to 300. It's a 4 LP set of unreleased demos and outtakes from the Coda sessions. Wow. I don't know if that stuff's even on the box set that they put out. This is sealed, limited to 300. Really cool cover there. They have a concert poster that looks like this too from that same 1980 era. The Coda tapes, numbered on colored vinyl, sealed. $125 start. $125 start. Led Zeppelin. I meant to put that up 2 hours ago. Okay. Scott put I2 38. So I'm assuming he's bidding on U2 and he's bid $38. Travis is now in at 40. How many singles are here? Did I say 6 or 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2012 USOG limited edition box set in a custom tote. 745s on various colored vinyl. It is all there. Okay? Now we have the singles are at 40. Rob Bobby wants to know how much for both steel woods. Let's go back and find those. I knew almost all this in here would sell. All of your stones and on your time. 30 and 35, 29 and 34.99, Rob Bobby. Okay, U2's at 40. Led Zeppelin 125, Led Zeppelin 130, U2 42. It's up to 2 people on the singles. I think really just Boontar. Kelly Vlodarchek has it for 40. Anybody else before I grab another crate? That was a great one. We sold a lot out of there. Maybe we can sell a few more. Steelwoods, Big Brother, Cold, Big Bill, Snoop, Bob, Nacho, Migos, Daft Punk, Jason Isbell. If not, it's going off the table. Alrighty. Okay, here. Let me bring you songs from the woods. Make you feel better. Jethro Tull. Anybody? Anybody? Jethro Tull? Empty crates galore around these parts. I love it. Empty crates galore. Okay, let's do a crate of... That's really recent stuff there. Don't want to do that. That's recent too. Okay. Now, Rob, those steel woods were best offer. So if you want to throw something out there, let me know. If you take both of them, I'll do 5 off each. If you take both of them, I'll do 5 off each. Just saying, if you want both of those. This one could be pretty good. Let me see what we got going on here. Laura's putting some finishing touches on a Lura crate. I think we should go through some stuff here. Buy it now, best offer. I think I see some pretty cool stuff here. Like, looks like what was a Paul crate at one point. And maybe let's take offers. Or should we do a different one? I like the way this one looks. It's got a lot of interesting stuff in it. So here we go. All right, he said he'll do that deal. All right, so give him those 2 steel woods at 5 and 5. It worked. Hey, I'm here to sell records. That's what I do best. These are sold to Rob Bobby. Make sure those go in for 30 and 25. All right, now we definitely can go ahead and sell this set to Kelly Vlodarchek for $40. And they're supposed to go inside this tote bag. If I can't get them in there too easily at first attempt, actually they slide right in. Nice. Okay. Let's put all that away. That's going to go right there. I'll probably, whoever's watching, I'll probably put these on the miscellaneous table. And you too is sold to Travis Woods. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Travis. That's sold for $45. All right. And now, let's take a look at this Led Zeppelin box set again from that big, technically, Kiss collection we bought, but there was other stuff. The Coda tapes, 4 LP colored vinyl. Bill Samus has it for $150, going once, going twice. What a cool set that is. That's pretty cool. And let's go ahead and introduce something else right quick in the meantime. And that something else is going to be, let's do this right here. Let's do Kiss Crazy Nights. Kiss is a 1987 USOG, a 49 press, as indicated on the label. It is SRC. It's EX or better, and it does have the original on her sleeve. Kiss is a $30 start. That's now up for bid. All right, and tonight we had a collection that had some puzzles like we used to sell. We just can't get them anymore. They've been out of stock. And I've got Metallica, Kill 'Em All left, and Judas Priest Painkiller. These are puzzles. These are 24-piece puzzles. And I have 2 left. We've sold another 10 tonight. I can't get any more other than what I have right here. Those are $24.99. Plus, I have some like in stock here in the store. I hadn't shown them in a long time. I could go grab some if y'all maybe want to see other puzzles. Right now, this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have first here the Horrors. The Horrors. That is $29.99. A 2019 Euro import. That's a shoegaze indie record. And this is a buy it now or best offer crate. Next is Pianos Become the Teeth. The Lack of Long After. That is a hardcore post-rock album. $29.99 on that. The Horrors again. This is $24.99. This one is a Gatefold 2 LP. $24.99 on that. And Gorillaz Demon Days. Gorillaz is sealed for $39.99. Feel Good Inc. Susie said she'll take the Judas Priest. And Bill Samus, you get Led Zeppelin for $150. Okay? So those are done. The puzzles always get everybody excited. They're like, whoa, wait a minute, what was that? And I'm always have to go be like, that's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. Okay? And then there is Kiss. That has one bid for $30. And I have another Zeppelin item to run, okay? Back-to-back Zeppelins again. I almost forgot about these box sets. This is the Song Remains the Same. I don't see too many of these opened. They're usually sealed. So Song Remains the Same originally came out as a double LP in 1976. They have never modern reissued that as a 2 LP. They've only made it into a box set, which they've expanded it. There's a deluxe and a super deluxe. This is the deluxe. It's 4 LPs, Madison Square Garden, 1973. This is the 2018. The box does have damage. Seam split. Seam split. 2 seam splits on the box. This does have the book. That's what really makes these Zeppelin boxes really cool. Has this book. And then here are the jackets, which are really cool. Textured. Very nice. Beautiful. Wow. So there's Jimmy. Oh, man. Misty Mountain Hop. All right. And there's the book. And there's all the guts. And we're going to start Led Zeppelin for just $65. $65. 4 LP box. Kiss has a new bid for $35. Curtis, you're out. The records in this bin are buy it now or best offer. Link Ray and the Ray Men. Sealed reissue for $29.99. We also have half Japanese Bingo Ringo. That is a lathe cut that have 3 spindle holes. How unique is that? So you put it there, you play that one. You put it there, you play that one. You put it there, you play that one. How unique is that? $54.99. That's half Japanese Bingo Ringo. James Spence or Alexander Spence. A Sunday's reissue. OGs of these are very pricey. $32.99. Surely somebody needs that last Metallica puzzle. Surely somebody on Metallica. I still got some more guitars to show too. Mac DeMarco, 2 demos. Mac DeMarco is EX $27.99. And music by Max Steiner. Pursued, The Searchers, Max Steiner film score music, VG $9.99. The Who, My Generation, a 1980 UK mono, that's just $34.99. This is just the standard deluxe, no super deluxe here, so no CDs, just the 4 LPs, which is the same thing in the super deluxe. The super deluxe just includes a few more little extra things. And I have 2 one-off guitars here, I think, to show. Let me see what I got here with these guitars. Yep, so there should be a waiting list for this. And we'll say this is George Harrison's Rocky. George Harrison's Rocky. These are miniature guitars from Axe Haven. They've been a really popular commodity here for years. I didn't sell them for a long time. And about 2 months ago, I ordered a couple, and I've started a new collecting sensation again. And these are brand new, and they're really high-detailed miniature guitars. And this one's called Rocky, George Harrison. I think several different people's owned this throughout the years, and I'm pretty sure I have a waiting list. So let me pull that up. I know for sure if I do have a wait list, it's just one person. And if anybody else wants one, you can let me know right now while that one's available. All righty. Let me pull up my laptop computer here, and let me search guitar. And Rocky is sold to Karen Robbins. Karen Robbins, you're George Harrison's in. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold to Karen Robbins. Thank you, Karen. That is sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to leave this one out for a display. This one's sold to Karen. I'm going to take it right over here. And then Guy Shard got Max Steiner. Curtis, you're out on Kiss. Curtis, you're out on Kiss. That is now at $40. Over here, we got Lucas on HJ for $40. HJ, half Japanese, sell that to Lucas for $40. See how easy that was? This is a best offer crate. Last Kiss, Wednesday, a 74 US pop album, $9.99. Good to Be Alive, John Baldry. And that is sealed for $14.99. If no one bids on Led Zeppelin in about a minute, I'm about to make it a buy it now. If you're thinking about it, you're about to run out of time. We have Gray Flowers Bongo Band presents Strength of Spring. That's on green marble vinyl, produced by Ty Siegel. $19.99 on that. Generator is plugged and going. Thank you for the reminder. Tom Van Der Geld, Bill Connors, and Roger Janota. That's a 79 US for $14.99. We also have Rex Orange County. That is sealed on colored vinyl for $24.99. And then Kiss is at 40 with Mike Torres. Curtis, you're out. Just make sure Curtis is done bidding. Santana Caravanserai is a quad mix. VG condition $12.99. Curtis is in at 41. So we're not done on Kiss. It goes back to Mike Torres. Next thing over here is Kononica. That's a Jazz Fusion album, EX $12.99. What's the open bid on Led Zeppelin? It was $65. Oso's bid $60. That's close enough. He'll probably correct it anyway. We have a bid on Led Zeppelin, so it will sell. Okay? And what was the three-man band album? Three-man band, the Jazz here. Does it actually have a name? Path? Yeah, it's called Path. It's on ECM. It's Tom van der Geld. That's who it's billed under. Tom van der Geld. No condition notes, $14.99. Kiss is Ty, a full-length or EP. Well, that is actually produced by Ty Segall. It is a full album. It's called Strength of Spring, Gray Flowers Bongo Band, 1999. It is a full album. So yeah, Led Zeppelin 65, Oso's close. Now Kiss is at 43 with Mike. Curtis, you're back out. Paul Simon, this is that crate Paul marked. Everything's like quad. So many quad records. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. VG, it does have some cover damage. $9.99 on Paul Simon. And Sly and the Family Stone, that's also quad. VG Plus $24.99. Now, I've shown that guitar. I've shown that guitar. Let me show these. This is a really cool collectible. Last time I had two. We sold two. And here's two more. And this is Alice Cooper. And Alice Cooper is $24.99. And this is, looks like an old Mego figure. Very cool here for Alice. $24.99. This one here has a little bit of a crease in the board, but this one here is perfect. Alice Cooper's $24.99. How cool is that? Those are $24.99. I've got two Alice's there. Okay, so now Led Zeppelin's at 70. So we had a bid for 60, which was supposed to be 65, and then another 65, another 65, then 66, and now 70. And we got this record here sold to Chris Knapp. And then we got Vandergill and Corona for 10 and 10. Let's sell these to John Dodd for 10 and 10. Those are sold for 10 and 10. Guy, I will give you the Alice Cooper that doesn't have a little bit of a crease up here. He was first. And then Oso, if you want this one, it's the only one I have left. It's not too bad, but there is a crease back here in the card. But it's the only one I have left. If not, I can try to get another one if you want to go on a waiting list. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes is sold. Okay, and now Kiss is at 45. We're going through a great Paul crate here. Buy it now, best offer. Nielsen Schmilson, a quad, EX $27.99. Hubert Laws, the Chicago theme. Hubert Laws is EX $12.99. And Jason Lind, Ramadan. That is a 72 US Jazz, EX $12.99. So the unsold guitars, the only new ones I have for tonight is George Harrison's Rocky, Psychedelia. Stevie Ray Vaughan, old number one. Stevie Ray Vaughan, number one. And I have already shown previous nights, I have the following. I got Jerry Garcia. I got Gene Simmons. I have Cheech and Chong, the Marijuana Leaf. I have Bootsy Collins. I've got Randy Rhoads, two different ones. So I've got two Randy Rhoads, different ones. Whoever asks, I'll let you look at them. They're all about $39.99. They are all $39.99, I'm pretty sure. John Dodd said Laws on 10. And Lura just delivered a crate. Very, very fun. We're about to show that. But first, right now, let me swap out crates because this one's full. And because we're about to start a Lura crate and we got to finish this one up, we got a long ways to go. And I've got some toys and miscellaneous to take in here into the operations room. Thank you, Lura. She's done a great job tonight marking records. We got Paul's birthdays today. Happy birthday, Paul. And John is always off on Wednesdays, so Lura had sole responsibility of pricing new arrivals. We've had 3 awesome crates. It's very time-consuming to mark records. I'm telling you, oh my gosh. Especially if it's pre-owned stuff, you got to clean and research and get all these pressings. It takes a while. So let's go back to the top. And he's going to pass on the crease. Do you want me to try to get another one that's better on that? But if not, if anybody wants that, $24.99 on Alice. We sold Hubert Laws. DJ, not so good. I'm going to sell you Nielsen for $24. Kiss is still getting bids. Stevie Ray Vaughan's $39, Tim. $39 on that. And out on Led Zeppelin. Okay, so Kiss is a final call for 48 to Mike Torres. Led Zeppelin's a final call to Topographic for 70. Topographic for 70. And we had one other thing to do. Yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan's $39.99. Oh, number one. Oh, number one. Okay, $39.99. So let's make a note to get him maybe a better Alice Cooper. Randy Rhodes, they're on their way right now. Here they are. Let's show them. Let's show them here. Randy Rhodes. And there's the white. This one is called the Concord Jackson White Flying V. It's white with the gold hardware. Beautiful. And then the signature polka dot Flying V. Signature polka dot Flying V. And that one's billed as Harpoon. I call it the polka dot. Those are also $39.99. Randy Rhodes, some of our best selling. John, I will try to get Dime Bag. The Eddie Van Halens are out of production, unfortunately. Tim Graham said he will take number one by Stevie Ray Vaughan. You got it. That's so do you. All right, let's finish up this Buy It Now Best Offer crate so we can go through some more new Lura stuff. Brian Auger, Search Party. Brian Auger's VG Plus, $14.99. Boy, this is heavy. Sufjan Stevens, the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. That is $54.99. It comes with a book and a comic book. $54.99 on that. This here is Alina Deanne, To Be Still, a folk art rock for $24.99. And New York Noise, music from the New York underground scene, 1977-1984, Volume 2, $37.99. All right, we need more new auctions. So Led Zeppelin is sold for $70 to Topographic over on Twitch. Mike Torres, you get Kiss for $48. I've got other auctions to put up. Let's do this because they didn't get a bid the other night. I'm going to put it up for just a $1 start. This is Gary Moore, the Chris Tetley interviews. It is sealed. Excuse me, no, it's a picture disc of Gary Moore. It's interviews, just so you know. It's Chris Tetley interviews. It's a really cool display piece, if anything. But I'm going to sell it for a $1 start. A picture disc, Gary Moore, $1 start. All right. Dibs on Randy Rowe White Jackson. Okay, so this is sold to Jeff Brent BTO, RTO. That's sold. Let me go ahead and take these in the operations room. And that leaves the Randy Rhodes polka dot if anybody wants that. And I've got a couple of here that showed up damaged that we have to try to do something with, fix or us fix them, or maybe we can get our money back. We'll see what happens. All right. I got Dime Bag in my head now. I'm broke. I've been listening to a lot of Pantera. Okay. Sufjan has the book. Yes. It has a book and a comic book. $54.99 on that. Gary Moore has a bid for one, now two. And this is Matt DeMarco. Here comes the Cowboy Demos, purple vinyl. That is $24.99. And we have Deerhoof Breakup Song. Deerhoof is on white vinyl, $17.99. And Planetarium. This is Sufjan Stevens, Nico Mulley, Bryce Densner, and James McAllister with art prints. Art prints are included. Planetarium, $29.99. Lucas Hanoft on Sufjan Stevens for $40, sold to Lucas for $40. Gary Moore's at $2 with John Durden. That means Kevin's out. That means Brian Call's out. We're at a whopping $2. And next auction is going to go up right now. Here we go, a little bit of a surprise. Oh man, what do I have here? I have a White album. Not just any White album. I have a White album on white vinyl, and it's beautiful. It's a 1978 French pressing. Now, the cover, at first glance, you might be like, what's wrong with it? That's how it's made. It's kind of got that burgundy, almost like texture hue look to it. But it's beautiful. It's glossy. It's embossed. It's a 78 French pressing on white vinyl. It's nice. And it comes with the inserts. It comes with the photos and the poster. So this is really nice. It's a $75 start. There's Ringo. He just turned 85 years old the other day. There's Paul McCartney. He's about to go on tour again. Rest in peace, George. And there's John Lennon. So all 4 photos. This is a $75 start. And it does have the poster with it. Everything is so clean and nice. Very cool. White vinyl, too. The White Album on white vinyl. $75 start. A near mint French pressing from 78. Mike Torrey's is already in. What is the price of New York Noise? This is a best offer crate, yes. New York Noise Volume 2 is $37.99. Gary Moore is at $6 right now. We have Girls, Hellhole Rat Race. That's a limited edition of 500 for $17.99. Also, we have the Contortionist. The what? EX $36.99. The Contortionist, Clairvoyant. That is a 2019 on clear vinyl. That's prog metal. EX $36.99 on that. Also, Go Earhart, a 2000 press, experimental post-punk, VG Plus $19.99. Jim Croce, The Life and Times, a quad, VG Plus $14.99. Operator, won't you help me place this call? One less set of footsteps on your door in the morning. Beatles is at $80 of Guy Shard. New bid, Mike, you're out. Now Gary Moore's at $10. And we have Hubert Law's The San Francisco Concert with Bob James and Harvey Mason. That's EX $12.99. The price on Girls was $17.99. Also, we have John Moss, Screen Memories, sealed for $34.99. Slicker Van Slyke wants Planetarium. Sorry, I'm singing that like Sanitarium Metallica. And then we have 30 on New York Noise. That's sold to Boontar. John Dodd offered 10 for Laws. Sold to John Dodd for 10. The Beatles is now at 85. Gary Moore is at 11. We also have Lee Ronaldo and The Dust, Last Night on Earth, and that's $21.99. And we have Together at Last, Jeff Tweedy, a 2017 yellow vinyl, $59.99. Jeff Tweedy, look how nice that is, $59.99. All right, so that's our current 3 auctions. 78 French White Album on white vinyl. Gary Moore's at 11. And I've already got a bottle of water over here. That's good because I'm about to need it. Lura crates on deck. Let me remind you what's left in here. And I have one more cool toy item here to show you. And I tried to order more last night because I was like, man, this showed up. And I was like, I'm going to need more of these, I bet. But let me get a price on it first. So one of my main distributors, who's probably, the biggest in the country as far as their index and their catalog, they also supply all the Funkos and toys. So, man, I get lost. When I tell y'all I'm on these websites, like that's why I stay up so late. You can just scroll and just look at stuff forever. And of course, for me, it's just like all this cool stuff we can get. And at the same time, buy it where we can hopefully make money on it. It's just kind of this deep, constant, endless, just amazing cycle I get into. And the stuff shows up. Sometimes it's back ordered, and I go ahead and put in for one, and it'll show up like a month later. I'm like, oh, that's cool. It showed up. And then sometimes I'm like, oh, man, I didn't know it was going to look that cool. I wish I would have ordered 20 of them. So here's what I'm talking about. And this is $89.99. This is brand new. It looks like one that would have come out 40 years ago. It's the new version. It's the Transformers. It is Optimus Prime. It is $89.99. This is $89.99. It's brand new from Hasbro. Optimus Prime. And I've had an original like this before, like in the box. Very, very cool. Brand new, perfect, $89.99. 40th anniversary celebration from 84 to 2024. I have one, $89.99. It's available. Optimus Prime. Cool item. Okay, next was Gary Moore 15. Gary Moore out, Gary Moore out. Beatles 110, Beatles 115. Next is Girls and Moss for $37. Girls and Moss, sell both of these to Lucas for $37. Okay? And let's read through this crate one more time. Transformers is $89.99. Looks like we found our home for Gary Moore, $15. The Beatles is at $150. So here's what's left in here. Horrors, $29.99. Pianos Become the Teeth, $29.99. The Horrors, $24.99. Gorillas, sealed for $39.99. And these are best offer. Link Ray, sealed, $29.99. Alexander Spence, EX $36.99. Mac DeMarco, EX $27.99. Beatles is at $155. The Who, their debut, this is a mono. It is 1980 though. 1980 UK, $34.99. Last Kiss Wednesday, $9.99. Good to Be Alive, John Baldry, sealed for $14.99. Rex Orange County, sealed, $24.99. It should have the Rumble. It has Ramble. No? I guess the Rumble's not on here. It has Ramble, sealed, $29.99. Also over here is Quad, Santana, Caravanserai, VG $12.99. Paul Simon's VG $9.99. Beatles is at $160. Sly and the Family Stone, also Quad, but cover damage, VG Plus $24.99. Jason Lynn, Ramadan, EX $12.99. That's on the CT label. That's a 72 Jazz. EX $12.99 on that. Brian Auger Search Party, VG Plus $14.99. This is Alina Deanne, 2B Steel, Lura Crate on Deck, $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Gary Moore picture disc. That is sold to, George Jones for $15. Thank you. That is sold. And now the Beatles 165. Glitter, which horrors was you making an offer on? Because there was two there. There was two there. Let's put that right there. And also we had Mac DeMarco. That's $24.99. Deer Hoof, Breakup Song, white vinyl, $17.99. This was a prog metal album, 2019, The Contortionist. That's EX $36.99. And the last few records in here, Go 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 Earhart, VG Plus $19.99. Croce, a quad mix, VG Plus $14. Lee Renato and the Dust, $21. And Jeff Tweedy was $59. Andrew Shaw on Alexander Spence for $25. Sold for $25. Yes, thank you. All right, let's go through this new crate. If anybody decides you do want anything else in there, just let me know. All right. Amazing. Fantastic. You know, I do need to officially tell Paul happy birthday. You know, even though I have texted him or I have mentioned it multiple times, I probably do need to send a text and say, Paul, this is your official happy birthday text. I am doing it live. During the sale right now. Sent. Wait a minute, let me proofread it. Paul, this is your official happy birthday text. I'm doing it live. I'm doing it live during the sale right now. Send. Beatles is at 180. All right. Oh, yeah, we got to figure out which horrors he wanted. And we have an offer on Link Ray. So let me pull those out. I forgot about that. We had a pending offer on the horrors. So let me pull those out. And we are going to go ahead and sell Link Ray. All right. Major influence on Jimmy Page, Link Ray. Oh. And we're going to sell this to DJ Not So Good. CDs about midnight? Probably, yeah. Or before. We got Link Ray sold for $24. Lura Crate on Deck. And the horrors is Primary Colors and I think self-titled. This one was marked 24. It's the one I'm calling self-titled. And here's Primary Colors. It's marked 29. All right, let me put this right there. All right, let me grab this next crate. I'm about to chug some water too. Oh, sorry, I'm groaning like an old man. It's knees. It's not like they hurt. It's just like they're constantly agitated. I knew there'd be quite a battle for this Beatles. Let's take a look at the Lura crate sticker, though. Ooh, ah. Joy Division's in there. Dark Side of the Moon, Rush. And this is Snoopy doing some window shopping at a record store. Snoopy doing some window shopping at a record store. Very, very nice. All right, so y'all know the drill. I'm going to show 3 records here, okay? Not 1, not 2. I'm going to show 3 records. There's 2 rules. Rule number 1, the first person who claims a record gets this sticker. Number 2, no putbacks. If you claim this for $399.99, it's yours. No putbacks on these first 3 records. So be ready, be prepared. We got some more offers coming in, and let's do it. Most recently, we had Jeremy Bryant. Whoop. Jeremy Bryant, you're going to get both HARs for $40, 20 and 20. Go, Go, Go Earhart is sold to Boontar for $12. And now the Beatles is at $210. I can identify 3, 4. I don't know what this one is or that one. Joy Division, Charlie XCX, Gorillaz. Is that Gorillaz? Rush, Dark Side of the Moon. Is this, that looks familiar. I'm not for sure. We'll have to get Laura's complete. Okay, and then here's another auction we tried out the other night. I'm going to reduce this so cheap you have to bid on it. It is called WHIRR, W-H-I-R-R, Pop Dreams, a 2014 USOG, limited to 333 copies. And the note from Laura was, fantastic modern shoegaze band. And before we put it on Discogs, I bet somebody would be willing to start the bidding at $10. It's called WHIRR Pop Dreams. $10 on that. So thank you, Boontar, on the Go, Go, Go. Thank you, Jeremy Bryant, on those. And we have an offer again from the last crate, Jim Croce. We're still selling out of the last crate. Peter, I will meet you kind of in the middle on Jim Croce. We'll do it for $10. Quad VG Plus. $10 if you want it. Wish by The Cure. I was going to say, The Cure was on my mind, but I couldn't think of the album. All right, here we go. So y'all know the rules, right? Someone's about to get this masterpiece. This isn't some parlor trick that, you know, we just hand out willy-nilly. By the way, that's a Seinfeld line, if y'all wonder, what is he talking about when he's saying that? That's from Seinfeld. I know what this record is from the top of it. Yep, Dark Side of the Moon, $84.99. The clear vinyl, the UV clear vinyl, the UV clear vinyl. Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn, $39.99. And I know what this is. Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, sealed for $54.99. Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, sealed, $54.99. I think some other people knew what that was too, because their comments came in fast. Fast. Wow. All right, so let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. Don't forget, over here, we got a quiet battle going on for this beautiful 1978 OG French white album on white vinyl. It's immaculate. I hadn't even showed it again because we got two serious guys battling it out over here. The next comment was, Guy Shard had that for $230, by the way. Pop got a bid for $10. John Durden struck first on this. What a great record. Now out of print. We auctioned one night for over $100, I'm pretty sure. And you get the Lura crate sticker to boot. Look at that. Look at that. Sold to John Durden. Stephen Parton, a close second. Peter Haas said he will take the Jim Croce for 10. Sold to Peter Haas for 10. George Jones was third on Pink Floyd. Amanda Darby on Fiona Apple. Sold to Amanda Darby. Vicky was second. Gregory, I think, on S for Stone Temple Pilots. Is that right? And then Lucas on The Move. What was that for? Shoegaze 10, another $10 bid. And then another claim for Pink Floyd, another claim for Fiona Apple, another claim for Fiona Apple, Were at 12, Were at 11, Beatles 235, Beatles 250, and he did get STP. The Move, you're right. That was Jerry's move. The Move. He told George, he said, this isn't some parlor track that you hand out willy-nilly. Good job, Lucas. I think if anybody could rival me on Seinfeld lore, it might be Lucas. He's got pretty good knowledge on Seinfeld lore. There's a couple other big fans on here, though, too. John Durden, Gregory Roberts. Putty stole his move. Okay. Let's keep going. This is going to be a serious crate. I can just tell right now that we're talking serious business here. Billy Joel, 52nd Street, blue vinyl, sealed for $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire, in the white room, with black curtains in the station. A 2020 press, $34.99. $34.99. One more. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $24.99 sealed with Cowboys from Hell and Domination and Cemetery Gates, $24.99. Nice. These are all new arrival sticker price. If anything, I should be charging more for these. New arrivals from Lura, sticker price. First thing we have is Were got a bid for 17. Were got a bid for 20. Over here is Steve Riley, first on Pantera. Were 21, Were 22. The Beatles. Mike Torrey's went out. Guy Shard has it for $250. A beautiful copy. Final call for $250. We still got Billy Joel. We still got Cream. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. $29.99. We just had these earlier in new arrivals. There it is, 2016, a 2012 remaster. Wers at $25. Michael Reed on Black Sabbath. There it is. Laura says y'all better start buying these. I'm going to start raising the prices. I'm going to be like, you've got 30 seconds to buy it or it goes up by $5. We have AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, gold vinyl, 50th anniversary edition, $29.99. Gold vinyl, 50th anniversary edition. Susie next on Black Sabbath. Led Zeppelin, the Walmart exclusive, which comes with a backstage pass, sealed, and you get a really cool Chad Loves Led Zeppelin sticker. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. $24.99 for Zeppelin. Next, John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. Orange vinyl, that might be a Walmart exclusive, $29.99. Words at $31. Over here is the Beatles, and this is sold for $250. The Guy Shard. What a epic pressing of this. Beautiful. Sold a Guy Shard for $250. Appreciate that. Let's put it away. John, Black Sabbath's already sold, but no, I've never seen any reissue of Master of Reality that comes with a poster like the OGs did. I've never seen any reissue that comes with a poster. Let's go ahead and sell Zeppelin to Scott Dwallow. I've been dazed and confused for so long. We have, what is this? The Dare. What's wrong with New York? And Laura loves The Dare. Wow, 4-heart rating. First time me hearing about this artist. The Dare, sealed for $29.99. It's available. Meatloaf, Dead Ringer, $24.99. This looks and feels like an OG. It certainly is. A nice copy of Meatloaf, $24.99. Words at $35. That's still getting bids. Our next auction is going to go up when? Right now. And that is a sealed copy of Mac DeMarco. And this is Mac DeMarco. This one's self-titled, yes? No. Wait a minute. Okay, let's do this instead. I grabbed the wrong record. We'll do this one. Here we go. This is Mac DeMarco 2. Sealed. Unopened. $10 start. Mac DeMarco 2. Sealed. $10 start. Words at $36. Next. Cinderella, still climbing. Cinderella is a music on vinyl pressing. $27.99. $27.99 for Cinderella, still climbing. MOV press. Next is Billy Joe Glass Houses. Blue vinyl. Walmart exclusive. Sealed for $19.99. Mike Freiberger's out on Whir. It looks like it's between Boontar and Darren. Darren, you're out. Boontar has it for $36. Next, Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. 2024. It is open, but near mint. $22.99. Craig Ruth on Cinderella. Meatloaf is a USOG. There he is. That's a real photograph, by the way. That actually happened. They staged that photo off the coast of Newfoundland. That's where that was taken. $24.99. Vicky Yoshikawa on The Dare. Almost forgot about you there. What year is this? I am about to tell you right now. I'm about to tell you right now. I believe this is a 2021. 2021, sealed, $10 start. Darren Johnson on Soundgarden. Meatloaf is Soda Terry Gerhardt. That's not actually a real photograph. I was joking. Next thing over here is Whir. Actually, Whir is a 2014 USOG, limited to 333 numbered copies, hand-poured marble vinyl. Hand-poured marble vinyl. And it comes with an insert, and it's numbered 164 of 33. Next, Ace Frehley, $27.99. Now, these are reissues that actually come with the posters. So these reissues of the Kiss albums, I rarely get to see them opened. They come with the inserts just like the original did. So there's the 180-gram disc. There's the poster. They don't reproduce the merch inserts, I don't think. Just the inner sleeve and the posters. But if you do buy the Kiss remasters, they do include all the stuff. They don't do the merch inserts, just the poster and the inner sleeve. Very nice. I'm in need of love. $27.99 on that. Okay, Mac DeMarco has a bid with Lucas for $10. That's going once, going twice. Whir has bids for $38 and $39. Also, The Velvet Underground, an Apple original Polygram Entertainment film, music from the motion picture, 2 LP, $34.99. $34.99. The Whir is at $39. I started it at $10. We put it up for auction the other night, and it did not get a bid. And it did not get an offer. It was like one of our last no bids. So I was like, you know what? $10 start tonight, and now we're up to $39. Some people have seen the value in it. Matt DeMarco's at $12 of Eddie Gutt. Next thing in here is The Garden. Kiss My Super Bowl Ring. Don't forget, Lura loves The Garden. A 5-heart rating. That's high. Five stars. 24. That's up there with like a general. $24.99. Matt DeMarco's at $15. I also have the B-52's Whammy. This looks like an OG copy. Not a reissue here. Clean. Nice. B-52's $24.99. That's available. Also, the Hives. Veni Vidi Vicious. The Hives is a garage punk. Just $24.99 on that. And Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. A Gatefold 2 LP. $27.99 for Tom Petty. I'm free falling. I'm going to drink some water right quick. Give me 1 second. All right. So we did sell the Hives, the DJ Not So Good. Vicky, you were second, but I will give you the Garden. Well, you put the G-U-A-R-D. I'm assuming you meant the Garden, right? All right, so Boontar, it looks like you are going to get the Whir at 40. He's out, final call. And Matt DeMarco's at 15. Eddie Gutt, you've been outbid. So Vicky got the Garden. You were second on the Hives. Thank you, DJ Not So Good. Excuse me, REM Murmur. REM is $32.99. REM Murmur, $32.99. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. This is the newest 180-gram remaster, $27.99. And Billy Joel Stormfront, that's the last time this was available. The Walmart exclusive, now just $19.99 on red vinyl. We didn't start the fire. U2, the Europa UP. I think this was Record Store Day. $19.99. I've never seen it. $19.99. U2, the Europa EP. $19.99. Steven, I got to keep everything sticker price right now on this first read-through. I got to keep everything sticker price. But thanks for asking. Let's sell the Whir then to Boontar for $40. Let's sell that to Boontar for $40. Cool record there. Thank you, Boontar. That is sold to you. And now, we got Shakedown on U2. And I lost Eddie, but here's what I'm going to do. Lucas, I'm going to go ahead and say Mac DeMarco for $15. And I have another one. If Eddie, if you're still watching and you want it, or if anybody else claims it right now, I have another sealed copy of Mac DeMarco for just $15. REM is a reissue. Yes, it is a reissue. This is the Mars Volta. This is Ampuculture, I think. Amputure. Amputure. Mars Volta. This is $37.99. Don't forget, a 4-heart rating from Lura. Lura loves the Mars Volta. No, that's 5. Let's count those. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5-heart rating. Whoa. Another one. Sealed. Another 5-star. $37.99. Our next auction. Eddie Gutt. I have another Matt DeMarco for just $15 if you're watching. And Ryan Mustaine says, give me the Mars Volta. Let's put up another auction. I've got sealed stuff over here I'm reducing the starting bid on. And I'm putting them up for $10 starts, like the Budos Band. I have the Budos Band here for a $10 start. It's sealed. The sophomore release from Staten Island's finest. The Budos Band. $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. Sealed. Brand new. Warrant. Dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking rich. Warrant is unopened, brand new, music on vinyl, clear vinyl. Warrant is $29.99. Sold to Justin Deckelman. Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Sold. Next is Black Sabbath. Rhino, limited edition, sealed, $39.99. Whoa. What is that doing in there? That was a quick claim from Stephen Parton. Sold. Budo's Band has one bid for $10. Next auction. Sealed. Pharoah Sanders, Lovin' Us All. Pharoah Sanders is a third man pressing, sealed. It has one light seam split right there, like faint. Just $10 start. Mark Trahan second on Black Sabbath. Jake Perganson third. Budo's Band's at $15. Journey, Dream After Dream, just $24.99. Clean Journey, nice Journey, beautiful Journey. Journey's $24.99. This is the Arctic Monkeys, and it's called Who the F Are Arctic Monkeys? It's sealed, a 10-inch. Laura loves the Arctic Monkeys, coming in at a 3-heart rating, $19.99 on the Arctic Monkeys. Budo's Band's at $15, now $17. Pharoah Sanders is at $10. I'm liquidating the last of my unsold on-sale vinyl. That was the last non-check condition record. We got Arctic Monkeys sold to Glitter. That's Jeremy Bryant. Dustin was next. And Susie got Journey. This Journey record was only released in Japan. And then it was finally repressed here as a half-speed master, and then I think finally into main production. The Twitch viewers continue to grow. All right, so now we're in check condition stuff. Nice. Mr. Welcome to the real world. EX, $17.99. It looks like we had the same record 5 years ago. And now it's EX, $17.99. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. EX, $22.99. Alice Cooper. Led Zeppelin 2. A new Jimmy Page remaster. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. Heartbreaker. Hey fellas, have you heard the news? EX, $24.99. Pharoah Sanders has got one bid for $10. Sealed, Pharoah Sanders. The Budo's Band is at $19 with DJ Not So Good. Next is Stuck 73 on Mr. Take These Broken Wings. Susie got Alice. Guy Shard was next. Pharoah Sanders is at $15. Budo's Band is at $21. We have Nirvana Bleach. Nirvana is a 2019 EX, $22.99. Thriller, Michael Jackson. Eddie Van Halen appears on this album. Not to be confused that it's actually a Michael Jackson album. Paul McCartney appears on that album. VG Plus, $19.99. Bruce Willis, The Return of Bruno. A white label promo, gold stamp promo, VG Plus, $14.99. Stephen Parton, MJ, sold. Chris Knapp, Nirvana, sold. Pharoah Sanders, $17. Budo's Band, $21. DJ, goes back to you on Budo's. He says he's out. Pharoah Sanders is at $20 with Lucas. Next, Percy Sledge, The Ultimate Collection. When a Man Loves a Woman. EX, $17.99. It's on there. Berlin, Love Life. VG, $9.99. Craig Ruth on Bruce Willis. Sold to Craig. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War. VG Plus, $17.99. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. VG Plus, $17.99. Pharoah Sanders, BPS, $23. Jeff Halsworth on Berlin. OG Bleach, The Real Deal. It's actually not as expensive as Nevermind, but it's probably $800. maybe $1,000 if it was a top copy. It's still not as expensive as a true Nevermind. Those are really expensive. One of the most expensive Nirvana records is a single. If you've ever seen it, it's truly their first release. Let's see here. White. I spoke too soon. Yeah, the white vinyl. I forgot about those. I was actually looking it up over here. Yeah, the white vinyl. Those are thousands. Yeah, so a white vinyl near mint with poster just sold a couple months ago for $5,137. Yeah, so that far surpassed US. Yeah, the one, that's the one everybody wants. It's on white vinyl, so that's $3,000 to $5,000. They start right now at $6,000. They're listed for $6,000. They're listed for $3,000, $3,300, $3,500, and $5,700. So, yeah, that's the one that's going to set you back. That's thousands. Okay, out on Pharoah Sanders, Lucas, Chris Knapp, that's sold you for $23. And Budo's Band is sold for $21 to John Dodd. Now, there's a Nirvana single that's also big money like that. Let's see here. Nirvana. That's the wrong Nirvana, Chad. I'm in the 60s Nirvana. The original Nirvana. Where's Kurt Cobain at? Where's that? There they are. It is 89. Let's see. Year. Lord just sent me metal hop sticker, metal hop pictures. Let's take a look at that. What the heck? What year did that come out? 88? It's got to be right here. There it is. All right. Yeah, this is extremely rare here. This is, I wish I would like to have one of these. I think this is the true first release by Nirvana. It was a 7-inch on Sub Pop. So the last one sold just a month ago. The last one sold just a month ago for $11,767. Yeah. So the last one just sold for $11,767. $6,941. That's the last comps. But yeah, it's numbered. They only made how many? 1,000. Wow, that's it. That's the grail of, that's one of the grails of grunge right there. Pass on Berlin. Okay, great. Let's go through that crate again. Not great that you're passing, but great that we're about to go through this crate again. That's a grail of grunge right there. Holy moly, only 1,000 made. Nirvana's first release. Whoa, Wolves in the Throne Room. What am I going to put up for auction next? Let's do Plasmatics and Toxic Reasons. These are $10 starts. We got the Plasmatics, Beyond the Valley, 1984. $10 start on the Plasmatics, and Toxic Reasons, Bullets for You. So those are $10 starts. Plasmatics and Toxic Reasons. You can put them up right now for, I'm going to put them up right now for a $10 start. Let's look at the metal hop stickers. Let me mute my mic for 1 second, please. Okay. Jeff, I got Plasmatics put back for you, no problem. Let's go ahead and read through this bin one more time. These are sticker price new arrivals. Billy Joel, 52nd Street, blue vinyl, $19.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire, Eric Clapton, 2020, $34.99. Jack Bruce, Ginger Baker. Great album. AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, gold vinyl, sealed, anniversary edition, $29.99. John Coltrane, a classic jazz album, Love Supreme, orange vinyl, $29.99. We have Billy Joel, Glass Houses, sealed, blue vinyl, $19.99. Kiss, Ace Frehley, $27.99. 180 gram 2014 remaster. Velvet Underground soundtrack, music from the motion picture, $34.99. Chris, you're out on Plasmatics. Darren Crispin's bid came in first. Alan Hagen has Toxic Reasons for 10. Next auction is Wolves in the Throne Room. Wolves in the Throne Room is going to go up for a $10 start. Diadem of 12 stars. 2 LP sealed, $10 start on that. 3 sealed records, $10 starts. The B-52's Whammy, $24.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Greatest Hits, $27.99. Great compilation, obviously. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, $27.99. Billy Joe Stormfront, sealed, $19.99. REM Murmur, $32.99. Also over here, we have Plasmatics out. Chris says I'm out. No more than 10. Pickle, $23.69 on Ace Frehley. Sold to Pickle, $23.69. Final call on these for 10 and 10. Led Zeppelin is EX, $24.99. Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman, EX, $17.99. We have Paul McCartney, Tug of War, VG Plus, $17.99. And Berlin Love Life, VG, $9.99 on Berlin Love Life. VG, $9.99 on that. Wolves in the Throne Room, MSRP originally about $40. Right now, a $10 start sealed. Final call on that. So here's the agenda for the rest of the night. We are about to do some half-off vintage bins, so buckle up. I've got more sealed stuff like this possibly put up for auction. That was obviously a really good crate there from Lura. Another one. And if you change your mind on anything else in there, just let me know. I'm probably going to show vinyl for a little bit longer. Then we're going to transition over to CDs and maybe other random miscellaneous stuff I can find in here, but mostly CDs. Toxic Reasons has a new bid for 12. Ryan just broke his stylus. That's not fun. What label is this on? This is, I can tell you in 1 second. Wolves in the Throne Room is right here. This is 2016. I'm assuming it's this one right here. It is on Armatesia Records. It shows up as a 2016, I believe. That's what it scans. The other one says limited edition. It doesn't say anything about being on colored vinyl, so I doubt this one's colored vinyl. It's the 2016 on Artemisia Records. This one right here. All right. Now, Toxic Reasons, Alan Hagen, you've been outbid. He's back in at 13. We had a tie on the Plasmatics. It looks like that only $10 bid's going to do it. Let's do some more half-off stuff. Fantastic. Fantastic. And I think the 3 Lura crates are now just 1 Lura crate. That's also fantastic. Plus, we sold a ton of new vinyl. Plus, I did the flip crate earlier. I still got a flip crate to try to tag live tonight as well. So hopefully I can do that a little bit later. I know where it is. It's behind the counter. Prince Kerman this Friday. Yes, those will be in. Any 45s. I'm about to start showing some. Yes, we're about to do some more 45s. But first, the Plasmatics is sold for $10. And that was with Darren Crispin. Great buy on that. Toxic Reasons sold to Alan Hagen for $13. Wolves in the Throne Room, 1 bid, $10. I'm about to sell it. An Old Man Gloom earlier. It is already sold. Yep, that already sold. That already sold. Let's take a look at the Metal Night preview pictures. I'm kind of excited. Let's see what we have here. We have Nasty Savage, Sealed, Paradise Lost, Slayer, Napalm Death, Scatterbrain. We got Savatage, Van Halen, Metallica, Sodom, Entomb, Forbidden, Carnivore, Cinderella, Morbid Angel, Celtic Frost, Lamb of God, Metallica, Slayer, King Diamond, Manila Road, Iron Maiden, Queensryche, Ghost. I don't know that one. Impaler. I'm not for sure on that one. Van Halen, Twisted Sister, Goat Whore, Marilyn Manson, Armored Saint, Battery, Emperor, Motley Crue, Def Leppard. We have Merciful Fate, Mayhem, Twisted Sister, Metallica, Rat, Kingdom Come, Forbidden, Creator, Warlock, Dio, Faith No More, Guns N' Roses. Y'all just got an early sneak preview. Yes, Guy, that will be in this week. I'm assuming nobody else wanted to bid on the Thrones. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $10. Great deal on that. You just got that like 80% off of retail price. Great pickup for $10. Unbelievable. That was originally new, $40. Let's go over here and find a great half-off crate. Great half-off crate. I need great half-off crates. What do I have? Great half-off crates coming up. We got to fill up, well, we've already filled up 7 crates. Maybe if we can do a couple more, we'll enter into this great second streak of sales tonight. We've shown, in my opinion, we've shown almost no like vintage LPs tonight. There's been almost no vintage LPs. That was tomorrow's sneak peek. Impaled Nazarene. That's what it looks like. There are no unsold auctions. Everything is sold. There's no leftovers. I'm chipping away at this crate here. Let me figure out what the next discount bin I want to do. How recent are these? All right. It's probably going to be nonsense, but let's do it. I'm into some nonsense right now, so let's do it. And Steve Riley wants the B-52's whammy. Okay. I still got that, and I'm going to pull it for you right now. And that looks like it's going to fill up my crate. And let's go ahead and start a new crate since we're starting a new era here tonight. Sanitarium. Leave me alone. Okay. Half off vintage and probably low start sealed records to get these last ones sold that was left over from the last on sale batch. So here's our next ones. Dr. Dog and Jessica Pratt. Dr. Dog, Shame Shame. Red Vinyl, Urban Outfitters, $10. Jessica Pratt, Quiet Signs, $10. Sealed, $10 start auctions. Now up for bid. Okay? Let's go through this crate. Half off, no more, no less. I have Heart Magazine. Heart is $12.50. Heart Magazine. Fog Hat Night Shift. Fog Hat is $7.50. Half off, no more, no less. Nielsen Pandemonium Shadow Show, $13.50. Ozark Mountain Daredevil, $7.50. Gold stamp promo. Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, $7.50. Adam Bernardi gets Heart. So to Adam Bernardi. These are officially half off, no more, no less. Robert Palmer Riptide, Addicted to Love. $10 on Robert Palmer. Land of 1,000 Dances, Cannibal and the Headhunters. $18.50 on the date label. Seal Sylvian and the Teardrops. Seal Sylvian from the New York Dolls. $12.50. Adam Bernardi first on Fog Hat. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Cheryl Smith, you're second. No bid on Dr. Dog for 10. No bid on Jessica Pratt for 10. DJ Not So Good on Nielsen. That's right here. Another Nielsen record sold at half off to DJ Not So Good. Christina Curtis with that great Roy Orbison with the hit song You Got It. That is sold. Also, we have the Ohio Express, Beg, Borrow, and Steal. The Ohio Express is $12.50. Ted Nugent, the Ambroy Dukes. Ted Nugent is $15. Nugent is on the mainstream label. That's a pretty cool record. Just 15 bucks on that. That's available. And over here, we have Tony Carey, Some Tough City, $7.50 on Tony Carey. We have Caravan, Plump in the Night. Caravan, a 73 AL press. That is now $13.50. Terry Gearhart on Ted Nugent, sold to Terry Gearhart. And Nielsen, a little touch of Schmielsen in the Night. And this appears to be a UK edition. It is. It's a German press. Beautiful. $10 on that. Eddie Gutt put Stiv, S-T-I-V. I bet that was for Seal Stivian or Seal Sylvian. Is that right, Eddie Gutt? If so, it's so to you. You put Stiv. Maybe. And we have Dino on Caravan. Dino on Twitch with Caravan. That's Denise O. And my records are falling over here. Ron Mustaine, second on Caravan. Stuck 73. Stuck 73 on Tony Carey. Ron Mustaine, second on Caravan. Pratt and Dog Separate Auctions are bundled. No, these are $10 starts. Dr. Dog, red vinyl, $10 start. Jessica Pratt, $10 start. Cheryl next on Ted Nugent. Christopher Dean next on Caravan. And then also Eddie Gutt earlier. You lost out on a Mac DeMarco auction for $15, but I have another one if you want it for $15. It's another sealed copy. Let me know if you want it for $15. And if he passes, somebody else can have it. Maybe he'll take it. That way you and the other winner got one. Also in the half-off bin is Deep Purple. That's their self-titled album, Tetragrammaton Records. Now just $15 on that. Also over here, we have Outlaws, A Lady in Waiting. Outlaws is $10. And Zephyr. Zephyr's now $15. ABC Probe label. No condition notes so far on anything in this bin. And this is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Half-off crate, no more, no less. The Forster Sisters. Perfume, Ribbons, and Pearls. $7.50 on that. And Chicago, $13.50. It does have a booklet with it. That has 25 or 624. Eddie Gutt does want Mac DeMarco for $15. Thank you. And then Lucas is in on Pratt at 10. Final call. Edwin Riviera on Deep Purple. Great decision there. Thank you as always, Edwin Riviera. Foreigner, self-titled. Feels like the very first time. Original under sleeve. That is $10. And we have With Love, Bobby Sherman. Bobby Sherman is $10 on Bobby Sherman. Next thing we have is BTO Not Fragile, $7.50. Edwin also picking up a very nice Chicago. This is a great half-off crate. And then we have Ron Mustaine on Zephyr. That's so to Ron Mustaine. And we have Hearts and Minds, and that's a 1990 press. Gold stamp promo, full album, $5. Jessica Pratt, so to Lucas Hanoff for $10. And if anybody wants Dr. Dog, Shame on red vinyl, just $10. $10 on that. John McPatriot gets the Foreigner album. Stephen Parton second on that one. And Head East, Flat as a Pancake. Wow, what's that doing in the half-off bin? Never Been Any Reason. Beautiful copy, $12.50 on that. Badfinger, Magic Christian Music. That is $17.50. Shannon Lee, you were third on Foreigner. And Peter Frampton's Campbell. Peter Frampton is now just $5. All right, here comes some more $10 starts. And the next thing I have is Cat Power. And also for $10, we have Placebo. This is Cat Power, the covers record. Cat Power is sealed for a $10 start. And Placebo, Sleeping with Ghost, also a $10 start. Next, whoa, that's not supposed to be in a half-off bin. Peter Gabriel, $17.50 for So In Your Eyes. That's now just $17.50. We got John McPatriot on Head East, sold. Jackie Reynolds on Bad, sold. Year on Cat Power. Let me scan it and find out. All this is sealed stuff, straight out of our bins. It looks like 2011 or unknown year. That's what it shows up. It shows up those two versions. Okay? And just so you know, these are like stuff that didn't sell on sale, like after many attempts. So I'm like, they're clearanced at $10 starts, blowouts. Amanda Darby on Peter Gabriel. Greg Begdinger on Frampton. Terry next on Peter Gabriel. Cat Power 10. Placebo 10. Craig next on Peter. And Melanie next on Peter. Hart, Dreamboat Annie. One of my favorites there. Side 1. Amazing listening experience. Just $15. Also over here, we got Mungo Jerry. Self-titled with In the Summertime. That's the original album from Mungo Jerry. $12.50 on that. Also, we have United States Air Force. Roland Bynum, Soul in Motion. This is a radio broadcast, a soul radio broadcast, $17.50. Rufus Thomas, Aretha Franklin, Buddy Miles, Smokey Robinson, Air Force Presents, $17.50 on that. Amanda Darby on Heart. That's what Amanda Darby. Adam Bernardi second, Christopher Dean third. And we have Marshall Tucker for $5. We have Donna on Soul, and we got Jackie on Mungo Jerry. 10 grams second on that. So Cat Power's at 15. Preston, you're out, and Placebo just has one bid for 10 with Chris Knapp. We're about to sell that. Next thing over here is Coleman Hawkins Soul, VG plus $10. Coleman Hawkins Soul, VG plus $10 on that. And Billy Joe Glass Houses, that's VG plus, just $5. And Stray Cats, VG plus, just $9. Doing some cleanouts here. This is the point where everybody starts saying, Chad, are you okay? Why are you doing this? Why are you discounting these records like this? And I start saying, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Let me tell you. All right. So, Donna on CH for Coleman Hawkins. John McPatriot on Marshall Tucker. So Donna Coleman, John Marshall Tucker. Stephen on Billy Joel. Topographic second. Placebo got a new bid for 11. Chris Knapp on Hawkins. Next on Hawkins. Billy Joel next with Craig Ruth. Greg Beddinger on Stray Cats. Leslie next on Billy Joe. And Bert next on Stray Cats. So Chris Knapp, you got outbid on Placebo. And Cat Power is sold for $15 to Lucas. Preston Rose. Preston Rose. I have another one. You can take it for $15 or you can pass. But I have another one. That's more than half off on that. More than half off. If you want it, let me know. All right. Placebo's at 13. Continuing this half off bin. The Lonesome Strangers. VG plus $5 on The Lonesome Strangers. Gordon Lightfoot Endless Wire. VG plus $5. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Uncle Charlie. VG plus $10. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Leon Russell Carney. EX $750 on that. And Canned Heat Future Blues. Canned Heat VG just $9.99 on Canned Heat. And Super Bowl Vassar Clements. Super Bowl VG plus $750. Not bowl, bow, as in a violin, a fiddle. Next $10 start auction is the Cramps. Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. $10 start on the Cramps. Now up for bid. Placebo 13, Placebo 14. Preston passes on Cat Power. So I have another one if anybody wants it. Just $15 on that. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band sold to Mary Miles. Mary Miles also on Leon Russell. Thank you. Also on the half off bin is John Fred and his Playboy band, Judy in Disguise with Glasses. VG $5. The Fortunes. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. VG plus $650. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. VG $5. Don't forget about Focus, Moving Waves. EX $9 on Focus, Moving Waves on Sire Records, EX $9. Great half off bin. Let's read through those again. But first, I'm going to go ahead and start showing you some singles. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. Let me figure out which way's the A sides first. I think these are the A sides. Okay. These are all $6.99. Buck Owens, Who's Gonna Mow Your Grass? Bruce Springsteen, Prove It All Night. Freddie and the Dreamers, You Were Made for Me. Ronald McDonald and Friends, Share a Song from Your Heart from Casablanca Records. Ronald McDonald, wow. Roberta Flack, The First Time I Saw Your Face. It's Wonderful by the Young Rascals. And the Odds of March, Vehicle. Those are all $6.99. All right, so Cramps 10, Placebo 15, Cramps 13, Cramps 14. Susie Breedlove on Gordon Lightfoot. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. Cramps is at 17, and Michael Reed wants old Ronald McDonald here for $6.99. That's sold to Michael Reed for $6.99. And let's read through these half-off records one more time. How much are these? They're all $6.99. The Odds of March, the Young Rascals, Roberta Flack, Freddie and the Dreamers, Bruce Springsteen, and Buck Owens. Those are all available for $6.99. Let me figure out a good place to put these. Right there. Okay, and let's run through these one more time. Ozark Mountain Daredevil, $7.50. Robert Palmer, $10. Land of a Thousand Dances, Cannibal and the Headhunters, $18.50. How much was Rainy Day? Was that in here? The Fortunes, Here Comes That Rainy Day Feeling. VG Plus, $6.50. How much was Rainy Day? B-52s got pulled for Steve Riley. Placebo Curtain Bid. Chris Knapp at $15. He also has the Cramps at $17. Robert's done. Also, the Ohio Express, Big Borrow Steel, $12.50. The Fortunes is sold to, that is Dale Sanders, right? Dale Sanders, and then Jeremy Rourke on Robert Palmer. That is sold to Jeremy Rourke. Nielsen was a German press, gatefold cover, $10 on that. Outlaws Lady in Waiting, $10. The Forster Sisters was $7.50. Bobby Sherman, $10 with the booklet. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $7.50 on that. Hearts and Minds, 1990 press, $5 on Hearts and Minds. The Lonesome Sisters, VG Plus, $5. Future Blues, Canned Heat, VG, $9. Vassar Clements again, VG Plus, $5. John Fred, VG Plus, $5. Jason and the Scorchers, VG 5, and Focus, EX9. The Cramps is sealed. The Cramps is sealed. It's a new, brand new sealed reissue copy, and it's at $17 of Chris Knapp. And Placebo's at $16. Chris Knapp, you've been outbid on that. John McPatriot wants the Odds of March for $6.99. And guess what? I've got more on the way for $6.99. We got all kinds of great singles here. The first one I have for you is Strange Magic, ELO. That's a great one. Small Faces on RCA, My Mind's Eye. 5-Man Electrical Band, I'm a Stranger Here. Union Gap, Woman, Woman. George Jones, a promo with Melba Montgomery, Will There Be Another? Steve Martin and the Two Uncommons, King Tut. The Mamas and Papas, I Saw Her Again, and Creek Alley. Bad Moon Rising, CCR, and Leroy Parnell, What Kind of Fool Do You Think I Am? Those are all $6.99. Placebo's at 18 with Chris Knapp. Shane Devers does want the George Jones for $6.99. Chris Frazier on Steve Martin for $6.99. Let's do another half off, Ben, but first I'm going to offer these as a bundle. Here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 records there. Come on, let's do a bundle. $75 for everything that's left. $5 a piece across the board. You take everything that's left. Placebo's at 18. Boontar, you're out. Okay? Let's go ahead and sell the Cramps then. That is sold to Chris Knapp for $17. Robert, I'll give you first dibs because you are the only other one bidding. I've got one more Cramps for $17 if anybody wants it. We'll give Robert first dibs. If he passes, next person claims it right now. Okay? He did not want Steve Martin. He wanted Strange Magic. Okay? So what we'll do, there's Shane Devers, George Jones. Let's pull Strange Magic for Chris Frazier. That means, Vicky, you do get King Tut, Steve Martin. Okay? And Robert said he will take the Cramps for $17. Placebo's at 18. This is the only one I have. That's the only one I have. Eric Von Leuven on the small faces. Johns took the time to match most of these in the correct company inner sleeve. We got thousands of them back there. There's that one sold to Eric Von Leuven. All right, anybody on the bundle, just say bundle if you want in. $75. I would love to sell it to you. What's our next auction for just a $10 start? Porno for Pyros. Multicolored splatter, limited edition. It's a greatest hits. The first collection of hits and rarities from the band that started by Jane's Addictions members, Perry Farrell and Stephen Perkins. $10 start on that. I'll do the Dr. Dog and Cat Power for $20. Okay. Sell these to Preston Rose for $10 and $10. Done. Porno for Pyros is at, excuse me, we got Placebo and now Porno. So let's do PL or PFP. Let's do whichever. PLA, PFP. We got 2 Ps. However, I think we know where we're at. That's just a $10 start. Another quick handful of singles right quick. These are all $6.99. What do we have first? Very cool. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? The original single in the company sleeve, $6.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Doing to Others. Jerry Reed, Country's Alive and Doing Well, a promo copy. Waylon Jennings, Dreaming My Dreams with You. Magic Lanterns, doing Shame Shame. Lay Down Sally. Gary and the Hornets, Kind of Hush. And Donnie Iris, Do You Compute? Donnie Iris. Those are all just $6.99. So some good ones in there. All right. So Chris Knapp, you're out on Placebo. Nobody's bid on Porno for Pyros. That's something I rarely say. And now we have a bid for 10. Nobody on the bundle either, right? Dang it. I really wanted to blow that air horn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 great titles for just $75. That's okay. I'll put them all in a $6.99 flip crate and sell them there. I'd rather sell them in one lot for cheaper, though. Less labor. Okay? Melinda Daring says, give her the Bobby Sherman. I'll go ahead and give it to you right now. No one bought the bundle, so it's yours. $10. Now, if anybody wants the bundle for $65. Placebo. Chris, you've been outbid. I was waiting for you. He has it for $19. Now Chris is at $21. And let's tag some of these singles. First is Shane Devers on JR. That's for Jerry Reed. Shane on Waylon Jennings. Amanda Darby next. George next on Jerry Reed. Porno for Pyros 10-10. And I can't believe no one got Jefferson Airplane, Somebody to Love. Or Lay Down Sally. Or the Magic Lanterns. Wow. Some great singles still left there for $6.99. Let's do one more half-off bin. At least one more half-off bin. Now, Boontar, you're out on Placebo. Now, Porno for Pyros is at $16. I bet we can find another great half-off bin to do. Actually, you know what? I have an idea over here. Let me see if it's a good-looking crate. I did this the other night. I got a bunch of crates over here, John Mark, that I've never shown. And I've just been doing them for $6.99 because some of it's like Fred Goodwin type stuff. But there's still great titles in here. Let me see if I want to do it with this crate. I mean, I'm kidding. I'm no joke. This crate has never been shown before. And it was a lot of stuff that came from Fred Goodwin's collection. And I mean, there's not bad titles. I mean, it's not like it's... But it's just been fun to go through them, just say $6.99. I've done a couple exclusive in the group, and we sold almost everything out of them. And maybe we can do it live right here. And what doesn't sell, I might roll over into another crate. So I'm, no joke, everything in here, $6.99. That will be the best way to do it. Just $6.99 across the board. Great titles, brand new stuff, and they're never shown. Just $6.99. $6.99. A $6.99 crate. Everything in here. And they've never been shown before. Never have been officially shown. Why would I do that? Because I like selling records. Let's go ahead and show some more singles. These are also $6.99. That's going to be my favorite price tonight. $6.99 everywhere. Journey to the Center of the Mind, the Ambroy Dukes. The Electric Prunes, I had too much to dream last night. Ray Charles, Please Say You're Fooling. The Carpenters, We've Only Just Begun. Season of the Witch by Vanilla Fudge. Another Jefferson Airplane, this time White Rabbit. And Poco, Magnolia. Some more great singles with several unclaimed over there that I kind of surprised about. All right, so let's see who gets these. But first, Placebo out. So that is sold to Chris Knapp for $21. Thank you, Chris Knapp. That's sold to you for $21. And then Porno for Pyro. It was at $20 with Craig Ruth. I think we're done. Steve Raleigh got White Rabbit. One pill makes you stronger, and one pill. That is $6.99 sold. George Jones put A for the Ambroy Dukes. William Drugovich was second. William did get the Electric Prunes. No, he put Virgin. Did you mean... What did you mean? We got Airplane sold to Steve Riley. George on Ambroy Dukes. Did I say the Virgin Prunes earlier? That's the Electric... I might have said Virgin Prunes, which is another band. This is the Electric Prunes, of course, the 60 Psych group. I had too much to dream last night. Ray Charles Carpenters, Vanilla Fudge. Maybe he meant vanilla and got auto-corrected. I'm not for sure. And then there's Poco. We'll figure it out, though. Two new auctions, and let's do a $6.99 crate. Porno for Pyros is sold for $20 to Craig Ruth. Electric Prunes. Yeah, I might have said Virgin Prunes, because that's a name of a band, too. But we got it figured out. Okay. And next $10 starts. The Monkees and what is that one? Okay, yeah, let's do the Monkees and Jorge Ben. These are $10 starts. Jorge Ben is a $10 start. I think this is a reissue of something from the late 60s, like classical guitar. Paul speaks very highly of this record. I think it's something he ordered originally. And then here's the Monkees live in Japan. A bootleg, Live Monkees 1968. Last Train to Clarksville. Daydream Believer. Mary Mary's on here. I'm a Believer. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. It's got actually 15 tracks. $10 starts on those. All right. Everything in here is $6.99. Jerry Butler, The Soul Goes On. No condition notes on any of these either. They're all nice and cleaned. Jerry Butler, $6.99. Werewolves, $6.99. Gold stamp promo. McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman. Gene Clark, $6.99. American Flyer, also $6.99. Roy Buchanan, Dancing on the Edge. Roy Buchanan, $6.99. Al Stewart, Indian Summer. Al Stewart, a 2 LP, just $6.99. All these are $6.99, even the Bellamy Brothers. That's $6.99. Also $6.99 is Average White Band, Benny King. That's also $6.99. Next is the Monkees got a bid for $10. Another bid for $10. Donna Turner first on Jerry Butler for $6.99. Now the Monkees have three $10 bids. Peter also bid $10. Shannon Lee on WW. And WW was Werewolves. That sold to Shannon Lee for $6.99. Topographic put AS, and that's for Al Stewart, sold for $6.99. Mary Miles on MCH, and that's McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman, sold to Mary for $6.99. Stephen Parton got the Bellamy Brothers for $6.99. Edwin Riviera on WW. That was for, we've already sold it, that was for Werewolves. Adam Bernardi next on Beanie. Mary Miles on Roy Buchanan. Joe Sontag next on Bellamy Brothers. Average White Band sold to Cheryl. So the only thing that didn't sell out of that little batch was American Flyer. It's still available. United Artists, self-titled, just $6.99 on American Flyer. Okay, let's show a few more, then some singles. Legs Diamond, nice. Just $6.99 on Legs Diamond. Duke Jupiter 1, that's also $6.99. And the A's, A Woman's Got the Power. She's holding a glass of milk. $6.99. $6.99. Also $6.99 is going to be this batch of singles. These are also $6.99. James Taylor, Your Smiling Face. John Denver, Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Tuesday afternoon, that's the Moody Blues. Marty Robbins, Big Iron. We have Porter Wagner, a promo Tennessee stud. And Little Caesar and the Romans, Memories of These Oldies But Goodies. Those are all $6.99. Ed and Riviera got Legs Diamond for $6.99. The Monkeys, Denise has it right now at $12. Everybody else is out. Denise does have it for $12. Jorge Ben has one bid for $10. John Denver got Ed and Riviera got Legs Diamond, and Pickle 2369 got Thank God I'm a Country Boy. That's also sold. Next in this $6.99 bin is Roger McGuinn, Peace on You. That's only $6.99. Also $6.99 is Shalimar Disco Gardens. $6.99 on that. And the Red Foley Story. That's a 2 LP compilation. No condition notes on any of these. $6.99 on Red Foley. And Sergio Mendez. He has a cult following, everybody. I don't know if you know this, but this dude, his cult following is unbelievable. Love Music. $6.99 on Sergio. And Jean Bouvier, Drums Along the Mohawk. Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Donna Turner on Shalimar. Mary Miles on Roger McGuinn. We have a Monkeys bid of 16. No other claims on these singles. Okay, I'm going to put them right over here. Also, we have Brooke Benton, Golden Hits Volume 2. That's also $6.99. There's old Mr. Brooke Benton. Valerie Carter, Just a Stone's Throw Away, $6.99. And the Rollers, Elevator. The Rollers is $6.99. The Rollers. Tom T. Hall, The Storyteller. Tom T. Hall, everybody. Next thing over here is Donna Turner on BB, and that's for Brooke Benton. Jim Ciascio and the Red Foley Story. That's so to Jim. Thank you. Steve Riley wants James Taylor, Your Smiling Face. That is sold right here to Steve Riley for $6.99. The Monkeys is at $17. And Tom T. Hall sold to Stephen Pardon. Jorge Venn just sold one bid, sealed $10. Great deal on that. The original list price on that was $38.99. Sold for $10 to Eric. Sold to Eric Von Leuven. And guess what? I'm going to stupidly sell another one for $10 if anybody wants one. $10 if anybody else wants one. Next, for $6.99 is the Hollies, Out on the Road. The Hollies is $6.99. Neil Diamond, Beautiful Noise. Neil Diamond, just $6.99. Yes, you heard me correctly. I am going through a $6.99 crate. Also $6.99. Everything in here, and these have not been shown. Crazy, I know. Somebody check my pulse. Johnny and Edgar Winter, $6.99. Danny, Daryl, Sanders. What's your name? Oh my gosh. It's sold to Dale. Thank you. Dale Sanders. He gets it. Lucas was next. Preston was third. Chris was fourth. And now Susie on the Hollies for $6.99. We have Mary Miles on Winter for $6.99. Are we done on the Monkeys? Mary Miles has that for $17. Denise is out. We're about to sell it. Let's put up another sealed $10 start. This is originally something I ordered from like a death metal or black metal playlist. I've never been able to sell it. It was my only copy. It was expensive too. If it doesn't get some bids, I'm going to take a major loss. Ludicrous Hall of Psalms. Ludicrais. Ludicrous Hall of Psalms. $44.99. $10 start. Up for bid. Next, Dave Edmunds, Rocker. The early works of Dave Edmunds, 68 to 72, $6.99. The best of John Fred and his Playboys, $6.99. Chip Taylor, Last Chance. Chip Taylor, $6.99, white label promo. Also, Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Dennison, Love and Conversation, $6.99. George Benson, In Your Eyes, $6.99. Here's Johnny and Jack. Johnny and Jack, $6.99. The Monkees is sold to Mary Miles for $17. Sold for $17. Next, I've got some more singles for $6.99. Are y'all ready? Tanya Tucker, Greener Than the Grass We Laid On. Marty Robbins, Don't Worry. The Guess Who, American Woman. Buddy Knox, Somebody Touch Me. Peter and Gordon, A World Without Love. And Michael Cimbello, Maniac. These are all $6.99 each. We got Mary Miles on George Benson. Sold to Mary Miles for $6.99. We have Hank Williams Jr. doing the soundtrack to Your Cheating Heart, the film about his father, Hank Williams Sr., in partial shrink wrap, $6.99. $6.99. Also, Julian Lennon, The Lot. Julian Lennon, just $6.99. Yes, we are going through a $6.99 bin. Great prices. Bob Newhart, The Button Down Mind, comedy album. Bob Newhart, $6.99. Same price for Feber, McGee, and Molly. That is Tall Tales from Feber's Famous Closet. That's an original radio broadcast series. That's from Golden Age Radio, $6.99. That's before you had TV. That's pre-Netflix right there, okay? That's the equivalent to Netflix and chill. You put on some Fiber, McGee, and Molly, or Fibber. And then we got Conway Play Guitar Play. Conway is $6.99. Craig Ruth on Julian Lennon, sold. Ludacris, Hall of Psalms is at $17. Shannon Lee, You've Been Outbid. Next is Cobra, Step Aside. Cobra is just $6.99. Same price for How Much More Can She Stand? That's old Conway Tweety there, again, for just $6.99. Gary Moore, oh my gosh. That's the no-brainer of the crate. We Want More, recorded in concert, a 2LP, $6.99. That would have brought $48 at auction. I'm the Fiddle Man, Papa John Creech. Papa John, just $6.99 on that. Next thing we have is Carlos Montoya and his classical guitar. That is $6.99. And Rainbow Red Oxidizer, recorded live. Rainbow Red Oxidizer, what a name. $6.99. Gary Moore sold to Edwin Riviera. Mary Miles was next, stuck 73. There's that. And here's this. And there's that. And Ludacris is now at 20 with Shannon Lee. Jackie, you're out. And the other bidder said he's done. That was Darren. That's at $20, okay? Lots of Gary Moores, but Ed and Riviera first. Chad, not tonight, but do you expect any more used Mo-Fi's? Is it the luck of the draw? Yeah, so Laura and Paul typically select what we're going to auction every night. And they have a huge kind of like area back there, crates full of auction-worthy records. And they pull them at random. So I don't think we have like a huge collection or anything back there, but I guarantee there's more laying around. It's just whenever they pop up and they just select to pull them. The Wondrous World of Sonny and Cher. It's got some issues on the back jacket, but there's no condition notes on the vinyl. Sonny and Cher is $6.99. Ludacris is at $21. Shannon Lee, you're next. Wild in the Streets is $6.99. Also, Sheena Easton, No Deposit, No Return. That's a 12-inch single from Sheena. That is $6.99. Same price for Bobby King and Terry Evans, Live and Let Live. That is $6.99. And Rycooter Jazz, arranged and conducted by Joseph Bird. That is $6.99. Same price for another Sheena Easton, the full album here, self-titled. And Little Ed and the Blues Imperials. These are all $6.99. All right, let's show some more singles right quick. Same price. These are all $6.99. A UK pressing of Del Shannon, The Swiss Maid, Smash Palace, No Love Lost, Rick Springfield, Jesse's Girl, with picture sleeve. Here is Squeeze. 853-5937. Tommy Rowe, Hooray for Hazel. Tommy James and the Shondells, Say I Am. Lots of Pretty Girls. The T-Set, My Bella Me. And Johnny Rivers, Where Have All the Flowers Gone? Those are all $6.99. Next thing is Mary Miles was first on Rycooter. Reverly, You Were second. Preston Rose got Little Ed. Pickle 2369 wants Jesse's Girl. Ludacris is up to Jackie Reynolds. You're out. Wild on the Streets of the band. No, that's the soundtrack from the movie. That's the soundtrack from the movie. $6.99. That's the soundtrack from the movie. Also, Mouth Heart Blues by Shaky Jake. An 86 UK. That's just $6.99. That's a great price on that. The Drifters, the Bobettes, Johnny and the Hurricanes. That's also $6.99. La Grande Historia del Rock. Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go. Isaac Hayes is $6.99. We have 12th Night. That is also $6.99, an 84 UK prog album. $6.99 for 12th Night. And that is on, look at that, it's on Music for Nations. Wow, that's the UK metal label. That's pretty cool to see. Next is Ludacris Hall of Psalms. The last bid was with Shannon Lee at $23. Donna Turner on Isaac Hayes, Adam Bernardi second. And we have Inner Sanctum, Till Death Do Us Part, another radio broadcast. That is $6.99. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan. Oh, man. That's okay. This is Crossfire, a 12-inch single. Wow, somebody's going to get a steal. $6.99. Holy moly. And I've got Suzanne Vega, Solitude Standing. I almost said let's put that up for auction. Let's not do it. Somebody's going to get, that's a $30, $40 single there. A promo, Stevie Ray Vaughan Crossfire. Oh my gosh. That's why I make sure y'all are on top of your toes here. Making sure y'all are paying close attention. Topographic was first. Then O'Doul Rules. Then Jackie. Then Mary. Then Pickle. Then Greg. Then Mary. All right, so let's put those away. And let's go ahead and sell this then. This is sold Ludacris, and this is sold to Shannon Lee for $23. That's sold to Shannon Lee for $23. That was a great crate. I think that's worthy of another read-through. First, I got two more $10 start auctions. I got George Harrison, and I got the Cheetah Girls 2 soundtrack. Cheetah Girls 2 soundtrack. $10 start, splatter vinyl. George Harrison, extra texture. It's the newest remaster with the die-cut cover. Just $10 on that. These are all $6.99. Mary Miles wants Suzanne Vega. That's sold to Mary Miles. Almost grabbed that Stevie Ray Vaughan and was like, let's put it up for $1 start. And we probably would have bid on it for like a half hour. That's okay, though. Here comes some more $6.99 singles before we recap this bin. I have Leslie Gore, That's the Way Boys Are. Hitching a Ride, that's a promo from Vanity Fair. Lee Allen, Walking with Mr. Lee. Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. Chris Kenner, I Like It Like That, Part 1. Billy Williams, Nola. And the Four Seasons, Sherry Baby. That's $6.99 for the Four Seasons. We got George Harrison at $10, $10, $11, and the Cheetah Girls is also a $10 start. All right, here's what's left here for $6.99. We've got American Flyer. We have Duke Jupiter 1, The A's, also Sergio Mendes, Jean Bouvier, Valerie Carter, Just a Stone's Throw Away, The Rollers, Elevator, Neil Diamond, Beautiful Noise, Dave Edmunds, Rocker, The Best of John Fred, Chip Taylor, Last Chance, Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Dennison, Here's Jack and Johnny, You're Cheating Hard, Hank Williams Jr., Bob Newhart, Fibber and McGee and Molly, Cobra, Step Aside, Conway Twitty, Papa John Creech, also Carlos Montoya, Spanish Mosaics, Rainbow Red Oxidizer, Sonny and Cher, Sheena Easton, Bobby King, Terry Evans, Sheena Easton, Wild on the Street soundtrack. We have Shaky Jake, a blues reissue there, The Drifters, the Bobettes, 12 Night, that's on the metal label, and Inner Sanctum, all $6.99. Jackie wants the cult following of Sergio Mendes. That is so to Jackie. $6.99. Steven says he would do 10 on both Conways. Sell these to Stephen Parton for $10. Nobody on these singles, not even Sherry Baby. Mary Miles on Papa John for $6.99. That was a great crate for $6.99. And then George Scherer on AN, and AN for George Scherer. AN was for what? What was AN? He meant SJ for Shaky Jake, okay? And then Edwin wants the one that's on the Music for Nations label, 12th Night. Thank you on that. All right, so all these are still available for $6.99, including the promo of Sherry. And then George Harrison is at 15 with Craig Ruth, now 16. Cheetah Girls can be bought for $10. It's brand new and sealed. The soundtrack. We have George Harrison at 16 with Peter Haas. That is available. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, I've got a damage record. It has a seam split. It's Allie Venable, Money and Power. It does have a seam split. Allie Venable, Money and Power. Chris Stone, Kingfish Ingram, and Shamika Copeland plays on there as well. $10 on that. The Hollies is still in here. The Hollies was... no Hollies left in here. No, I had the Rollers. But yeah, no Hollies. Nope. All right, George Harrison, 16, 17. Between Peter and Craig, it looks like. And then Allie Venable has a seam split, $10. All right, so I was going to start CDs about midnight. I don't think the feed ends tonight till almost 12:40. So if we started right now, we would have another hour and 40 minutes of CDs. However, I'm liking these $6.99 crates, and I think we can squeeze in one more and still have plenty of ample time for CDs. And plus, I want to finish this box of singles. So, Leslie wants the Hank here for $6.99. And Harrison, Peter, if you're done bidding, let me know. Does anybody, I have had this record for 6 months now. I ordered 2 originally, never sold it. I've discounted it 29, 24, 19, and now 10. Can I get anybody to make an offer on a Cheetah Girls 2 soundtrack? And I could have swore somebody asked me to order that for them, and I never could figure out who it was. I actually have 2 of them. I have tried everything possible to sell these. My cost on this was probably like $28. So I'm obviously going to take a major loss on this. I probably, maybe, yeah, I bet that's what my original, I mean, a fair offer, I'd love to sell both of them. And I'm never ordering that. Even if someone says, Chad, I'll give you $50 if you order me one, I'm going to say no. I'm never ordering this again. 5 and 8. Okay, what if we do 7? Donna, if you'll do 7, I'll take 7 and I'll sell Lisa one for 7, okay? We got an offer for 5 and 8. Let's do 7 and 7. Let's do 7 and 7, okay? 7 and 7. Donna's good for 7, and so is Lisa Torrio. Good riddance to the Cheetah Girls. Nothing against them, but man, that's been a curse of mine. George Harrison is sold to Peter Haas for 18. 12:40 is 44 minutes away. 12:40. The feed ends tonight at 1:40. The feed ends tonight about 1:40. So we got time for one more crate of vinyl quickly. Finish up these singles, and we can do. We can also do plenty of time for CD Blitz. Okay, but first, anybody interested in a bundle? Anybody interested in a bundle for these records that's left? I'm talking great deal. I'm talking great deal. Here's what I'm going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 24 records in there. Okay? If anybody takes everything that's left, $70. 70 divided by 24 is $2.91 each. Less than $3 a piece. Bundle deal on the rest of that crate, all I believe from Fred. Now, Allie Venable was $28.99. I sold one, I think, for $19.99 with a seam split. I've got 3 left at $10 a piece, Alley Venable. Final price reduction. That's about as cheap as I can get them. I'm probably taking a pretty significant loss on these. They're damaged. $10, $10, $10. New release. I've got 3. Christone Kingfish Ingram plays on there. I've got 3 Alley Venables for $10. They got seam splits. I would love to sell them to somebody. Bundle deal, anybody? Bundle deal? If not, let's grab another one. All right. These are $6.99 I'm about to show you. Let's pick out another good one over here. I still got 4 more I can do like this. Let me flip through these. Yeah, I mean, there's great stuff in here. But I'm going to do it for $6.99. All right, let's do it. Last, probably, most likely, potentially, you never know about me, last crate of vinyl for tonight, most likely. We got CDs to sell. Usually, if we kind of see action slowing down on vinyl, I'll go ahead and move into CDs, but action's been pretty hot here lately, late tonight with vinyl. Let's keep the show going, okay? Joe Sontag said he'll take an Alley. Thank you. I'll give you the least looking one I've got. Least best looking, best worst one I've got. That's sold. Anybody else for $10? Here we go, $6.99. Let's do this. $6.99. Pele. This is $6.99. The soundtrack by Pele. And that is Sergio Mendes, everybody. He has a cult following. So does Pele. $6.99. We have Chet Atkins, Nashville Gold. These have never been shown. I've kind of flipped through it. I'm like, yep, let's do them for $6.99. They're all $6.99. I've got a few more auctions, too. We have the Statlers for $6.99, Radio Gospel Favorites. Billie Holiday and Sarah Vaughan. Check that out. $6.99. Also, Schlagers. This is one of those great Warner Brothers compilations. It's called Schlagers. Herbie Hancock, Dion, Petula Clark, Vince Guaraldi, Ella Fitzgerald Association. $6.99 on Billie Holiday, so did Donna Turner. Here's another one, Burbank's Finest, another Warner Brothers compilation. 2 LP, clean, no condition notes on any of these. Doobie Brothers, Alan Toussaint, Elvin Bishop, Jesse Colin Young, $6.99 on that. Also, we have David Essex. That's $6.99 on David Essex. Schlager, so did Donna Turner. Mary, second on Billie Holiday. And the Everly Brothers, 24 Classics, 2 LP no condition notes with Bye Bye Love and Kathy's Clown. Next auction, Star Wars Lo-Fi. Best of Star Wars Lo-Fi on multicolor splatter, sealed, Star Wars, $10 start. $10 start. And I have a damaged record here. Unfortunately, it's got a, well, nope, not that one. Let's do The Sound of Music. Here we go, The Sound of Music. One of the most iconic soundtracks of all time. How do you solve a problem like Maria, as featured in Seinfeld? The price was originally $33.99, $10 start on that. $10 start. All right, let's go back up the top. So we sold Schlagers, Stephen Parton on Everly Brothers for $6.99. Michael Reed got the other Warner Brothers All Meat for $6.99. Star Wars, 10, 10, 10, 11, 10, 12, 12, 10, 11, 12, 12. And we also have Sound of Music. That's a $10 start. Oh, I just lost my chat. Dang it, it booted me out. Okay, let me keep up. Let me log back in here. Well, that sucks. Give me 1 second. I got booted. What's our email? It's probably something Coletco. All right. Does that get me back in? Yep. All right, so Sound of Music 13, I'm going to have to refresh and lose all of my data. So go ahead and bid again. Darren Chrisman, 12 on Star Wars. Actually, hold on a second. Okay, now if we can get everybody to Topographic to bid again on Star Wars, and the cover of the all meat. It's called Burbank's Finest All Meat. What is that, a picture? It looks like pancakes. That's what I think. What is that on the cover? Is it like a slab of ham or something? What is that supposed to be? Is it supposed to be a record? I don't know what that's supposed to be on the cover. What is Star Wars Lo-Fi? Star Wars Lo-Fi, it took me asking that same question when I first got these in. Lo-Fi is a genre. Lo-Fi. They have took Star Wars music, these artists, and it's kind of like a covers album in the genre of lo-fi. That's my best explanation I can give it. Lo-fi is a genre, and they've taken great Star Wars tracks and they've kind of fused them into this lo-fi sound. That's Star Wars. And then Sound of Music. Whoever was bidding on this, can you please bid again? I lost all my data over here. I lost all of my chat. I can't do anything. A pack of bologna. A pack of bologna. Schlagers looks like this. That's the other one Donna got. All right, and then I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second before I do anything else. All right, sorry. It's time to get a nasal adjustment there. Melinda's in on Sound of Music for 10. Star Wars is at 16. Right now, we're going through essentially an on-sale crate of $6.99 records. Lo-fi is a slow kind of hip-hop beats, minimalist, made to be chill and relaxing. There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to describe lo-fi. Lounge music. A new word to call adult contemporary lounge music. Okay, here we go. Steve Martin, nice. Let's get small. Steve Martin is $6.99. The fabulous style of the Everly Brothers. This feels like an older one. It is. It's on the Cadence label. That's very heavy. Original, $6.99. The Sound of the Wonderful Times. Fred Goodwin bought this August 7th, 1965 on a Saturday. $6.99 on that. Star Wars is at 17. Bobby V's Golden Greats Volume 2. That is $6.99. We have Bobby Darin, Earthy, From the Soil Where the Roots Are Strong. Here are folk songs by Bobby Darin. That is $6.99. And Doo-Wop Rock. Doo-Wop Rock. Wow, a 3 LP comp. That's now just $6.99. And Indian Love Call by Kenny Roberts. That's on Star Day. Cool cover. Indian Love Call, Kenny Roberts, Star Day, SLP 336. Wow, $6.99 on that. Very interesting. Clean record, too. All right, so Star Wars 17, Star Wars 20. The Sound of Music is about to sell. Mary Miles on AM, SM. I think she meant just for Steve Martin, right, Mary? Just for Steve Martin? If so, that's so do you. Robert Warner on Kenny Roberts. Joe Sontag on Doo-Wop Rock. These are all $6.99. Never shown before either. The Fabulous Fabian. What a nice record for such an original, clean, you know, like 60s record. Wow, $6.99. Sound of Music has a new bid for 15. And we have Star Wars at 20 with Jeremy Rourke. This is, what is this? Of Thee I Sing, $6.99. John P. Wintergreen. Wintergreen for president. Is this some sort of Was he like some kind of third-party candidate or something? This is a soundtrack. I was about to say, is that some kind of political? That's some kind of movie. I've never seen that before. Of Thee I Sing, Wintergreen for President, $6.99. We have highlights from Richard Rogers' Victory at Sea. Very cool. That's Victory at Sea, 101 strings, $6.99. And we have Gid Tanner and his Skillet Liquors, $6.99. Something Tanner. It is on Rounder Records. It is Gid, yeah, G-I-D, Gid, Tanner, and the Skillet Liquors. $6.99 on that. Also, Hank Thompson and the Brazos Valley Boys, $6.99. And Diana, as in Diana Washington, 62. Diana is $6.99. Miss Ethel Walters. Miss Ethel Walters is $6.99. And United Talent, Loretta Lynn and Conway Twitty, $6.99. All right, next comment was, what was the Everlys again? That was right back here, the Fabulous Style of the Everly Brothers. It's on the Cadence label, no condition notes, $6.99. Preston Rose on Gid Tanner, that's sold to Preston. And Donna on Diana. Donna got Diana, and Adam Bernardi second. Sound of Music, that did get bumped. Thank you, Melinda, for letting me say you're out. That sold to Adam for $15. And Star Wars, I didn't hear back from Boontar, but I got to go ahead and sell this to Jeremy Rourke for $20. But Boontar, if you're still watching, I have one more I'll sell you for $20 if you want this Boontar. If not, anybody else can claim it. I've got one more Star Wars if anybody else wants one. One more if anybody else wants one. Star Wars Lo-Fi. Boontar, that is available. That was the winning bid on the last one, okay? Let's keep going right here. More $6.99. And this time with a handful of 45s. Mix it up a little bit here. These are all $6.99. We got Johnny Bond, Buck's Private's Lament, Johnny Bond, Hot Rod Lincoln, John Denver, The Cowboy and the Lady, The Cats, Why, Barkley James Harvest, Poor Wages, Mama Coss Elliott, I Dream, Farrah Fawcett Majors, ooh, that's cool. We have Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana promo, Dave Mebbins, Do You Want to Dance promo, Roseanne Cash, Hold On promo. Those are all $6.99. Boontar takes the other Star Wars for $20. Sold to Boontar. Next thing over here we have is Roy Clark Sings The Tip of My Fingers. Roy Clark is $6.99. Atlanta Pictures. Atlanta is $6.99. Jim Ciascio wants Hot Rod Lincoln. That's right here. That is Johnny Bond. Thank you on that. Also, we have Hoyt Axton, Snow Blind Friend. Hoyt Axton is $6.99. The Atkins Travis Traveling Show, $6.99. We have Armstrong Twins, Floyd and Lloyd, Hillbilly Mandolin. That's also $6.99. Regina got the Farrah Fawcett. I had a feeling Regina was going to get that if she was watching. That is sold to Regina, Farrah Fawcett, and Icon. That is $6.99. So what's left out of there? We got Roseanne Cash, Dave Evans, Kenny Loggins, Mama Coss, all promos. Barkley James Harvest, promo. The Cats, promo. John Denver and Johnny Bond. Those are all sold. Farrah Fawcett's already sold as well to Regina. The Billie Holiday Story, nice. 2 LP, just $6.99. Hum and Strum with Chet Atkins, $6.99. Franklin Ajay, Comedian, that's just $6.99. Never seen that before. Tanya, Lovin' and Learning, Tanya Tucker, $6.99. Donna on Billie Holiday. Sold to Donna for $6.99. Conway Twitty is $6.99. Honky Tonk Angel. Ernest Tub Favorites is $6.99. Cheryl Smith got Roseanne Cash for $6.99. Greg Beddinger on IN. And that was for, I'll let him confirm that one. IN and then BY and then Billy. I think everybody was after Billie Holiday, but I think Donna was first on that one. And next is Red and Ernie, Red Foley and Ernest Tubbs. That is $6.99. And we also have Justin Tubb, Star of the Grand Ole Opry, $6.99 on that. So, Greg, I'll just make sure I didn't miss something there for him. Do I have anything else I can throw up for auction late tonight? Here we go. We'll see. Let's see who's paying attention. There's no telling how many of these I have. There's no telling how many I've sold. This is Bruce Springsteen, the live box set, 75 to 85. 5 LPs, all original inner sleeves, and the book. Bruce Springsteen, no condition notes on the vinyl. The box does have some splits and wear. VG box. It's done its job. It's protected the vinyl. Nice book. Bruce Springsteen, a $5 start. It's now up for bid. A $5 start. Late night auction deal. Cheryl did not want Roseanne Cash. she wanted Roy Clark out of the bin. Okay, so let's put back Roseanne and let's give her Roy Clark, which is right here. That's so does Cheryl, okay? Bruce Springsteen, now up for auction. Johnny Cash, The Beginning. Johnny Cash, $6.99. Leroy Van Dyke, Songs for Mom and Dad. $6.99 for Leroy Van Dyke. Also, Jim Reeves, Live at the Opry. Jim Reeves, $6.99. All Through the Night, Julie London, just $6.99. Bruce has bids for $5 and $8. Our next auction, Jolene. Jolene. It's a sealed copy of Dolly Parton's Jolene. Brand new version, sealed, $10 start. I Will Always Love You. Topographic on JL for Julie London. That is now $6.99. So we got Bruce and we got Dolly up for bid. Kenny Rogers is $6.99. Self-titled technically. Amy Stewart, Knock on Wood. Amy Stewart is $6.99. Chili Con Coogie. Xavier Cugat. Xavier Cugat is $6.99. We got Bruce at 5, Bruce at 8, Dolly 10, Bruce 9, Dolly 10, Lisa Torrio on Dolly, and then another Dolly. We have Tanya Tucker Live. That is $6.99. Conway Twitty and Loretta Lynn. Honky Tonk Heroes, $6.99. Roy Acuff, the voice of country music. That's available, and so is Anita Kerr and the French Connection. Anita Kerr, $6.99. Also, Frankie Valli, Lady Put the Light Out. Frankie Valli is $6.99. Classic Conway compilation, $6.99. The Bob Hope Radio Show. There he is. Buddy Hackett, the original Chinese waiter. Buddy Hackett, that's pretty funny. Dot Records, $6.99. And we have Judy in London, and I think that is Judy Garland. That is Judy Garland in London. Yes, $6.99. All right, great stuff there. All technically new arrivals and just $6.99. Let's see if we can get some more sold out of here. First, we got Reverly 69 on the Xavier Cugat. That is sold. We got Stephen Parton on Conway Twitty. That is sold to Stephen Parton. And then we have Bruce at 13. We got Greg Beddinger on BH. Greg, was that for Bob Hope or Buddy Hackett? Let me know on that one. And Chad and Everly for 10. Boss 15. And then Dolly Parton 24. Jim Ciascio on Acuff for $6.99. And Dolly's at 20, 24, 22, 22, 24. And then Conway's already sold James. Was there only one Chet Atkins in here? There's one Chet Atkins. I feel like there was more than one Chet Atkins, though, Dale. There is one early in the bin. Yeah, there's several. There's Strum and Hum. There's Nashville Gold. There's the one with Merle Travis. There's several there. So Greg Beddinger wanted Bob Hope. Okay, so Greg gets Bob Hope for $6.99. Joe Sontag gets Buddy Hackett for $6.99. Dolly's at 26 with Stephen Parton. And the Bruce Springsteen box is just at $15 with Stephen Parton. So Bruce is at 15 and Dolly's at 26, both with Stephen Parton. He has the high bid on both of those. All right, here comes some more singles right quick. These are all $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton, Working Class Man. Bay City Rollers, All of Me Loves All of You. Eugene Church, Pretty Girls Everywhere. Johnny Bond, Everybody Knew the Truth But Me. Bobby V and the Strangers, Come Back When You Grow Up. Status Quo, Pictures of Matchstick Men. Incense and Peppermint, Strawberry Alarm Clock. And the Duprees, You Belong to Me. All right. Dolly is not an OG. No. Dolly's a new sealed copy. Dolly is a brand new, like manufactured this year sealed copy. No, it is a sealed reissue. Sealed reissue. Bruce Springsteen has a new bid for 16. Steve Riley on SA. Steve Riley on SA, and that was for Strawberry Alarm Clock. Nice pickup there for $6.99. Craig Ruth on Pictures of Matchstick Men. That is sold for $6.99. And so he wants Hum and Strum and the Everly Brothers for 10. There's the Everly Brothers. There's Hum and Strum. Those are sold to Dale for $10, 5 and 5. I've only ever had one sealed OG copy of this. And on the back, it had a promo stamp. We auctioned it here about 5 years ago for $575. I know exactly who bought it. It was a sealed promo marked. We sold it for $575. I think everybody's out on Dolly. He's out on Bruce Springsteen. Pickle, you may be getting that for $16. And then Dolly is at 26 with Stephen Parton. All right, who was the backup bidder on Dolly? It was Burt Jordan. Did he say out? Make sure he said out. I hope so, because it's a final call. All right. Anybody on anything else in here? These are $6.99. $6.99. Pele soundtrack. The Statlers. David Essex. Bobby V. The Times. Bobby Darin again. Yep. Fabian. The Of Thee I Sing soundtrack. Victory at Sea soundtrack. Hank Thompson. Miss Ethel Waters. Conway and Loretta. Atlanta. Hoyt Axton. Snowbomb Blend. Armstrong Twins. Floyd and Lloyd. Hillbilly Mandolin. We have Chet Atkins, Nashville Gold, and Chet Atkins and Merle Travis, Traveling Show. That's the two that's left. Franklin Ajay, Tanya Tucker, Conway Twitty, Ernest Tubb, Red and Ernie, Justin Tubb, Johnny Cash, Leroy Van Dyke, Jim Reeves at the Opry, Kenny Rogers. We got Tanya Tucker, Amy Stewart, Conway Twitty, Anita Kerr, Frankie Valli, and Judy Garland. Dolly is sold for $26. The next bidder was Burt Jordan. Burt, I've got one more if you want it for $26. He was the next bidder. If he passes, anybody else can have it for that same price. You need to claim it right now. We got Bruce Springsteen sold for $16 to Pickle, $23.69. Next is Rod Bryan on the Armstrong Twins. That was right here. That is sold to Rod Bryan. Shane Devers on Conway. And I think, Shane, there was a couple. There was this one. And then there was there was this one. And then there was this one with Loretta. And that's it. Yeah, so let me know of those three. Or you can take them all. That would be best, right? Honky Tonk Heroes, Honky Tonk Angel, and United Talent. Okay? Next comment is Lisa Torrio and Amy Stewart. That's sold for $6.99. Burt Jordan gets the other Dolly for $26. And Shane Devers wants Honky Tonk Heroes. Sold to Shane for $6.99. Did I already show these singles? Yep, I did. All right, and now I think that leaves just one more handful in this box. Perfect timing. Ricky Van Shelton, If You're Ever in My Arms. Doc and Merle Watson, Minglewood Blues. Dante and the Evergreens, Alley Oop. Bobby Darin, The Lady Came Back. The Lady Came from Baltimore. Jimmy Charles and the Revelets, $1,000,000 to 1. Don Williams, I Don't Want the Money. I'm Your Boogeyman. KC and the Sunshine Band, Promo. Space Cadet, another KC. Bill Doggett, Slow Walk. Johnny and the Hurricanes, Red River Rock. Lloyd Price, Personality. And Buddy Knox, Party Doll. Buddy Knox, Party Doll. That is $6.99 on that. We got Jim Ciascio on Doc Watson. Jim Ciascio on Doc Watson. That's sold to him. And then Steve Riley on Johnny and the Hurricanes. That was right here. That's sold to Steve Riley. All right. I'm assuming no one's interested in a bundle deal on those. Probably were. If you were, you probably would have asked by now, right? And there's all those singles there. I think we went through 2 boxes of singles, and I think about everything left is in one. So we sold like a whole equivalent of like a box of singles in two nights, just kind of showing them randomly. Pretty amazing. So the only thing I have left in my discount bin was this Thor Edge of Hell, and it's also damaged. It's much more damaged than the other one I had that I sold. So if anybody wants to make an offer, it's Thor, The Edge of Hell. It's on red marble vinyl. And as you can see, it's got a pretty messed up cover. It's really bent. And the shrink wrap isn't helping it. When you open it, and probably want to tear the shrink wrap completely off, or at least cut it off to right here, then, you know, that would be helpful. And then I've got 2 Alley Venables left for $10, which just have seam splits. Just $10 on those. That was a big pre-order too. Like, I sold a bunch of those. We got offers on Thor for $5 and $8. And Shane Devers wants Buddy Knox. Sold to Shane Devers, $6.99. Nice. So Darren, you're first on 4, but right now the offer to beat's 8. So you can have it for 8, or I'm going to sell it to Donna. And I've just emptied a whole crate. All of my new vinyl's gone now. So the only new vinyl I have left in this building, the only new vinyl I have left was just stuff ordered from the middle of March or the middle of June up until today. That's it. That's it. That's amazing. We've gone through that much. So Donna gets store for 8. James Hicks had put 10, but I've already told Donna 8. And Susie wants Boogeyman, Casey and the Sunshine Band. That is right here, $6.99. All right, that's it for vinyl tonight. I am gonna transition over to CDs, and we're about to sell a bunch of them. What's the album at the top? It was Thor, It Was Damaged. We've already sold it for $8, brand new and sealed. Just a bent cover. And we had a whole crate of $6.99, and that's all that's left. Jim Ciascio wants an Alley Venable. Oh, nice. Well, I just need one more person now on Alley. One more person on Alley. $10 on that. But thanks, everybody, for sticking with me. We got about a good solid hour for CDs. Let's try to get 4 stacks sold. I'm going to be pulling off the racks. I'm about to go get a box and fill up a box, and it's time for CDs. And we have sold 9 crates of vinyl tonight. Amazing. 9 crates full of vinyl. So a crate like you just seen me put up on the table, packed full, 9 of those so far. The 9th one's right here next to me. Amazing. Fantastic. I'm running out of adjectives. Beautiful. Incredible. Amazing. And tomorrow's going to be an insane night. Thursday night metal night. Let me get a good platform built right here. And let me get my table built. And let's get some compact discs sold. It's been a commodity unlike anything else on this planet. I've got one puzzle left from the night. Surely we can sell it. Here, I'll do it even $5 cheaper. The last puzzle I have from that collection we just bought, which I originally had in stock, Metallica. How much you might say? Now just 20 bucks. The last one. We sold all the others tonight for $24.99. That's all I have left. That's it. That's all I have left. I'm your boogeyman. Sold to Dustin for $20. Now my crate's really full. All right, done. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here of sold singles. And we're going to get an area built to put the sold CDs. Let's move this chair right quick. Oh. Okay. How am I going to get over here? I didn't realize they moved a lot of this stuff. Oh, no. Okay, let me... Oh, I know what I was going to do. Also, while I'm back here, let me see if this is... Nice. Got him. I didn't realize they moved all this, so I just got access. Ow. I just got access to a whole new area where I didn't know there was more CDs stored. Shows you how much I keep up with what's going on in my own building, right? All right, y'all gonna love these. Oh my gosh. Y'all gonna love these. Who's still watching? Has everybody hit the like button? All right, here we go. Let's see who's paying attention. $6.99. Let's go. We got Queen Rocks. I'm not for sure what that is, but it's Queen looking. The Offspring, Americana. We have Rat, and that is... I don't know what that actually is, but there's Rat. We got Queen's Rock, Q2K, no disc. We got Queen's Rock, and that one is Promised Land. We got the Pretenders, Last of the Independents, Pride and Glory, REM, Automatic for the People, and the Rembrandt's LP, and Motley Crue, and that one is Generation Swine. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. So Queen Rocks, Offspring, Rat, Queen's Rock, Pretenders, Pride and Glory, REM, Rembrandt's, and Motley Crue. And this one, unfortunately, didn't have a disc in it. All right, moving right along. Next, we have for $6.99, we have the Ondine Koza. Also, I have Open Skies, SKYZ. Next here is John Popper, Zygote. Also, Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Live at the Greek. Joe Satriani, Crystal Planet. Scarecrow, A Touch of Madness, Savage Garden. Also, we have nothing there. And we have this here, which is Walt Wise, Welcome to Your Life. No artwork on that one. Susie on REM, Automatic for the People. Thank you, Susie. All right, there's that. Give me 1 second. All right, just want to make sure everybody's awake. We have Susie on Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. About 2/3 of these should have already sold. Last stack, or I got to call it a night. Unbelievable. This early, already having to stop. We've only been through two stacks. Next thing we have, these are $6.99. We have Left of the Middle, Natalie Imbruglia, Leonard Skinner 20. Also, we have Peace, Eurythmics. Also, Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. Fish, Rain Gods with Zippos. Fish. Hound Dog is sealed. Also over here we have KWS. Please Don't Go, the album. And Great White, can't get there from here. These are all $6.99 as well. Can't believe there's a Rat still available, an Offspring still available, a Pretenders promo, a Motley Crue still available, a Joe Satriani still available, a Leonard Skinner still available, an Extreme still available. Everybody must have went there and was like, Chad's not going to show any good CDs today. I'm just going to go ahead and go to bed. All right, let's keep going right here. More CD 699. Darren Chrisman said, dude, you just woke up my wife. Sorry about that. Maybe she'll get on and start buying CDs too. Nascimento, that's a gold stamp promo. NSYNC. Also, we got Night Ranger 7. We have 9 Days, The Maddening Crowd. The New American Shame, 9 Days. That has the hit song on it. Story of a Girl. This is the story of a girl. Dun, 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 dun. Pilgrimage, 9 Songs, Ecstasy. Petra, Wake Up Call, and Robert Plant, Fate of Nations. Robert Plant, $6.99. Next is Susie on Leonard Skinner. Susie bought the first 3 CDs. Everybody else is still sleeping. Burt Jordan next on Leonard Skinner. Michael Reed got the Offspring CD. Michael Reed on Offspring. That's right here. That's so to Michael Reed. Thank you on that. So to Michael Reed. And Lisa Torrio on KWS. Right here, KWS. Is that Kenny Wayne Shepherd? Who is this? I'm not for sure, but that is sold. And Susie on Robert Plant. All right, those are all gone. Next handful. And I have coming up right now, these are $6.99. $6.99. Let me grab these right here. Oh, that's cool. All right, here we go. Next thing we have here is Adam Sandler. This is They're All Gonna Laugh at You. We got Santana. This is Supernatural. Adam Sandler, What's Your Name? This is Saints and Sinners. Saints and Sinners. Rush with a ticket stub. Counterparts. Unbelievable. This is Samantha 7. Richie Sambora. This is from that collection that has a lot of autographs and ticket stubs. We got Shadow King. We got John Cicada. We got Vincent Lagrotti Gambini and Jerry Seinfeld. I'm telling you for the last time, Jerry Seinfeld. These are all $6.99. I walked by a crate earlier, a plastic crate. Y'all can't see anything right now, but I took a plastic crate lid. It scraped my finger right here. It feels like it's on fire. Y'all probably can't see. It's really painless, but it feels like my finger's on fire. Would you check the disc and the Offspring? You want me to look at the disc, make sure it's in here, and it's near mint. It's there. That's so do you, unless you change your mind. Shakedown on Rush with the ticket stub. That was a $55 CD. Mary Miles on Santana. That has Smooth with Rob Thomas. And Seinfeld is right here. I'm telling you for the last time. That's Jerry Seinfeld. I'm telling you for the last time. Next, these are $6.99. Vince Neil Exposed. Also, Billy Meyer Vertigo. Billy Meyer's Growing Pains. Faith and Courage, Sinead O'Connor. We have Michael Morales. And we have Motherland. And that is Peace for Me. These are all $6.99. Great titles here. All $6.99. Next handful I'm going to do right now. What do we have over here? These are $6.99. We have Laura Branigan, The Best of Branigan. Also, Geffen Vintage 80s. Geffen Vintage 80s, Volume 2. This is Estero, Breath from Another. Also, we have Medicine Drum, Talking Stick. We also have Profound Sounds Volume 1. This is Buster Poindexter, Bunted Spanish Rocket Ship, Buck Cherry Promo, and check this out, Bullet Boys Freak Show. Bullet Boys, be careful saying that word, goodness gracious, $6.99 on that. Anybody else, okay? These are all $6.99. Laura Branigan, Geffen Vintage 80s, Estero, Medicine Drum, Profound Sounds, Buster Poindexter, Buck Cherry, and Bullet Boys. $6.99 on that. All right. It's dangerous being around there. Yep. Shane cut his leg open. I've cut my finger. Well, I haven't cut it. It's like a surface scratch or something. I don't know what you call it. It's not a feeler. It will still play if you put it on, but it may skip. It may pop. All right, right over here, we got Hanson, Mbop. We got Sammy Hagar and the War Abatis, Red Voodoo. This is 311 Sound System, Capricorn Records. Also, 3 Colors Red Revolt, Sunset Highlights, Tubes, and this is called Genius of America. We got Tough, What Comes Around Goes Around, Tough, Religious Fix, and Train, their self-titled debut. Those are all $6.99. Buster Poindexter is right here. It's Buster Poindexter. It is $6.99, and it's called Buster Spanish Rocket Ship. $6.99 on that. Test 1, 2. Is my mic still working? Might just have a one-box CD night. That'd be sad. Might have to wrap it up and call it a night. There's about 50 CDs that normally would have already sold. I have a feeling a lot of people went to bed early tonight. And they said, you know what? Screw Chad and his CDs. We have Khalid. This is called NCC. Also, we have Khalil, People Wishing Hollywood Records, Hootie and the Blowfish, Fairweather Johnson, Promo, Gary Hoey. We got Hanson, Honson, this time around. Over here, we have Harlow. We got Heavy Bones. Also, I got Sammy Hagar Marching to Mars and another Sammy Hagar Marching to Mars. These are all $6.99. $6.99. There's a good chance a bunch of these are going to be autographed. So if you're buying something out of here, you might want to check that. Susie Breedlove on Train. This is the best batch of CDs we've been through all night. I couldn't bring out better CDs. Jim Ciascio on Buster Poindexter. Thank you. This is 2 more boxes I just found from this new collection. I was like shocked to find these laying back there. These are going to have autographs hidden in them. It's all hard rock and metal. This is it. Next thing I have this, and it's Kip Winger, and it's also autographed, so it's not for sale. We got Michael Shelley, Half Empty. We got In Vogue, Masterpiece Theater. Also have Hootie and the Blowfish musical chairs. Also Guardian, Miracle Mile. This is Right Said Fred Up. Also, we have Chris Perez Band. Also over here, Zach Wild, Book of Shadows. Zach Wild, Ultimate Dance Party. We have Enrique Iglesias, Gloria Estefan Gloria. And we have Gloria Estefan's Greatest Hits. These are all $6.99. This is a surprising batch of many of those. Yeah, you're going to find a lot of autographs in these. Sammy Hagar is sold to Mary Miles. Thank you. Cece said, Khalil, did you say? I did not say Khalil. I said Khalid. Khaled. Donna Turner on In Vogue. There we go. Donna Turner on the board. We might be changing around here, although I do not see In Vogue. I see Michael Stanley. I see In Vogue. And that's sold to Donna Turner. Thank you. All right. So those are gone. Appreciate that. Here are these. And I'm going to stack up all those. Man, that's a heck of a box. That's a heck of a bunch that didn't sell. So let me do this. Let me stack these to the back, and let me go get that other box that was on top of this one or underneath this one. That is so many great titles left in there. I've never seen so much hard rock and metal CDs at $6.99 left behind until right now. First time that's ever happened. Let's go grab some more. I may end up selling these later, but it looks like I found a couple Kip Winger autographs. I know that's who signed that one. Did he sign this one too? No, that's somebody else. Did he sign it in here? Kip Winger signed that one. This is from Andy. What is this guy's name? I know his name was Andy, but he was a customer of ours. He was in the music business. And as you can see, he got a lot of promo CDs. He met a lot of people, got a lot of stuff autographed. All right, heading to the back. New fresh box coming up. New fresh box coming up. I know about 5 CD buyers right now. They all fell asleep on me. They didn't set their alarm. That's a risky decision. I'm going to set my alarm. They're like, I'm going to set my alarm and come back when CDs start. And I'm like, you're not going to wake back up, dude. You're going to miss all this action because you're sleeping. And I'm basically paying you to buy CDs right now. And everybody's sleeping. They're just completely snoring. They have no idea what's going on. They're out of the world. They have no idea. They are snoring, and they have no idea. Chad is basically paying people right now. All you got to do is watch, and you're basically getting paid to buy CDs. That's it. All right. Hope everybody's ready. Is that Reb Beach? Probably. Looks like I got a pre-order it this week, so I need to show up for Season Mason Radio in time to bring out the jazz. There we go. Might need to bring a jazz box out for Greg and Donna then, right? Might need to bring out a jazz box for Donna and Grog. Message in a Bottle soundtrack. This is absolutely nothing. This might be pretty good. Dream Theater, Cleveland Agora, 2000. Trickster, here. Filibuster, that is Deadly Hi-Fi sealed. Music from EDTV. Backstreet, finally, promo marked. Exotica, World Music Divas. Cleveland, The Heart of It All. Looks like some kind of jazz. Muse, Showbiz, Gold Stamp promo. Sheryl Crow, The Globe Sessions, Gold Stamp promo. I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World. Aqua-Me, Squire, Then and Now. Billy Squire. We have Julio, His Greatest Hits, Iglesias, and Rod Stewart, and then When We Were the New Boys. That is sealed. Those are all $6.99. There is a Trickster CD in here. Oh my gosh, a Trickster CD. Donna Turner on Blast. That is what? Blast? B-L-A-S-T? Blast. Blast, 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 blast. You mean Black Street? Black Street? What did I say? I said Backstreet. That's Black Street. I think that's completely different. Blackstreet, yes, that's Soda Donna. Blackstreet, not Backstreet. Angela Lewis on Trickster. Soda Angela Lewis. Donna Turner on SC. Donna Turner on SC. Donna Turner on Sheryl Crow. Greg on Muse. Mary next on Sheryl Crow. And then we have Lisa Torrio on Aqua. These are so cheap, you're getting paid to buy them. Susie on Billy Squire, sold. And we have Julio. These are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. Every CD for about the next hour is $6.99. Rod Stewart, Julio Iglesias, Cleveland, Heart of It All. Has everybody hit the like button, share button, maybe get some new people on here? Exotica, EDTV, Filibuster, Dream Theater, and Message in a Bottle. David Williams on Julio Iglesias. 2 CD set. Yeah, these are so cheap, you're getting paid to buy them. See, Angela has fell asleep. Angela, you missed all kinds of hair metal. These 2 stacks back here. These 2 stacks back here, Angela. These right back here. Oh my gosh. Everybody fell asleep. I knew it. I was showing CDs and I was like, nobody was buying them. And I was like, okay, I'm either not live or everybody has fell asleep on me, which is a dangerous business. That's a dangerous business, trying to sleep. I rarely sleep. I don't sleep. I just go until literally I pass out, and then I wake up somewhere on the side of the road, pulled over in a parking lot, and then I go home, I take a shower, and I come back to work. All right, here's this right here. We have Moondog Maine, Turn It Up. Right here, we have Mr. Big, Just Take My Heart. The Best of Summer, Album in the World Ever. Love Songs Volume 2. Looks like some kind of homemade deal. Jim Brickman, Destiny. We got Inner Circle, Speak My Language. Love Letters, Gerald Veasley. Mike Post, Interventions from the Blue Line. Warrior, Scandal. Is this Japanese? It's a Japanese import. We got Journey, Trial by Fire. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and do a few more before I tag them. The next few more I have right here is what? Melanie C., Northern Star. Also got Incredible Sound of Drum and Bass mixed by Goldie. And we have Alan Parsons' Time Machine sealed. These are all $6.99. We got Donna Turner on BV. And the first BV I had here was, did you mean GB? Or was it BV? Did you mean GV, Donna, Gerald Veasley? And then Angela Lewis on Mr. Big. That's so to Angela. David Williams on Journey, Trial by Fire. Susie Breedlove was second. Darren Chrisman on Sealed Alan Parsons. Angela Lewis on War. Angela Lewis on War. Angela Lewis on War. War. I don't see anything in here. War. Donna got Gerald Veasley. That's so to Donna. Is the tube still available? Oh boy, if I can find it. It's in one of these stacks, but yes. Here it is right here. Yeah, it is. All right, Mary was next on Alan Parsons. That leaves Moondog Maine, Best of Summer, Jim Brickman, Inner Circle, Intervention from the Blue Line, Scandal Warrior, Japanese, Melanie C, and Goldie. All right, let's put all those right there. Next thing I have is another handful of CDs, and these are coming at you fast, okay? Fast. Let's do it. How much are these? These are all $6.99. I got Sarah McLachlan, I Remember You, theme from Brothers McCullen. We got Jim Brickman. We got Mariah Carey, Daydream. We got Brian McKnight. We got Amelia, Big Band World. Dance Mix USA Volume 7, as seen on TV. Club Mix 98. Monday Night Football Jams. Cool. We have Eyes Open. You Sir Endure. The Source. Hip Hop Music Awards 1988. And Jim Hall and Pat Metheny. This looks like a Donna stack. Donna is racking up. She is claiming. And then over here we have Warrior, BT Scandal. All right, so Angela Lewis does want Warrior here. Warrior. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. That is sold to Angela Lewis. Next thing is Donna Turner on MC. First, we got to put Peter Haas down for the tubes. Peter Haas, this is so to you. Thank you, sir. That's so to Peter Haas. Next thing I have is what? Donna Turner on MC for Mariah Carey, sold. Donna Turner on BM. BM for Donna Turner. That was Brian McKnight, so to Donna Turner. Mary Miles on SM for Sarah McLachlan. Donna on Source. Next is Donna on Pat Metheny. She is on fire tonight. Adam Bernardi on Amelia. Amelia, right here. That's with an E, but I got you. Greg was next on Hall. Vicky next on Hip Hop. Peter got tubes. Mary Miles on JH. That's also sold. And that just leaves You Sir Endure, Monday Night Football Jams, Club Mix 98, Dance Mix 7, and Jim Brickman. Those are still available for $6.99. Holy moly, what could I possibly have next? We're about to find out. These are all $6.99. Where's Jim B at? Next thing we have is this. It's Sariq du Soleil Quadium. Also, we have Malaga Armic. Bob James, Dancing on the Water. This is Best of Freestyle. Also, You Cernervas and Michael Brook, Real World. Song from the Heart. Spack Plaque. Big Booty Hits, folks. Big Booty Hits. Boys to Men, Revolution, sealed. And Bottle Rockets, 24 hours a day, no artwork. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and put two more on top of them. What are those next two, you may ask? It's John Tesh, live at Red Rocks. Wow. And nice. Space Jam, Michael Jordan, Gold Stamp promo, autographed. No, I'm just joking. It's not autographed. Holy moly. That would be something. That'd be a rare item. I bet he's never signed one of those before. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so what happened next? Donna on Bob. Bob James, so to Donna. Donna on Boys. Boys to Men, so to Donna. Lisa Torrio on Freestyle, so to Lisa. Susie next on Boys to Men. Grog on Space Jam. I was just joking. It's not on there. Yes, we're on Twitch. Grog, you've been gone for so long. We're streaming right now on Twitch, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, Xcord, Discord, TikTok, Hawk, X. Hold on a second. We got Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, and Discord. It's super fast, too. If you're on Twitch, you have an advantage. It's super fast. We're streaming on 7 platforms right now. Right, here's what's next. Slaughter. Eternal Life. Slaughter. Regina Belle, Passion. This is Beck, Midnight Vultures. Wow. Smash Mouth, Astro Lounge, Spin Doctors, Here Comes the Bride, Bruce Springsteen, MTV Plugged, sealed, Platinum Hits Volume 2, Def Leppard's Greatest Hits, High School Reunion, more music from Romy and Michelle's High School Reunion, $6.99. $6.99. Boy, y'all find that fast on Twitch. I still do not have Twitch on my phone. I do not have Twitch on my phone. I got to download it tonight and just see what it looks like. I've never been on there. Donna on RB. RB for Regina Belle. So to Donna. What is next, you may ask? is Angela Lewis on Slaughter. That was a great stack there. Boy, that's a lot of 90s stuff right there, not available on vinyl. High School Reunion, Def Leppard Vault, Shakedown on Beck. There it is. Shakedown's on Twitch now. The Word's Getting Out, and David Williams on Bruce. And that was Bruce Springsteen. So did David Williams. That was still sealed. Wow, still got Def Leppard. This is Smash Mouth. Yeah, Moose was here last night. Moose was here he was here Sunday night during Coins. And he was like, dude, how was you selling that much? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, I heard you selling the heck out of stuff, but I got on Facebook to look at comments, and there was only 9 people watching. He said, you were selling all this stuff to all these different people, and I never did see it. I was like, we're streaming on 7 different things. Yeah, there's 152 people watching right now. There's 152 people watching on all 7 platforms. We've got about 10 active viewers, but there's 152 people watching this right now. That's on Twitch. It's on all 7. So 152 people. We got about 10 people interacting, though. A lot of people are just watching. They're probably like, what is this guy doing? How is he doing all this? Who is this person? And that is so to Amanda Darby. And also, we got Donna Turner on Jim Brickman from earlier. Jonna Turner on Jim Brickman from earlier. And right there it is. Let's go ahead and sell that to Donna Turner. Sold. All right, let's do some more. But first, I have my first full stack of sold CDs. And let's take these to the back, okay? All right. There it is, yeah. Hey, we're going to be on everything before long. We're going to be over there on, you know, the thing. All righty. Here we go. We will go through these 2 stacks over here. We'll go through those one more time before the feed ends, okay? Jim watched for a long time before he started buying. Yeah, y'all don't be afraid. Hop on anytime. I promise we don't buy it. I'm here to sell stuff. Mr. Paul Mooney, Race. Vism, a Wyndham Hill sampler, Jazz. One World, and that is music from around the world. This looks like Jeff Beck. It is. This looks like 702, a promo, no artwork. Jim Brickman, picture this. Kenny Garrett, Simply Said, promo stamped. Central Avenue, Dalio Perez. Grind, MTV, Volume 1. Spice Girls, Jamiroquai, Sneaker Pimps, and Amber. Wow, Sneaker Pimps. Tribute to the Titans. A sampler of great performances from Magna Carta's tribute series. Dr. Dolittle soundtrack. How cool is that? And this is sealed. Music Awards Dance Party. These are all $6.99. We need to be on Roku. There we go. Yeah, streaming to Roku. You can watch on your Roku. That's next. All right. And then over here, we have Words Getting Out. Good. Thank you. Thanks, everybody that's watching. We do this every night. We got great stuff. I'm partial because I'm the salesman, but we do. And then over here we got Jazz, and that is sold to Donna, which was the Wyndham Hill. She's also going to grab that 702. And then Donna on JB. Is that for Jim Brickman? And Mary, I bet yours is for Jeff Beck, right? She got Jim Brickman. Donna probably wouldn't be buying Jeff Beck, but if you want that, it's yours. And then Susie on Grind. Susie on Grind, that's sold. And then next over here is Tracks on Dance Party. Music Awards Dance Party. M-Bop, I'll Be Missing You. B-I-T-C-H, Barely Breathing. Sonny Came Home, Don't Speak, Where Have All the Good Cowboys Gone. How Do I Live, Foolish Games, Count on the Wind, I Believe I Can Fly, and Fly Like an Eagle. And then over here we have Mary Miles Did Want Jeff Beck. And over here, No Whatnot. No Whatnot. If they just let me stream where people can watch, but you can't just do this on Whatnot. They'll start charging a fee. I don't like Whatnot because they charge me a fee. I'm feeless right now. No fees on this. I don't want anybody to have a cut of this. Otherwise, It's going to make me sad. We got Rhythm Zone. Peaceful Planet for promotional use only. Also over here, we got Bonnie James, Backbone. Over here is Saturday Night Live 25. That's pretty cool. Nickelodeon Rick and Stimpy. Neil Diamond, the movie album as time goes by. There it is, folks. Celebrity Deathmatch promo with the hop sticker mentioning Marilyn Manson, Eminem exhibit. Holy moly. We got Warren Hill Shelter, Gold Stamp promo. Terry Silvernight. I've also got over here another Bonnie James. How do you say his first name? And Joey Calderazzo. That is $6.99. Yeah. Whatnot charges a fee. I sell something for $10. They're going to get about $1.50. I don't like that. Especially when I can sell it here feeless. All right, Donna on BJ. If that's for Bonnie James, there's actually 2 of them in here, Donna. Nobody on Celebrity Deathmatch or Saturday Night Live. There's a Bonnie James, and then there's another one. How do you say that? Boney? That sounds weird, Boney. But it could be right. Is it kind of like Brawny, but with no R? Donna gets both of them. All righty. Boom, 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 boom. And here we are. John Durden has woke up. He woke up from his nap too. He's missed half the CDs. This always happens. We got Tattoo Rodeo. I've got Dinah Ross. Every day's a new day. We got Poor Moods 2. Adam Sandler, Bleeps. Macy Gray on How Life Is. IMX, formerly Immature. Latin Mix USA 2. We got Michael Crawford, a Christmas album. Over here we have the legendary Skyclops Blues Band. And over here, we got Inner Circle, Reggae Dancer. Those are all $6.99. Shakedown on MG. And the MG was for Macy Gray. That sold to Shakedown. Donna Turner got Dinah Ross. Donna Turner also on IMX. And then Regina got the Celebrity Death Match. I was about to say, make sure that has a disc in it. Oh, good. Okay, I was about to say, it's awfully light. That is sold. David Williams on Ross. Ross. Was that in the last stack? Ross. What was Ross, David Williams? Ross. Or did I already sell it? Ross. Yeah, I've already sold that. Angela wants Tattoo Rodeo, and we're good to go. Rhymes with Coney or Phony. Boney. Okay, so I was right. All righty, we're ready for a new box. Whoop, there's one more record. Semisonic. Nice. You know what's on here, don't you? Closing Time. And that's not available on vinyl, like at all. You can't get that at all on vinyl. I don't think it's been bootlegged. Semisonic. Let me figure out what's in this envelope. Promo. There's nothing in here. Promo total. He's probably counting how many promo CDs he had. Yeah, 433, probably so. Semisonic. All right, let me go get another box. What time is it? So 1:01. I'll probably have time for 1 or 2 more boxes, and then time to recap those first 2 towers since everybody's waking up. Semisonic. Closing Time. Dun, 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 dun. It's on there. That's not available on vinyl at all. We could sell the heck out of them if so. Let's go get another box. John's going to be happy I'm digging out this corner. I didn't know all these other CDs were back here. And I honestly don't know what's going to be in this box, but we're about to find out. There's a bunch of loose ones on top, like not stacked in the box, so we'll go through those first. Saturday Night Live. Yeah, Volume 2. Nirvana, Neil Young, R.E.M., Hole, Beastie Boys, Dr. Dre, TLC, Arrested Development, Oasis, Green Day, Beck, Pretenders, Alanis Morissette, Mary J. Blige, and Janet. Wow. Yeah, I should have read that the first time. Amanda Darby, It's Yours If You Want It. That's a promo with hop sticker and a hop sticker track listing on the bottom. That's sold to Amanda Darby. And Inner Circle is called Reggae Dancer. Another promo with hop sticker, no condition notes. I feel like I'm selling a record. $6.99. $6.99 on Inner Circle. All right, here we go. More CDs coming at you. I couldn't see what I was grabbing till right now. Looks like a pretty good box. We'll do the ones here on top first, okay? And let's see what we got. Susie, I already got you down for Semisonic. I've already sold it to you. The Best of Friends, John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker, Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, Nelly, Country Grammar. Nice, Pearl Jam. That's a concert series. Wembley Arena, Pearl Jam. Creed, Human Clay. This is The Bunny, the Bear. If you don't have anything nice to say. Another The Bunny, the Bear stories. We got Jimmy Reed, Blues Masters, the very best of. Ray Charles, that's Golden Legends. And Eric Clapton, Unplugged. Eric Clapton, Unplugged. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on those. Ooh, yeah, I got some hard rock coming up. Got some, ooh, yeah, this is a good box. A little bit of everything in here. See some, yeah, I think you're going to like these. All right, so first thing we have is Grog on PJ for Pearl Jam. Donna on Nelly for Nelly. Shakedown second on Pearl Jam. Burt second on Saturday Night Live. Mary Miles on DC for Dixie Chicks. Susie Breedlove and David Williams on Hooker. Feeling Strange Fine is on vinyl. Pressed in 2018. Really? Is that by Intervention Records, Boone Tar? Is that by Intervention Records? Is that the only version? Because I think they had some other Semisonic stuff at one point. All right, here we go. $6.99. We have Journey, Escape, and Infinity, a double pack. No. Uh-oh, we're missing a disc. Yeah. No disc. We're missing a disc here. No, wait a minute. Nope. Yeah, we're missing a disc. We are, I think. Yeah. Okay. We'll say $4.99. You still get a Journey album. Infinity. $4.99 on Journey. Next thing we have here is Susie put John for Journey. We'll sell that for $4.99, okay? Wow, I could have swore, Boone Tar, the other day. I looked that up for somebody. Maybe I'm thinking about Everclear, but I know they have stuff available as well. Maybe it's another Semisonic album, but I could have swore it was that one. It's got to be expensive though. The Best of Tracy Lawrence, AC/DC High Voltage, also Styx Greatest Hits. This is in pieces. Let's skip over this for a second. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, Modern Blues Legends, Eric Church Chief, B.B. King's Greatest Hits, Buck Cherry, Rock and Roll Sealed, and John Prine Souvenirs. Right, so Susie got the Journey for $4.99, and all these are $6.99. John Prine Souvenirs, Buck Cherry Sealed, B.B. King Greatest Hits, Eric Church Chief, Modern Blues Legends, Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, Styx, and so does Susie Breedlove. AC/DC High Voltage, it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Very true. And Tracy Lawrence. Whoop. Tracy Lawrence has a broken jewel case, as you can see. $6.99 on that. All right. Next is David Williams on B.B. King. That's sold to David Williams for $6.99. Burt Jordan on AC/DC for $6.99. Mary Miles on John Prine for $6.99. Angela Lewis on Buck Cherry for $6.99. And Joe Sontag next on Buck Cherry. Next handful. Actually getting into the box now for the first time. And what do we have here? We're going to grab all these right here, okay? And these are $6.99. Europe, Prisoners in Paradise. Europe. Prisoners in Paradise, Journey, Departure, Kansas, Freaks of Nature, Journey, Raised on Radio, Autographed? No. Europe, Out of This World, HSAS, Hurricane, Fair Warning, And we have Eddie Griffin, Message in the Air. Those are all $6.99, cheapest in US $190. I had a feeling. See, Susie got the CD for just $6.99. Susie got the CD for just $6.99. What a deal, right? I just found Bob Seger's Greatest Hits CD. Let me put it in the case there. All right, so these are all $6.99. We got Angela Lewis on Europe, Susie Breedlove on Journey, and that left another Europe too, Angela. So I'm going to take Europe back out. You let me know which of the two you want. Prisoners of Paradise, Out of This World. And we have Angela Lewis, Hurricane. And this is Take What You Want. Angela, that is the album, but it's copied. I thought so because it looks a little blurry. So you will be getting that album, but it's a copied version. I don't know if you want it or not. And then let me know on Europe, okay? So my sales pitch on CDs, it's like talking to the fan club right now, though. I don't really have to do a sales pitch on these. But I think one reason we sell a lot of CDs is for a couple reasons. We got reason one. A lot of this stuff is not available on vinyl because it was probably released on CD and not available on vinyl. So that's one reason why you probably seen a lot of people grab stuff up. Some of these you can't even get on vinyl. Option number two, a lot of people's like, I want to listen to them in my car. I don't buy streaming services. That's another great option. You get a form of physical media. So some albums, I've never seen this on vinyl. Yeah, I could be wrong like Semisonic, but this came out in 1991. I'm pretty sure this is available on vinyl, but if we were to get it, I bet it's a $100 plus record. So there's that. And she gets that, Out of This World, and she's going to pass on Hurricane. No reason to do a sales pitch here. I'm preaching to the fan club. Ooh, Juliet. That's tough to get on vinyl. Juliet, $6.99. Another Journey. I don't know what that is. When You Love a Woman, Message of Love. Some kind of single deal there. Journey Revelation. That's like a triple double back. And then Journey live in Chicago, 81. That looks like a bootleg. Journey Remember Me from Armageddon. Journey Time. That's a part of a set. That's part of a box set. Yeah, that is. That's a 3-disc set. And Journey Visited to Japan. Soundboard recording. That's a lot of different journeys there. Next is Juliet. That's sold to Angela Lewis. And then Susie, you just got lucky on Journey. She wants the other Journey. She might buy all these Journeys. I know for sure that's sold to Susie. And let's see if she wants the rest of these. There's 1, 2. That's like a greatest hits. Disc 1, 2, and 3. And then that, and then that, and then that, and then that. Your dibs on those. And Susie's first, and then Angela. Next handful coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. We have Journey Arrival, Glenn Hughes, Japan Live, Glenn Hughes From Now On. We have House of Lords, Sahara, House of Lords, I Want to Be Loved, Bruce Hornsby in the Range, 3, Hootie and the Blowfish, Only Be With You single, and House of Lords, Demons Down. That's $6.99 on all those. Susie wants all the Journeys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All sold to Susie. Thank you, Susie. Those are sold to you. That little stack right there had what? That had Journey, Glenn Hughes, we got Journey, Glenn Hughes, House of Lords, Bruce Hornsby, Hootie, and House of Lords. Those are all $6.99. Maybe Chad needs a drink, a splash of water right quick. Maybe a quick little splash of water. I can name a bunch of albums that's not available on streaming services that I bought on CD because I wanted to put them in my iTunes library so I could listen to when I was driving. One of them was Nina. There's a song by Nina, Let Me Be Your Pirate. I finally had to buy an import CD, upload it to iTunes so it was in my cloud so I could play it, so it'd have been in my mix, especially my same iTunes library we play here in the store 24/7, except when I'm doing the sales. Same thing for Bob Seger, Smoking OPs. Same thing for Bob Seger back in 72. Same for Bob Seger, Noah. None of that's available on streaming services. You can get CDs. Some of those are tough to find, though. Angela on House and she wants all House of Lords. Nice. So Angela gets these 3 House of Lords, $6.99 each. Mary Miles on BH, and BH was Bruce Hornsby. And Darren Ray wants both Glenn Hughes, and you got both of those. That just leaves Journey. Susie, that leaves Journey Arrival. You can't leave that one behind, right? And I have another stack of CDs here that are sold, and let's put these right over here. And jukeboxes. Yes, I know a guy that makes CD jukeboxes. Well, he used to. He's not making them anymore. He's dead. His name was Ron Moses. Ron Moses. He was from Alexandria, original from Texas. Alexandria, Tennessee, that is. He was on an episode of American Pickers. His name was Ron Moses. He was on an episode of American Pickers. He had a lot of cool stuff. I bought and sold thousands of dollars worth of stuff from him. Journey is sold to Susie Breedlove. All right, let's do another handful here. This is a good crate. Ron Moses. I miss him. He could fix anything. He fixed pinball machines for me. He fixed jukeboxes for me. He could fix arcade games. He built arcade games. First thing we have here is this. East Coast Family Volume 1. Guns N' Roses Live Era Sampler. No disc. Unfortunately not. Alicia Keys, a song in A minor. Alicia Keys. We got Billy Biv DeVoe. Uh-oh. That is available. So is Michael Jackson, You're Not Alone, the remixes. We got Kelly Keagy. Also, we got GTR, King Biscuit Flower Hour, Krakow, Fish. This is Welshimers. We have Fish, Eternal Exile. And we have John Farnham. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. Yeah, Ron collected space robots. I don't know what the name of the episode is. I think it's called... It's an episode, and they play pool. They're going back and forth on a price, and Ron challenges Frank to a game of pool. But they're buying metal robots. He had a world-class sci-fi robot collection. And when he died, he had plans. He died suddenly, but the way I understood, he had plans in case he did die for what his wife to do with him. I think for an auction. And so, man, I was like, man, I hope we get a call, because I was wanting to get his collection. I was like, man. But we figured, oh, we'll give her some time. And they actually had all that stuff sold in like a month or something. So I was like, dang. But he had a world-class robot collection. You'll see it if you ever watch that episode. It is amazing what he had. Okay, so let's go back to the top. We got Donna Turner on East. Donna Turner on East, and that was East Coast Family. Donna, that's called East Coast Family Volume 1. I've got you down unless you change your mind. I got BBB, so did Donna Turner. Also got Donna Turner on MJ. That's so did Donna Turner. Mary Miles got Alicia Keys. Jim B on Fish. I think there was 2. There's 3 Fish, Jim B. There's 3 Fish, Jim B. Those 3 there. Next is Burt Jordan next on MJ. And then we have... okay, so we got John Farnham, we got GTR King Biscuit, and we got Kelly Keagy. Those are all available if anybody wants them. Those 3 Fish are available, Jim B. Just go ahead and say, I'll take them all. You're behind. You need an invoice. Just go ahead and say, I'll take them all. 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 We'll see which ones he wants. We got, hopefully he takes them all. Dennis DeYoung, Boomchild. Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon. Dennis DeYoung, 10 on Broadway. Depeche Mode, Ultra. The Human League, Tell Me When. We got Hugo, self-titled. We got Hughes Thrall. We got Glenn Hughes Feel. Journey, Keep On Running. And Hurricane. And that's another copy. That's another copy. It's not an official disc. Jim B says he'll take them all. See how I did that? That's Jedi stuff. You will take them all. You will buy all these. You want more CDs. You need these. CDs. CDs. You want these. More CDs. Yes. Yes. CDs. You want them all. Michael Reed on DM. How much was DM or DM? Which one was DM? Depeche Mode. That is sold to Michael Reed. Jeff put J question mark. Can you be slightly more... you get what I'm saying. Journey... Keep On Running is a bootleg, it looks like. It's live in 1985. It's a bootleg CD for $6.99. Susie put DM. If that's for Depeche Mode, then you were second. If it's for anything else, it's still available. Okay? Next CD, $6.99. CDs. We have Hurricane, Slave to the Thrill. That one's missing a disc. Boy, somebody ruined a bunch of Hurricane CDs. Gloria Estefan, Cuts Both Way. Miami Sound Machine with Gloria Estefan. Gloria Estefan, Turn the Beat Around. Gloria Estefan, Go Away. Gloria Estefan, Into the Light. I've never seen some of those. Melissa Etheridge, Breakdown. Melissa Etheridge, Yes I Am. Melissa Etheridge, Being Sensitive. Next thing over here is Darren Way on the other Glenn Hughes. Glenn Hughes sold to Darren Way. There might have been another. Is this another Glenn Hughes here? Do you want that one as well? I got you down for this one. Darren, I think this is Glenn Hughes too. Yeah. Let me know if you want that one as well. Jeff, Brent, RTO got Journey. That's so do you. And these are all Melissa Etheridge and Gloria Estefan's. Gloria Estefan, Miami Sound Machine, a.k.a. Gloria Estefan. Gloria Estefan, Gloria, Melissa. So those are all available. $6.99. Next handful coming at you right now. These are $6.99. Holy moly. Good gracious. Oh my gosh. Somebody call the fire department, okay? Somebody call the fire department. Junkyard. Holy moly. Oh man, be careful, okay? A warning comes with this one. Be careful owning that disc, okay? We got Kansas, Always Never the Same. We got another Kansas. We got Candy Cane, Diva La Grande. We got All One People, Just If I, and Justify. And that is Mike Reno from Loverboy, Neil Sean from Journey, and Matt Frenette from Tom Cochran's band. Those are all $6.99. Darren Ray got the other Glenn Hughes. Michael Reed says Susie can have Depeche Mode if she wants it. That's up to Susie. Jim B got Junkyard. So did Jim B. Be careful, Jim, okay? Please be careful. We have Michael Ruttman second, Angela Lewis third, and Susie Breedlove fourth. Next stack coming at you right now. We have more. Angela wants a Justify. Here's another one. Justify. That one's sealed. We have Fiona, Squeeze. I have Fiona, Squeeze. I have Fiona, Heart Like a Gun. I have Extreme, Tragic Comic. I have Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose. And the Dick Brothers, Acoustic Session by Fish. She is going to get the Depeche Mode. We have a change. Depeche Mode Ultra goes to Susie instead of Michael Reed. Fish is sold to Shakedown. Sold to Shakedown. Done. All right, what's left in this box before I get more? Holy moly. Iron Maiden, Can I Play with Madness? Are you kidding me? Kansas, In the Spirit of Things. We have Kansas. We have That Grand Old Feeling, William Matheny. Phoebe Hunt, Nothing Else Matters. We got Darling Side, Everything is Alive. And If You Want Blood, You Got It. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's magic. You know. We got Darren Chrisman on M. I'm assuming that's for Maiden. If not, let me know. And then Michael Ruttman was next, then Mark Stanley. Darren Chrisman on AC/DC. That's If You Want Blood, You Got It. All right, and I need a new box. So I think I have time to go hunt another box, us go through it, and then maybe have time to recap those last two stacks in the back. But before I do that, we got to go hunt another box. Those 2 and 3 I knew I had for sure. Now it's a crapshoot. We didn't pull off the racks tonight. This is newly discovered stuff back here. And honestly, I think I see even more. Uh-oh. Oh, I bet those are good. Let me see if I can get to those. They're in crates. Aha! What is underneath here? What is in this tub, actually? This has a Rolling Stones backpack, magazines, and tour books. And is this vinyl in this case? Okay, I might have found a little honey hole back here. I'm telling y'all, this place is like, I mean, what's in here? That's vinyl there. That's all George Harrison, Paul McCartney, and John Lennon albums. A whole tub full of them. 150, 175. All George Harrison, Paul McCartney, John Lennon. That's why we have so many. Okay, and then this box here. Let me see if I can get, how do I get to these crates? I have to walk over there. Let me see if I can weasel through John's area back here. We got some tunnels, I'm telling you. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to do some climbing. There's John's records to purchase. Oh. Okay. These are good. Whoa. Okay, I'm on my way. I was in the back, like back there where John works at. That's like in the very back of the store. Okay. You collect tour books? Oh my gosh, we got hundreds of them stashed everywhere. Let's do the top layer of this. Let's do the top layer of this box. 20 minutes, yeah. Here we go. CD Blitz, truly a blitz right here. Here we go. $6.99. What do we got? We got Gino Vanelli, A Pauper in Paradise. Gino Vanelli, The Gist of a Gemini. Gino Vanelli, Storm at Sunup. Luther Vandross, Dance with My Father. The Best of Luther Vandross. Ricky Van Shelton, A Bridge I Didn't Burn. Paul Van Dyke, Out There and Back. Us Three, Hand on the Torch. Keith Urban, Graffiti You, Sealed. Denise Williams, This Is Niecy. And The Who, I think that's just called The Who. And those are all $6.99. $6.99. All right, let me put these away, because what I'm going to start doing is if these don't sell, I'm going to put them right here behind me, just FYI. All right, and these are sold Luther Vandross. Donna, do you want both or pick? And then Denise Williams is sold to Donna. Okay, that left The Who, Us Three, Keith Urban, Paul Van Dyke, Ricky Van Shelton, Gino Vanelli, Gino Vanelli, Gino Vanelli, and Luther Vandross. Both are sold to Donna Turner. All right, I'm just going to keep these already back here behind me. That way, if we need to grab something there, I can. And my table's pretty covered up, so let me grab these. And we have John Wetton and Jeff Downs, Icon, members of Asia Acoustic TV Broadcast. John Wetton and Jeff Downs, Icon Live. Was Not Was, Are You Okay? Steve Winwood Chronicles, Sean Watkins, Let It Fall, John Wetton and Jeff Downs Icon, John Wetton and Jeff Downs Again, John Wetton Raised in Captivity, Grover Washington Jr. Soulful Strut, and Barry White All-Time Greatest Hits. Barry White, $6.99. So, Barry White, Grover Washington, John Wetton and Sean, Steve Winwood, Was Not Was, more Wetton and more Downs. And Donna first on JW, which was Grover Washington, and on Barry White. Those are sold to Donna and Donna. Thank you on that. Next, we're going to put up another handful of CDs, and those are going to come from what area? Let's do these right here. All right, and Mary second on Grover Washington Jr. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Skies Crying. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Blues at Sunrise. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan in Steps. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Jimmy Vaughan, Vaughan Brothers. Gino Vanelli, and Gino Vanelli. Wow, somebody's going to get lucky with Stevie Ray Vaughan. Holy moly, that's another word you got to be careful saying. You say that the wrong place at the wrong time, you might start a riot. Okay, you may start a insurrection. We have Mary Miles on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jeff Brent was first. Jeff, let me know which of those you want. You can have, far as Stevie Ray, you can have Texas Flood. You can have Soul to Soul, In Step, Live Alive, Blues at Sunrise, and The Sky's Crying. He says he's got a check. You got dibs on those. And then there's Jimmy Vaughan and Family Style. Next is Mary and next is Susie. Just let me know. I got to keep rolling. All the Gino Vanellis over here still available as well. Here we go. These are $6.99. We got The Best of War and More. Steve Walsh. That is called Glossalia. We have Joe Walsh, Ordinary Average Guy. Joe Walsh Got in Gum. We have Joe Walsh, The Confessor. Jeremy Wall, Step into the New World. Also, we have Joe Louis Walker, Servant of Blues. Clay Walker's Greatest Hits. Also, Wakeman and Wakeman. That sounds interesting. Rick Wakeman, and who's the other Wakeman? And then we have Larry Luvich, City Sounds, Village Voices. Susie Breedlove first on War. That's sold to Susie for $6.99. Mary Miles on JW. So, Mary, you got dibs on a bunch of Joe Walsh. The Confessor, Got in Gum, or Ordinary Average Guy, or you can take all three. We also got Larry Vukach. We got Wakeman, and we have Clay Walker. We got Joe Louis Walker. We got Jeremy Wall and Steve Walsh, okay? And Mary Miles put WW for Wakeman. You got that one as well. Very nice. And then just let me know on the Joe Walsh. Maybe she says she'll take all. And then Jeff's going to see which of those he needs on the Stevie Ray Vaughans. And then Mary and Susie's next. We'll figure that out in just a second. We have this right here. It is Steve Winwood, Roll With It, and John Wetton Battle Lines. Winwood and Wetton. We also have Steve Winwood Junction 7. We also have Weather Report, This Is Us. Visage, self-titled. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, Greatest Hits. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live in the Beginning. Tommy the Who, and Who's Next. Okay, she wants all three Joe Walsh. Those are sold to Mary Miles. Thank you on that. We got John Durden on Visage. That is sold to John Durden, Visage. And then Mary Miles on SW. You got dibs on Steve Winwood, Roll With It. You can also have Steve Winwood, Junction 7. Also, I've got another Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's new for anybody who wants to claim it, those two. And then we have Mary Miles on WR for Weather Report. I can't believe no one's claimed the Who, Who's Next, or Tommy. Those still available. So far, I need Live Alive. Can I see the other live, please? All right, so Live Alive right here is sold to Jeff Brent RTO. Okay, that means over here on this stack, Susie is next, right? No, Mary's next. Mary, you're next. Let me know on the Stevie Ray Vaughans if you want Skies Crying, Blues at Sunrise, In Step, if you want Soul to Soul, Texas Flood, or any of the Jimmy Vaughan or Family Style. Okay, and then over here, he says he wants to see them again. This is called Blues at Sunrise. Brand new, the Slow Blues album. Over 70 minutes of music mastered from the original source tapes. Featuring 200 released tracks and one track never before on CD, plus duets with Johnny Copeland and Albert King. Now, these two didn't get claimed earlier. No one claimed these, so Greatest Hits and then the Live Austin, Texas 1980 is also still available. Mary got both Steve Winwoods. Those are sold to Mary Miles and Mary Miles. And Mary, he's going to still pick out of there. I'm going to keep these at $6.99 because after you, there's still two more people. After you, there's still two more people in line to pick from these. So he's going to let me know which ones he wants, and then Susie, and then we'll go from there. I have a season. Susie is going to take the rest of them. Also have Barry White, The Message is Love. We got Barry White, Just Another Way to Say. We have Whiteheart, Highlands, The Whisperers, Imagination, Kirk Whalum, The Christmas Message, and Kirk Whalum, Wound Trip. Those are all still available. So, Mary, you pick on Austin, Texas. You got Greatest Hits, Blues at Sunrise, Skies Crying. And then we have Family Style, Jimmy Vaughn, Texas Flood, Soul to Soul, and In Step. She wants all of them. These are all sold to Mary Miles. I had a feeling that was going to happen. She bought all of them except Alive Alive, which went to Jeff. And now let me go ahead and take this other tower in here because that was a complete sellout on those. Let me take these in here and put them on the table. Nice. Another stack. Another stack. Done. And let's do one more before we sign off tonight. That'll give us our 4-stack CD quota goal of the night. Coca-Cola Gola. That's what I'm looking for. All right, next thing we have over here, we have Donna on BW, and that's for Barry White. I'm going to go ahead and give her both unless she says otherwise. She already did. And then Donna on KW, and KW was Kirk Whalum, and there's two of those too. Let me know which one of those you want. And then Susie said all. Susie, all the Stevie Ray Vaughns. Mary already got them. We got the Whispers. We got White Heat. We got the Who, and John Wetton. Those are all still available. All right, she wants both of those. Okay. All right, so now what we're going to do in this last 10 minutes is try to just recap what's already been shown. Nope, I got one more stack from the top of this crate. One more stack from the top of this crate, and then I'm going to try to go through those back two stacks fast. Okay, so here we go. The Who, Endless Wire, Wet and Down's Icon, Wet and Down's Icon. We have Sean Watkins, 26 Miles, Fred Wesley, the Swinging Grass All-Stars, Manaheim Steamrollers Christmas, Johnny Guitar Watson, Giant, Johnny Guitar Watson and the Family Clone, Sarah Watkins, Ernie Watts Reaching Up, and Grover Washington Jr. Shakedown on Who, that is right here, Endless Wire, so to Shakedown. Grog on Watson. GMB wants WD Icon ×2. Let's go ahead and give those to GMB. Grog on Watson, and there was two. There's two Watsons. Let me know which one. Donna on GW for Grover Washington. Or was that Guitar Watson? I bet it was for Grover Washington. And then that leaves Ernie Watts, Sarah Watkins, Manaheim Steamroller, Fred Wesley, and Sean Watkins. Those are all still available. Grog, you got dibs on those two there. All right. There's those. Let me put those in here. Okay, so let me Manaheim Steamroller Christmas. Let's tag that. If anybody decides you do get anything else from previous stack, I've got them all right over here nicely stacked in boxes behind me, okay? But first thing I'm going to do, let me get this box organized a little bit better. There we go. That's what I wanted right there. Nice. All right, and then Grog's going to let me know on those two, and let's see, I'm going to put these away. I'm trying to get to those first two stacks back there. Those first two stacks. We got about 10 minutes, and we got a lot of ground to cover. So here it comes. And let me put these away. This is going to make for a great post in the group tomorrow. All these leftover titles. This is going to be. This is Johnny Guitar Watson and the Family Clone and Giant. So it's called And the Family Clone and Giant. And then there's this. And then we have... okay, I've already done those. Can't believe no one got Ren and Stimpy. Are you kidding me? All right, there's those. Okay, so let's start with right here. All right. Grog got both Watsons. Thank you. Now, Grog and Donna, I need y'all tuned in tomorrow because I'll bring out a box of random jazz and we need to start chipping away at that radio station stuff, okay? So I've got Michael Shelley, Half Empty, Gloria Estefan's Greatest Hits, Gloria Estefan, Enrique Iglesias, and that was called Enrique. Ultimate Dance Party 1997. Zach Wild, Book of Shadows. Chris Perez Band. Right Said Fred, Up. Guardian, Miracle Mile. Hooting the Blowfish, Musical Chairs. Tough, Religious Fix. And Tough, What Comes Around Goes Around. Those are all $6.99. Gotta put those right there. I think I can get through these both stacks in 10 minutes. Sunset Heights. We have 3 colors red. We have 311 sound system. Can't believe that's still available. Sammy Hagar still available. Hanson, M. Bop. We still got Bullet Boys still available. Also Buck Cherry. And we have Profound Sounds Volume 1. Josh Wink. Also Medicine Drum. Talking Sticks. We have Estero. Breath from Another. Also Geffen, the Vintage 80s, and the Best of Laura Branigan. As in Gloria, 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 Gloria. Hootie is sold for $6.99. Hootie for $6.99. Track on 97. Uh-oh. Let me take a deep breath and see if I can read all these. There they are. And then over here, we have, give me 1 second, Donna. I got Robin Glenn on Ultimate. You caught me at a bad time for a track listing. Ultimate and Robin on Ultimate. What was Ultimate? Ultimate, 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 Ultimate. There's nothing in here with the word Ultimate. So I'll go to the next comment. And the next comment was Clay Moore on Tough. And that's so to Clay Moore. There's 2 of them. Clay, your dibs. If not, they're so to Angela. Susie Breedlove first on Sammy Hagar. I knew all of y'all were sleeping earlier. This is Sammy Hagar. And what happened to it? It disappeared. Sammy Hagar. What have I done with it? Sammy Hagar. Am I crazy? Oh, I've got another stack here. Maybe there's another Ultimate over here. Ultimate. 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 I'm still looking for that. Ultimate. Ultimate. I still don't see the word ultimate on anything. Okay, so let's go back to the top. First thing we have is Claymore Penny on Tough, Susie on Sammy. There's got to be one in here somewhere. Sammy Hagar. There it is. Okay, and then we have Bullet Boys. Is that Freak Show? This is Bullet Boys Freak Show. Deluxe edition, it looks like. Angela next on Bullet Boys. Antonio on Dance Party. I think Donna said she was just going to go ahead and take it. That is so to Donna. Okay, and then over here, we got Angela Lewis on Buck Cherry. That's so to Angela Lewis. And then we got Antonio next on Dance Party. Leslie Holt on Medicine Drum. Leslie Holt on Medicine Drum. Sold. And then over here, we have Antonio Villanueva on Josh Wink. Antonio Villanueva on Josh Wink. This is like trying to beat the clock. Antonio Villanueva on Josh Wink both. That must be in a previous stack. Josh Wink both. What happened to those? They've disappeared. Josh Wink both. What happened to those? Did they already get claimed? Josh Wink both. Sunset 3 colors. Hanson Profound Sounds. There's one. I see one Josh Wink. Profound Sounds Volume 1. I'm going to give you one till I can find the other one. That's sold to Antonio Villanueva. Clay Moore got both Toughs. Robin third on Ultimate Party album. Okay, was that what she wanted? If so, that's already sold to Donna. Okay, and then Ultimate Dance sold. Angela was next on Buck Cherry. Scott got Beach. Scott got Bullet Boys. Okay, and then Angela Lewis on Guardian. Angela Lewis on Guardian. I still got that one. All right, that was a great stack. See, I told y'all, this first stack, that's why I wanted to go back through these. We still got Michael Shelley, Gloria Estefan, Enrique Iglesias, Zach Wild, Chris Perez, Right Said Fred, Sunset Highs, 3 colors, 311, Hanson, Estero, Giffen Vintage, and Laura Branigan. Okay, I got through that one. Moose last night, he was like, dude, this is my exact Moose. He's like, dude, how do you do this? I was like, you got to stay very focused. Motherland, Peace for Me. We got Michael Morales, Thump. We got Sinead O'Connor, Faith and Courage. And then Atlante G, Ask Me Later on the Fiona Apples again, okay? We got Billy Myers, Growing Pains. Billy Myers, Vertigo. Vince Neil, Exposed. Jerry Seinfeld, I'm telling you for the last time. Vincent Lorgrita Gambini. We got Sadaka or something like that. We got Shadow King with Lou Graham and Vivian Campbell. We got Richie Sambora Lura, Undiscovered Sold. We got Samantha 7. We got Saints and Sinners. Adam Sandler and Adam Sandler. Michael Ruttman on Vintage. Was that in this or the last crate? Vintage. Was that in this crate or the last crate? Sunset, Chris Perez, Enrique, Gloria. Was that in this stack? Oh, that was Geffen. Yeah. Geffen. All right, there's that. That's done. And then over here, we have the following. Adam Sandler, Saints and Sinners. We got Richie Sambora, Shadow King is sold to Clay Moore. And then, Michael, I got you for Geffen Vantage, okay? And then Lisa Torrio on Vince Gambrini. Saints and Sinners is sold to Angela. But first, let's do Lisa. Lisa on Vince Gambini, which I had Vince Gambini. I know what that looked like. What is it? It's right here. There it is. That's sold to Lisa Torrio. Got it. All right, so that's done, and I think we can get through this last tower back here. Okay, and I want to thank everybody for staying late and doing this with me. Bear with me as I read through these titles in an unbelievably fast way. Extreme 3, we still got the Eurythmics piece. Left of the middle, Natalie Imbruglia. Walt Wise, Welcome to Your Life, no artwork. Savage Garden. Also have Scarecrow, A Touch of Madness. Joe Satriani, Crystal Planet. John Proper, Zygote. Open Skies. Also the Onden Nicoza, Motley Crue, Generation Swine, and the Rembrandt's LP. Those are all $6.99. The Eurythmics is sold to Susie Breedlove. That is right here, and that was Open Secrets. No, it's called Peace. And that left the Rembrandts, Motley Crue, the On Decoza, Open Skies, John Proper. We got Michael Ruttman on Motley Crue. Burt Jordan was second. Okay, Antonio was third. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. I'll take care of you. But right now, here's what's left back here for $6.99. I'm going to take some here and take some here. We got Pride and Glory. Pride and Glory. Also, we have The Pretenders, Last of the Independents. Queensryche, Promised Land. Rat, self-titled. Queen, Rocks. Sammy Hagar, Marching to Mars, no artwork. We got Heavy Bones. Also, we have Harlow. We got Hanson this time around. Also, Gary Hoey. Below that was Hootie and the Blowfish, Fairweather Johnson. And we have People Watching, Hollywood Records. And that is Cahill, K-A-L-E-E-L, something of that nature. Burt Jordan first on Rat. That's sold to Burt Jordan for $6.99. Donna on Hootie. And that stack left the following. Pride and Glory, Pretenders, Queensryche, Queen Rock, Sammy Hagar, Heavy Bones, Harlow, Hanson, Gary Hoey, and K-A-L, Kal-Il, I believe. And then this stack right here, and we have Khalid, K-A-L-E-D. This next stack was Petra, Wake Up Call, Pilgrimage, 9 Songs of Ecstasy, New American Shame, 9 Days, The Maddening Crowd. This is the story of a girl. We have Night Ranger 7, In Sync, unbelievable. Nascamito, Gold Stamp Promo, Great White. That one's Can't Get Enough from Here. Hound Dog is sealed. And Fish. Rain Gods with Zippos. Those are $6.99. Next was Joe Sontag on Gary Hoey. That's sold to Joe Sontag. Yours. Angela Lewis on Pride. Angela Lewis on Pride. 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 Angela Lewis put the word pride. 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 Pride and Glory. Sold to Angela Lewis. Jim B wants Heavy Bones. Heavy Bones sold to Jim B. That must be a $200 or $300 CD. And then we have Angela Lewis on Great White. Sold to Angela Lewis. Thank you on that. And Facebook has officially ended. Anybody else want anything in there? Just let me know. If not, I'm going to box these up in these trays. I'm going to take pictures of them. And these are all available tomorrow in the group for $6.99. Anybody else? Great selection of CDs. Amazing. Jim B on Fish. That must be a $200 or $300 CD. And did you show a Petra? I didn't show Patra. I showed it Petra. Petra should be like a... They're usually like a Christian rock group. Metal Christian rock. He's been in my shoes, praying man. Yeah, they're Christian metal, Petra. All right. Great, and we got 4 full towers here. The CD madness continues. I've got 2 crates lined up already next to me to do this again tomorrow. We've done a full 8 hours here. 8 hours ago, I started this show, and now we're wrapping it up. I've been standing right here. I haven't moved much, just to turn around a few times, go grab some new stuff. I don't think I've been up front but like once. 8 hours later, I'm still here. This is what I do. What have y'all been doing the last 8 hours? Hopefully watching me. You should do that every night for 8 hours. If you take a nap, then that's strike 1, because you shouldn't be doing that. You should have plenty of energy. Jim Ciosio says, great show as usual. Thanks, Chad. Thank you. Thank you. That was a great mix tonight. It was. That was a really good mix tonight. We hit everything. And let me tell you, all this other stuff, I guarantee the post tomorrow in the group, what didn't sell tonight, all these other ones, I bet will sell at least the 2/3. There will only be about 1/3 of these left after we do that. Because, I mean, think about all of our customers that's not getting to watch right now. They legit have to be in bed. And they're not getting to watch right now. They would love to be buying some of these. So, that's usually what happens. They look and they're like, holy moly, these are the leftovers? What did I miss? I'm like, yep. Maybe on the weekends y'all can stay up with us. In the meantime, I'm going to go up front and try to find something to eat. I am hungry. Do I have something planned to eat? Sort of, maybe. I don't know. I guess not. What did I order for the Chick-fil-A? Yeah. I got food at my house. I'm going to have to find something to eat here and then go home. What's in the other stacks? I can't show them. We've already shown them. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good night. If I rewatch and see any but not in the group, I can email. Burrito, pizzas, ramen. Boontar remind. Yeah, that's right. I still got burritos. I got old pizza up here. Jim B, if you can do it before 12 tomorrow. Okay? If you can do it before 12 tomorrow, you'll have to let Ed know, and then he'll have to comment. I don't know. That's going to make it very complicated. Probably, I'm going to say, I don't know. That's going to be tough because I'm going to photograph these in the next, these will be photographed in the next hour. They're going to be scheduled for noon, and then people's going to start claiming them. And then Ed's going to get your email, and then he'll have to go through and pick them out, but some may already be sold. I guess you could do that, and then whatever didn't sell, we can pull for you. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty difficult to do that. It happens all the time. People say, hey, I saw something in the video at the end of the sale. That record ended up getting put in a crate. It got posted at 6 a.m., and it's already sold. And they're like, how did it already sell? I just saw it last night. He had it at 2 a.m. Well, it got claimed this morning at 6 a.m. Anybody else? Burrito, pizza, ramen, brownies. Yep. Name something healthier. You can't. Donna, you're on a waiting list for Now Yearbook. You're on a waiting list. I got you down for one. Going to try to order those tonight. I got to clean this place up. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Time to get back to work. My second shift starts right now. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Second shift, third shift My second shift starts here at Coletco. My third shift starts when I get home. I would love to go to bed, but I probably have hours of vinyl to order. So I got to rest my voice, though. I've been not getting much sleep. I can tell my voice is weak. Yeah. Okay. Good night. See y'all tomorrow. We'll do all this all over again.